complex the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve age internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I 15 think we can seconds. achieve Guidance age is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3.
We're live. We are so back. It's Monday, June 29th, 2026.
And
Did you miss us?
yes, obviously everyone missed us and was crying the whole weekend because we were gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're going to have
So-
to be really 24/7 eventually. We're going to have to just like sit in front of the camera, like physically 24/7.
I mean, we'll just have drones that follow us around or
Just
something.
not sleep, just develop like fatal insomnia. That would be pretty based.
Yeah. Or we could take the
Develop drones that follow us around. That would
Well,
be great.
Truman Show wasn't like very like as sci-fi as it could have been because they were just cameras snuck into like random household objects, right? But they weren't thinking big enough.
Well, he would have noticed the drone, right? Unless it was just
Well,
like, okay, Truman,
yeah.
this is the drone that follows everyone around.
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have some stories to get into.
We do.
Which one should we start with? Should we start with the meta brain model? This
I
one's
think
kinda
so.
cool.
I think so.
Yeah, let's do that. So, AI at Meta tweets, we're sharing the next major milestone in our non-invasive brain-to-text decoder research, Brain2 V2. Building on V1, which was published today in Nature. That's so funny, actually, like the timelines of like model development versus like academic publication. So they're releasing this, the V2 of this model on the same day that the V1 of this model gets a formal paper in Nature.
Yeah.
So it's the highest performing end-to-end pipeline capable of real-time sentence decoding from raw brain signals. So it's basically a telepathy machine.
Yes.
That's really cool.
It's like thought to text, right?
Yeah, so like for people who are disabled and can't communicate, they can communicate now, hopefully. This is just so cool, man. I just love technology so much.
So this uses MEG data, which is non-invasive, from what I understand. So like EEGs are obviously when you wear an electrode headset, and there's like a bunch of channels, and I think the amount of signal you can get from that data is like very, very limited.
Oh, that's kind of huge. Magnetoencephalography device.
Yes.
As opposed to EEG, which is electroencephalography.
Something like that.
So magnet, N is like around, cephalo is head, and graphy is writing.
Yeah. So because you have a skull and a scalp and cerebrospinal fluid, it's very hard. Like EEG is very limited. But this uses magnetic fields, so
These people are so stupid.
it's able to like go through the tissue.
They think that. Okay. They think that Zuckerberg is literally going to like read their mind or something. This is just like a meta product.
We're gonna
that,
know
like,
what Instagram Reels.
like the
you
Instagram
are gonna
Reels
like.
app on your phone is going to
Yeah.
start scanning your brain or something. Oh, this is the Terminator. Oh my God, Jesus! Like you guys really can't think of like any positive applications of like
Also, they published the
voluntary
data set,
telepathy.
right?
Yeah,
So this is like going to be an open source data set.
it's open access. So this is the V1.
Yeah. So I remember reading this like whenever it came out,
No, you don't, because it came out today.
or like their first like encoder decoder model or whatever. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong one.
Oh, it might have been like the first post that Meta did about this.
Meta.
They did post about this a while ago because they released the V1 model. I really love the Nature journal graphics.
Oh, it
Okay,
was Tribe. Do you remember Tribe?
I do, yeah. So
Yeah, that's what-
recordings from 35 healthy participants were obtained using EEG and MEG. Sentences were displayed word by word on a screen. Following the final word, a visual cue prompted them to begin typing this sentence without visual feedback. Okay, so then, while you're typing the sentence in the machine is reading your brainwaves basically and figuring out which brainwaves correspond to which words and which sentences. This is just so unbelievably cool.
Let me open it up. I mean, it is cool that Meta specifically is working on this.
Mm-hmm.
Because to my knowledge, it's not like Google's doing anything.
Not like this.
Or even like Neuralink is very focused on like the invasive neurosurgery stuff.
Yeah,
They probably
I
have
think you kind of
research in this
have to
direction,
for
but-
like their specific applications.
Yeah. So this is just very, very cool. Let's see.
Brain lesions. That sucks.
And it's per character. Like it's able to extract the signal from each character that you type, which is insane. V1 decoded 61% of characters correctly, and then V2 decoded 69%.
It's actually not that great.
And it's like at the word level, I think it's worse too. 48% words decoded correctly.
Oof.
Best participant. That's just the best participant. And then
Presumably-
78% V2. So that's actually a big jump.
That is a big jump,
48
yeah.
to 78 is big.
Presumably, like commonly used sentences could be decoded better. Maybe I
We're
don't
so
know.
back. 99% accuracy.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if you are someone who is disabled and you need to communicate a specific thing over and over again, like I need to go to the bathroom or whatever, maybe that like pattern is complex enough to not be mistaken for other patterns. I don't know. Anyway, it's pretty great. The thing is like if you are disabled and you need to communicate with this, how do you do it? Do you like wear an EEG? Probably.
If you're disabled currently,
Can you just like buy an EEG machine on Amazon?
yeah. Or you would buy it from like Open Brain, I think. Or no, Open BCI.
Open Brain is the AI
Sorry,
2027.
That's not the right one. Open BCI.
Is this? But can you buy it on Amazon though? I
Maybe
see
not
brain
Amazon.
sensing headbands.
Those are bullshit.
These are actual bullshit. Okay, where to buy
Just search up
EEG
Open BCI.
machine.
You can like 3D print it yourself.
Open BCI? This sounds like very Bavarian pilled.
It's so Bavarian pilled, and I know this because I was like working on a random BCI project in Bavarium.
Yeah. Well. Okay, okay, shop,
Yeah, so they have different like,
experiment bundle, Ultra Cortex. These are like expensive, but not terribly expensive, I guess, like $1,000 to $3,000. Oh, this is just an EEG headband. That's only $350.
yeah, but I don't think that's super useful. How many channels does that have? It depends a lot on like the
4
placement.
channel or 8 channel? Oh, you have to pair it with a board. Okay.
Yeah.
Conductive paste. So do you have to like smear this paste on your skull?
Yeah, you put them on like the electrodes.
Does your hair block it?
I don't know. I like mine specifically
No, anyone's hair.
or anyone's hair. No, it shouldn't.
Yeah, it's really cool. Oh, you can put an EEG in like a hat, right? So that it
There's a
doesn't look
company that's putting them in beanies, if you remember.
EEG in a beanie.
Okay, so that's not what we asked. Yeah, it's this one. Savvy.
Savvy, that's right. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Oh man, I've
thought
seen
to
this. I've
text
seen this. I've seen
wearable.
this.
Okay, I don't
Every one of
think-
these photos is AI. Just immediately noticed that one. Bucket hat, seriously? I think, yeah, the beanie looks better than the bucket hat. Why do people wear bucket hats?
They don't look horrible, but I just don't understand what their goal is, because you definitely can't get thought to text from pure EEG data.
Yeah.
Like the only thing you can get, and EEG data is extremely noisy. So if you move around, like you just move your body, it's going to interfere with like the signal anyway. So I just don't understand. I mean, we'll let them cook, but we should have one of them on to explain.
We should. What if you think about an info hazard?
It just electrocutes you when you die.
I'm thinking about an info hazard right now, but I can't tell you. Anyway,
Okay.
we have.
Thanks for looking out for us.
Yeah.
Thanks for containing the info hazard.
We have some other stories. Gavin Newsom is announcing a partnership between California and Anthropic to strengthen cybersecurity and provide cloud to state agencies and California local governments at a 50% discount.
Wow.
The Golden State helped build Silicon Valley, and every Californian should benefit from the responsible use of their latest innovations. Yeah, we're really seeing this pattern of like governments and labs going like this. They're so close together now. They're getting closer all the time.
Is this
all
the
the
first
comments are
time
hating.
that Gavin Newsom has like talked about an AI lab,
No, definitely not.
or has like met with an AI lab?
No way. I mean, like, this entire industry was created like in his state.
Yeah.
I'm sure he like talks to the labs all the time.
Well. Okay.
Oh, I remember this. Gavin Newsom monitoring job loss from AI.
Yeah.
AI safety concerns. Is this guy really pilled on AI safety? On true AI safety? I think honestly we need a better word than AI safety.
We do.
Because like when I hear safety, I think of just like safetyists. I think of like when I would go to summer camp and I would have to wear a life vest in the 4-foot deep part of the lake because they were worried about getting sued.
Has Gavin Newsom ever, the top one is received donations from APAC. Has Gavin Newsom met with AI leaders?
There's literally
He
no
has.
way he has not.
So it just talked about,
Yeah, look at this. California joint effort with NVIDIA.
okay,
Needs
NVIDIA
to
doesn't
expand
count.
access to cutting edge AI initiatives. NVIDIA's close enough.
Convenes tech leaders for AI summit, okay, in 2025.
Let's sort by
But
latest.
the AI leaders in question were like NVIDIA, Databricks.
Okay,
USA.
the first time Newsom tweeted about AI was June 17th, 2022, when he talked about AI semiconductor chip
Oh,
development.
that was just pure chip slop. That was like,
Well, I think at that time, wow, look at this.
at that time, it was just like,
Look at this. The world you grew up in no longer exists. This is Gavin Newsom and Elon Musk hanging out. Their new global engineering and AI headquarters in Palo Alto will help create the technology of the future right here in California.
yeah, this was just very like progressive Democrat of 2022, where they're like, oh my God, EVs are awesome.
Oh my
We
God.
want chips.
Can we have those ones
Let's
back?
give money to Intel. That was like the progressive technology stance.
Can we have the pro-tech progressives back, please? I miss them.
I miss them. I miss what we had together.
Yeah. 35 of the world's top 50 AI companies come from California. AI technology to detect and attack wildfires sooner. And I think like the tone has just shifted because like the Democrat electorate, well, the electorate in general, both the Democrat electorate and the general electorate are just like much more anti-AI. So see, this one is like, oh, we're going to be regulating AI. We're going to be regulating
this
AI.
is kind of huge. So is Anthropic like reposting it? Are they homies now? When you chill with everyone, like
yeah.
you're chill with XAI, you're chill with the California government, you're chill with the Pope, bro.
We're trying to get chill with the president.
Yeah.
It's hard, but they're trying. They're working on it.
Yeah.
No, Anthropic didn't repost it.
Wait, they're embarrassed.
So what does this mean exactly? To strengthen cybersecurity, you can tell that like all of the politicians now are pilled on AI cyber risk. This is the first concrete AI risk that they are aware of and trying to counteract. I wonder why it was this. I guess it was Anthropic doing the costly signal of not releasing their model and thus, denying themselves a lot of short-term profit.
Yeah, I mean, this is great if this means there's like Anthropic FDEs that are just gonna like walk in and like, well, it's just cybersecurity, right? So they haven't partnered for anything else.
Well, they're providing Claude to state agencies and local
Okay.
governments at a
Yeah.
50% discount, which is big, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
This means
Wow.
that you reader, you watcher, are in the permanent underclass. You have to pay full price for Claude tokens.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like lean that this is a positive thing for state agencies and local governments to get.
No, this is great.
Discounted
That's
Claude.
how it should be, I think. Like, ideally, you see him like talk about how like, oh, we're gonna use it to, I don't know, do some sort of efficiency work in the state governments or something. But this is fine too.
That would be good.
Cybersecurity is the first thing. It's the most like pertinent thing that everyone's talking about. So
No, I mean like the discount part. Like
what do you mean?
the government of California can afford to pay full price for Claude tokens. I guess
I think it's still good.
It's good insofar as it gets them to adopt this tech sooner.
Like
I wonder
TBH
how many-
governments, like local governments of like certain cities around the country should get it at a 50% price.
That's true, yeah.
Like,
The California state government and many of its local governments are very, very rich. Not all of them
Yeah.
are. There are a lot of California local governments
I'm
that,
sure there's like random cities that are like
yeah, there's
not very rich.
yeah.
But yeah, it should like the way that it should be thought about is like if you're prioritizing development in a certain city, it makes so much sense to just like give them a discount of this sort. So,
Yep.
anyways, congrats, Gavin Newsom.
Congratulations.
Come on the show.
Yeah, come on the show, please. Oh, this thing was interesting. Google Cloud will offer specialist AI models for science research. Will offer specialist AI models. Oh, okay. Holy buried lead. It's
What?
not a Google DeepMind model. It's a Sandbox AQ model. I don't even know what this is.
Oh yeah, I read that earlier. I have
And
no idea. what it is.
it's an enterprise SaaS company that spun out of Alphabet in 2022.
Oh, it's large quantitative models. So, it's not LLMs.
This
It's-
sounds like marketing nonsense.
It
Like what-
probably. I mean, it does sound that way, but basically, what I imagine is just like a math model or something.
yeah.
Or no, it's probably like an Excel model. Like it's like, oh, I can put the numbers in the right place with no mistakes and do operations on them or something. I don't know.
I love how their website is just a pitch deck. Okay, so LQMs are basically just like LLMs that use lots of real world data in hard sciences, which is exactly what LLMs are becoming. It's like
are
when people used to say like, oh, LLMs, LLMs are trash. I much prefer like, reasoning agents that can call tools.
How are they?
LLMs
No,
cannot do
LLMs
this.
will absorb everything.
And then
slowly.
LLMs absorb that capability,
yeah.
and then LLMs are becoming LQMs.
But the LQMs are probably like there's probably some use in training them separately, just because like LLMs have famously made a lot of like math and operations mistakes. So it could be good to train them separately and then later have that research inform the LLMs.
Ops mistakes, call that oops.
Silly.
Yeah. So you will be able to access
okay,
these.
so
Why
Claude
is this a news
says they-
story exactly?
They eat different food and answer different questions. These Claude metaphors are just like getting so low effort.
I also, I just don't like the Claude writing. I love how people on Twitter are now identifying like exactly what is so annoying about the Claude writing. Like Vivid Void had a really good post about
I
this.
love Vivid Void. Good account.
Vivid Void is such a like kind man. He has extremely kind man physiognomy. Yeah. The fat was always the point. The salad was just keeping it company. I don't have a good word for the style, example above, of this fake profound LLM last sentence in an essay structure, but it is driving me crazy. It is everywhere right now, 100 times worse than M dashes. The fake mic drop sentence style.
Yeah, it's like it thinks it popped off. Like
Yeah.
it thinks it went hard with this.
Uh-huh.
That's kind of the
Take a concept that everyone is familiar with, explicate it into its component parts and common associations, map the web of conceptual relationships. Pick 2 or 3 that are glaringly unintuitive and workshop them until you get a formulation with the optimal combination of punch and color. Yeah. The style is soaked with the restraint that the professional class necessarily learns to avoid outshining their wealthy clients.
damn.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good read.
Mm-hmm. Of course, the final way we know that the robots are posters is that the labs themselves are full of inveterate posters. These people are so hopelessly tweet-brained, the compulsive preference for the style is probably Teflon in their nervous system at this point. Yeah. AI progress is just starting to boom, so human posters are still better than the bots for now, but weapons-grade DPD porn is only a matter of months away, maybe weeks, and people will absolutely slurp that slop until the heat death of their amygdalas, despite the fact that it contains no human wisdom at all, because the feeling of having had an insight was always the point. The actual insight was just keeping it company.
Wait, was that Claude at the end?
I think it was deliberate, like, human-sounding, like, Claude parody.
Yep. Anyways, back to LQMs.
Yeah.
Wait,
I don't know,
do
this
they
seems
do
like not a-
token? LQM is more of a marketing positioning term than distinct architecture.
Yeah.
Yeah, they use the same
That's what I said.
machinery, transformers, diffusion, graph neural nets. It's just the data type that they receive. Okay.
Yeah, we don't love those large loser models, LLMs. We are LQM fans here.
We carry the flame.
Okay. Here's
I just have to attach that like to anything that any sentence that vaguely sounds like we are Charlie Kirk. Anyways, go on.
we might get DeepSeek V4 this week or in a couple weeks. The DeepSeek V4 that we had was actually a preview. We're getting the real version of
Psych.
DeepSeek V4 soon.
Nice.
Mid-July. Yeah, you might think we had V4 for over 2 months already, but no, that was preview of V4. They expect a lot of demand and introduce a new mechanism, peak hour pricing. Tior Taxes is such an incredibly good writer. You know, sorry to glaze on the stream, but Tior Taxes is just one of the best accounts on the site. He has this like rare combination of like serious like quantitative technical knowledge and the ability to extract useful information from these very niche areas. He's always reading these like super niche ML papers, which is why he was able to be so early on DeepSeek. He was tweeting about DeepSeek in 2023. Remember, people weren't aware of DeepSeek until like beginning of 2025. I was aware of DeepSeek in like 2023, 24, entirely because of Tior Taxes.
Wow.
And on top of that, he's just an incredibly good writer. So you read his long form rants and you're like, wow, this guy can write well. He has the quantitative technical chops and he has a very broad knowledge base. Just an incredibly winning combination to be an incredible poster
Account
on
based
here.
in Argentina, by the way.
He is based in Argentina. He's a Russian who left to go to Argentina to escape the war, I
Insane.
think. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Big fans of Tior Taxes here.
Yeah. The phrasing suggests there are no new features, just continued infra optimization and model polish. Oh well. I love how he uses like, I think he uses OpenRouter as his like main LLM interface, which is interesting. Never seen anyone do that before. I'm not sure it's
Like
open.
router interface? Not even open router in like I see.
Yeah, like this. I'm not sure this is OpenRouter. It might be like Cherry or something. Cherry Studio. Yeah.
Oh,
Have you
I don't
heard
know
of
what that is.
Cherry Studio?
No.
Cherry-ai.com. It's just like
Wait, maybe I should use the Open Router interface.
it's a router. It's like you can use different models and the same conversation and whatnot. The problem is it's all
yeah,
like
I actually am super bullish on that.
yeah, I think this is Cherry AI. Look at the
Yeah. Unlock the power of AI.
the problem is like you have to it's API, so you have to pay based on usage.
Mm-hmm.
But it can't be that bad. What are all of these fake model? There's DeepSeek, and then there's AI only Burn Cloud. Oh, cool AI.
This is like the
Oh, cool AI. Sneakers
LLM
Oh, cool
equivalent
AI.
of like NPCs.
Yeah.
They just like generated in some fake models.
Cephalon, SophNet, SOPHNet.
What? Me mentioned.
No, you're SOF.
I know. Close enough. I want to use Fusion API. I think I have some token credits. Oh, our producer got locked out. Someone save.
Someone save our producer. She's locked out of the studio.
Okay.
Okay. What other stories do we have? So we covered Google Cloud is now offering LQMs in Google Cloud.
Right.
California partnered with Anthropic. Meta has a brain decoder. DeepSeek V4 is going to release soon. Senator Mark Warner from Virginia, who you might
Yeah,
remember
Agent
was
Bill.
the same senator who said that like Mythos was able to hack into the NSA in like an hour, which
Yeah.
did not happen probably. The information says he's going to unveil an AI agent bill. The draft of the legislation is expected to be released today that would create rules around privacy and other issues related to agents. So whenever I see a headline like this, it's like, is this going to be Bill Slop or Bill Gem? And I mean, it's never Bill
Or
Gem,
Bill Nye.
but
Sorry. I
Bill
was like
Nye.
random word association.
and this seems like kind of Bill neutral. You know, it's not Bill Slop. The rapid rise of agents raises thorny questions, for example, about how users can ensure the confidentiality of their personal information and whether Google and Meta and whatnot can throttle agents from other services. Seems like potentially a good idea to prevent platforms from blocking the use of other people's agents. I wonder, like, how it would work if, for example, regulations required Apple to have multiple app stores on their iPhones.
Wait, why?
Why what?
Like, I missed that line of thinking.
Apple right now owns the iPhone and it owns the App Store, so it controls which apps are even allowed to be installed on the iPhone.
Yeah. So it's like all these third-party app stores, some of which did exist. They were like either like illegal, they're just like jailbreak app stores.
That
Or
was like a big dispute between Apple and Epic Games, remember?
No, I don't remember. You can.
The whole Apple versus Epic Games dispute was that Epic was trying to allow people to install mobile Fortnite bypassing the App Store.
Epic v Apple.
Yeah. Because remember, when you make any purchase on the App Store, buying an app, making an app purchase, Apple takes a 30% tax on that. 30%.
Yeah,
a lot.
that's a lot.
So
That's crazy.
The way that a lot of these companies do their pricing is like you can do the in-app purchase on your iPhone and it's just 30% more than what it would cost on the web. The judge in this case, by the way, you might recognize this name if you're a longtime MTS listener, Yvonne Gonzalez-Rogers,
Yes.
who also
Yeah.
presided over the Musk v. Altman case in the same court, the U.S. District Court for the Northern
We
District
need
of
to hear
California.
her story. I love her. Like she's just like in charge of all of these big tech cases.
MTS mentioned, decided in favor of Apple on 9 of 10 counts, but against Apple on its anti-steering policies. So she prohibited Apple from stopping developers from informing users of other payment systems within apps. That's a lot of negatives in one sentence. So
Yeah.
developers can now link to alternative payment options, but it's still required a revenue share and heavily restricted how they can be shown in apps. and then
so
yeah,
they're, like,
they're
hidden in
they're
there?
just suing and suing and suing.
This makes sense because a lot of apps like that I will use will say like, oh, go to the web page and like configure or pay something from there.
Yeah. Do you remember APKs on Android?
APKs. That sounds really familiar.
Yeah. It's an Android package file, which basically allowed you to install apps that would just work on your
Yeah.
phone from the web. So you didn't have to go through the Play Store.
I remember this. Can you still jailbreak a phone? Or have they like cracked down
Probably,
on that?
right? Can you still
How
jailbreak?
to jailbreak?
You know the first person to ever jailbreak an
20,
iPhone was George Hotz.
I didn't know that.
iPhones can still be jailbroken, but is much more difficult, less common, and limited to older hardware and iOS versions.
Yeah,
Modern
so I have my
iPhones-
iPad mini is jailbroken and stuck on iOS 9.
That, oh my God, wasn't iOS 9 like one of the first like modern looking iOS versions?
Yes.
No, the first one was iOS 7.
Wait, okay, that was like the big jump.
iOS 7 was the first one that looked like this.
Yeah, I remember this.
iOS 6.
iOS 9 was really nice.
Do you
though.
remember iOS 6, which looked like this? I remember
Yep.
this.
Yeah.
I used to have, or my mom used to have an iPad that looked like this.
Yeah, the cool thing about jailbreak at the time is that you could do a lot of like you could custom icons and whatever, or you could revert back to this or whatever. Like, man, it was so much fun. But okay,
You can
like,
still technically do this on
my
modern
original
iPhones.
point. Now you can actually edit like your UI a bit more. Like you can create shortcuts or whatever. But there was this app store, this like alternate app store. It had like a rabbit. I forgot the name of it. And you could just like install like third-party apps. So there was this thing called Spotify Plus Plus. Do you remember this?
What? No?
Yeah.
Spotify
Plus. Yeah. And so it was this like obviously really dodgy thing. But I remember installing like the first thing that I did when I was really young was install Spotify Plus Plus because it would give you Spotify Premium for
on
free.
iOS?
Yeah, but it was obviously a hacked thing. Yeah, and you would install
What version, like what iPhone, what version of iOS was this?
Probably
Oh, that's
around-
right. I think Europe actually requires Apple to allow alternate app stores on iPhones in Europe.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what was the alternate app store with a rabbit?
Oh, that's annoying. The first two apps on the alternate app store are a Nintendo emulator and a clipboard manager, which have been banned by Apple forever.
Yeah, I used to run like DS emulators also on my phone. Tutu app. Oh my god, I just found the name.
Tutu app.
No, it's TUTU.
Tutu's my word.
Tutu Sahor.
Tutu.
Sorry.
Hacked and
Okay.
tweaked App Store official website.
Yeah. Oh my god, this brings me back. So, is it still?
I never did any of this because
You were a goody two shoes.
no, not because of that, because I had an Android phone forever. So I didn't need any of this shit.
Really? You
Yeah,
had
I
an
could just
Android
install APKs. Yeah. I had an Android phone until I was 19 or 20.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty crazy. But you had like an iPad or something. Like you were familiar with.
I was familiar with it because, Apple devices are everywhere and they're
Yeah.
very intuitive, but like,
Yeah. So I'm
All
trying
my
to think
devices
of,
were, like,
some
Windows
of the
and
things
Android
that
for a
were
long time.
possible with Tutu app. So there was Spotify Plus Plus. You can see the hacked Pokemon Go.
this is actually my first Mac. This might have been the first Apple
yeah.
device I ever owned.
Yeah, really. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, this was my first Mac as well. Yeah, so there's a hacked Subway Surfers. Oh yeah, so there was Instagram Plus Plus, Snapchat Plus Plus,
Rocket for
where
Instagram.
you could like this was back before.
Oh, I remember.
Instagram
I
let
remember
you,
this
like-
stuff.
Yeah, you could like save a photo or something like, or you could view people's profile pictures from Instagram back when before you could do that. Like you couldn't see the full photo. So it was like weird little hacks around social medias like that. And so yeah, so let me not implicate myself on the stream. I didn't do this. It's all hypothetical.
Yeah. This is
but-
all fiction.
It's all fiction, but yeah, this was like something that people did at the time, and yeah, there was a whole like ecosystem around it.
Anyway, we were talking about this in the context of hacked fake app stores are equivalent to like third-party agents running on major tech platforms. Duty of loyalty principle, which aims to enable fair marketplaces. For example, the bill would prevent a travel booking agent from directing a user to book at Hilton hotels because of a hidden partnership with that chain.
Okay.
That's fair, as long as it,
Yep.
I
Yeah,
guess,
yeah.
as long as it doesn't ban like
No, this is
legitimate
totally
partnerships.
necessary. I also think like there's going to be a lot more bills that have to be drafted for agents specifically. Probably, I would even say more than AI because agents are just coming faster. Like when we transition to like full agent economy or whatever, there's going to be a lot of messes. Like what they just
I don't know
said, a
about
hidden partnership or something.
I don't know about this one. This one seems pretty bad.
Let me see. Only registered agent.
So if you want to
providers.
make your own agent with Hermes or whatever, you're just like not allowed to.
Does that
use-
count though? Would they just not designate Hermes as like a registered provider?
No, I mean if you make your own model, your own agent with like open source models, with like your own fine tune or whatever, you can imagine that not counting as a legitimate registered agent.
That's tough. Well, that means the time is now.
Yeah.
Everyone make your agents right now and like scrape these websites while you still have time.
This seems pretty bad. This one seems pretty good. NIST will develop technical standards basically for agent skills.
Oh, great. Okay.
Um,
Well, I don't know how necessary that is. I think like places like Hermes already have that down, right?
Yeah, it's not strictly necessary. It's good for the National Institute of Standards to develop standards for the most important technology.
Sure.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it would also need to address other areas such as liability. That is true. If your agent does some bad stuff, who is liable? Are you liable? Is the creator of the agent liable? Is no one liable? Yeah,
that's gonna be
be tough. That's gonna be tough. I don't know. What would be like a concrete example of like an agent harm? This probably has to be case to case.
It's like the first thing is going to be like unnecessary unwanted purchase, right? That's going to be the most common one. Like, oh, I said, can you buy XYZ scarf? And it gets the name of the website or the color or the whatever wrong. And then it buys it for you. And then you're like, no, never mind. Like, I don't want it. And then
You're gonna tell your agent, "Ugh, I want this thing so bad," and then the agent's gonna mean, "Okay, I just purchased this for you. $10,000 has been withdrawn from your bank account. It's non-refundable."
Yeah. Oh, I just remembered another like dodgy thing I used to do on iOS, which was like,
The iOS pirate over here.
yeah, like because there was this really niche like iTunes support email that like no one was aware of except for me, and you could just email them to like refund you a purchase, any purchase. But whatever purchase you made, they would still give you access to that thing. So I remember
Damn.
buying like the $100 tier of like Dragon Veil gems. And then I emailed them and I was like, oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm like 7. Like it was
Were
my
you
bad.
actually 7?
My parents, I was probably like close to 7. I was probably either 7 or like 9. And I was like, my parents are so mad. I'm so sorry. And then they would just like refund it and I would get the Dragon Veil gems.
In the modern internet, they would be like, "Oh, you said that you're 7. We're now banning you from all of our services."
Yeah.
So sad.
Dragon Veil, by the way, generational game.
I remember this game.
You played this game? I was a
I never
Dragon
played
Veil
it.
mogul.
I never played it, but I remember it.
No, it was so fun.
I used to play this similar game called Dominations, which is basically like Civ for mobile. It's kind of like Civ and kind of like Clash of Clans.
Oh yeah, I can imagine you were really into all of this, like just build a
Map
little
swap.
mini city
Yeah.
type stuff.
I played Clash Royale a little. My top mobile games were always like just Minecraft Pocket Edition and a little bit of Terraria.
I played a lot of Terraria. Like I think I spent a lot of time on the Terraria wiki and I like knew all of the lore and how you would. I think I beat all of the bosses. What's the top Terraria boss?
The Moon Lord?
Oh, I think there's there's newer bosses that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they were going to do the Terraria final update, and then it ended up not actually being the final update.
It's just such a well thought out and like magical game.
It's a great game.
Anyways, what else do we
So
have?
this agent bill seems probably pretty good, probably net positive. Another story from Meta. They're putting limits on Claude and Codex. I love this. You can tell that the vibe shift on Meta has shifted back again because like they're using these like unflattering photos of Zuckerberg.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
are there flattering photos?
Yeah, like there's ones of like him looking
There's
at
him
Chad,
holding
like,
the American
wrestling,
flag
holding the
while-
American flag. Yeah,
While like on a boat.
yeah. So as Meta
Wait,
tries
so
to,
what does this mean? They're putting limits on Claude and Codex fearing distillation?
yeah, it's because Meta is a partner with Anthropic in some capacity, and if employees use Claude Code to build like internal tooling,
Yep.
to replace it, that's like a violation of Claude's terms of service.
Well, this is tough because I think like big tech employees like Microsoft, Meta, Google, like even if they're not allowed to use Claude or whatever, there's like an unquantifiable amount of their employees that are using it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really know.
Also, a
That's
bad
gonna
sign
happen
for
with
Meta
that.
is that they have their own models, like Muse Spark, and whatever internal version of Muse Spark that is, some months further in development. And
The Mythos version of Muse Spark.
but they don't even have Mythos. This means they would rather use Opus than like
Oh yeah.
Muse Spark. They would rather use GPT 5.5 than Muse Spark. Yeah,
Like if you're a meta engineer,
their internal models are behind their competitors' public models.
yeah.
Not good. Would you rather only ever be allowed to use Muse Spark or Sonnet?
Obviously Sonnet.
Kill me.
I would rather just do everything by hand, to be honest.
Let's see. This month it accused Alibaba of a distillation attack. That's right. Anthropic accused Alibaba of distilling.
That's so funny.
This is it just shows
They're
how
not distilling you, bro.
yeah.
There's what is there to distill? I'm sorry, that's so mean. Yeah.
Yeah. It just shows how broad the category of attack that is distillation attack is, because it's like if Meta employees are like, oh, well, if we can't just have unlimited Claude, maybe we'll build some of our own internal AI tooling around Claude to help save on cost. Is that a distillation attack? Who knows? Shifting more development work to Meta Code, previously known as DevMate, is
Okay,
increasing.
I've
important.
never heard of either of these things.
Meta is on track to spend billions of dollars on internal AI use alone this year. I wonder how much this adds to Anthropic's ARR, which is probably about 50 to 60 billion dollars now.
Oh, that just seems so inefficient. Oh my god.
What?
Like how much they're spending on. Oh, is this just saying internal AI use regardless of provider?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, because if they're developing like in-house stuff, oh, that's just so inefficient.
Yeah, I saw some argument a while ago that's like companies training, like spending huge resources to train giant AI models that are basically the same as each other is like very inefficient.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you think it's competition?
I
and
think
it's-
the models are different enough, and also competition is good, and also like this would imply.
But in the case of Meta and Microsoft, does it actually make sense?
For them to train their own models?
Yeah.
Probably. Because like if they can figure out how to lock in and make it work, then there are huge benefits to be reaped.
Maybe.
U.S. law doesn't explicitly prohibit distillation. I really hope they don't ban distillation. That would be really bad. I mean, sure, companies have their own interest in preventing distillation, but like if you just ban distillation, then you are handing the incumbents victory forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Meta's decision to limit the use of Claude and Codex was driven in part by concerns that the outputs of third-party models could indirectly make their way into training data, weakening quality as well as creating issues with external partners. So basically, Muse Spark training data would be distilled from Claude. It's going to be really funny if you talk to the newest Muse Spark model when it comes out, and it'll be like, "Hi, I'm Claude, a large language model created by Anthropic." You know how models do this sometimes?
I've never seen that happen. Use Spark. Can I use it? I've never tried.
Where is Muse Spark?
Is it in Instagram?
Oh, it's just meta.ai.
Okay. Let's evaluate its like
Personal superintelligence, son.
son. This is my personal superintelligence.
Yeah. Okay, what should we ask
it? I just want to kind of see its personality, to be honest.
Let's see. What are some funny accounts to follow on Instagram Reels? All right, we're logging in.
Dude, benchmarks are such a meme. I want to like just do like a meme with the benchmark format. I'll think about what it could be.
Are we serious? It just deleted the question I wrote, and I have to type it again. Okay, let's do thinking.
Amazing S-tier user experience.
Yeah. What are some funny accounts to follow on Instagram Reels? Let's see if it thinks its way through this one. In the meantime, we have
I genuinely think Instagram Reels is like the product that is going to continue carrying Meta through decades.
Yeah, really. I think Reels is like half of Instagram app time is spent on Reels. Or I think it's like more than half, which means that more in-app time on Instagram is spent on Reels and every other feature, stories, feed,
Yep.
DMs combined.
Do they have like a Meta version of CapCut? Because if I'm Meta, like
Okay.
big budget meme chaos.
I don't know who this guy is. Let's see. Is he funny?
Dude, I mean, if you have more than like 1 million followers, I'm just assuming your meme page is not funny.
Nope. Not funny. The infamous Alexa, where's the nearest cliff line that actually triggered people's speakers.
No.
These just sound like all of the other slop models in their writing. Oh God, it's this garbage. I said funny accounts to follow on Instagram Reels, and it's just this slop. Bay Area
Nice
Energy.
personal super intelligence,
Local
bro.
favorite. Yeah, personal subhuman intelligence.
Yeah.
sub intelligence. We finally invented artificial midwit
Soy
intelligence.
intelligence.
Yeah. ASI, artificial soy intelligence. What is
Bro.
this? How do you spell? Huh? Did you just say Chud GPT? That's funny. How do you spell downstairs wrong? That's embarrassing. Look at down satires. Okay, that is a little funny.
Okay. Dude, the Vine
That's a
boom
little bit
sound
funny.
effect is just like really good.
Yeah.
Whenever, yeah.
Bonus.
Local
K-pop
comedy
meets
wave worth
meme.
adding.
K-pop meets meme. Oh my God, that's so quirky. That's so quirky. K-pop, but it's also memes. I hate
my
this.
God.
I hate this bullshit that all the models do. How to sample them. Start with Mr. Beast and LaRussell for high energy, then sprinkle in Cam2R and Stephen Hay when you want something that you can send to friends with This Is Us.
To be honest, though, if we ask Claude the same question of like, who are some funny accounts on Instagram, I don't know
Yes.
that it would be much better.
But they don't have like, the ability to like collect Reels training data directly and work with the Reels department and all that. So
Okay,
like
yeah.
this is something that Meta should
Well,
have
I
an
don't
advantage
trust
on.
the Reels department to like know what is a funny reel. To be honest.
Hello, Reels department?
One reel, please.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, there must be some people in the Reels department who are like, Zoomers who like watch their own Reels all day and know what Reels are funny and aren't all just like millennial slop.
Yeah.
Uh,
Wait, I have to rescue my Uber Eats order.
okay, have fun with that.
If someone can volunteer, or I can do it, and you can hold down the fart. The fart. Hold down the fort.
That's an incredible Freudian slip there. I guess we
Thank you.
have this other story. Samsung, SK Hynix, and Naver. You probably don't know what Naver is unless you have been to South Korea, in which case you probably do know what
Oh,
Naver
it was
is. Because Google Maps doesn't work in South Korea, you have to use Naver Maps, which is their version of Google Maps. Anyway,
Oh, okay.
they're trying to build 8.4 gigawatts of data center capacity by 2029. So that's 3 years, and that's a lot of data center capacity. Remember, the largest operational data centers in the world are like 1.3 gigawatts. So it's like 5 of these really big data centers, equivalent to the biggest in the world. Our friends at Epoch, who we love Epoch, have a tracker that tracks the top data center by current power usage is 1.1 gigawatts. Anthropic, Amazon, New Carlisle. Where is this thing?
A beautiful name for
New
a baby girl.
Yeah. Naming my baby girl Anthropic Amazon. First name Anthropic, middle name Amazon. Yeah. Epoch got all of these high quality satellite images of data center sites, which satellite images are expensive, by the way, especially high quality modern ones. Google Maps refreshes their images every bit of time. New Carlisle, Indiana. It is really amazing that, these like quaint little towns just have like the singularity, the techno capital god machine
Yeah.
just airdropped into them. And you go to like a local city council meeting, it's like, oh, this company wants to build a new computer thing. Whatever. Let's let them do it because we are Indiana and not California.
Yeah.
And then like the machine god like is immanentized into existence in New Carlisle, Indiana.
Yeah, Machine God birthplace, New Carlisle, Indiana.
Yeah. I mean, I think it is kind of beautiful.
It's
People,
great. I
SF
think-
people love to glaze themselves as like, oh my God, the singularity is being birthed right here in San Francisco.
Yeah,
When it
that's
is-
not where it's happening, bro.
It's physically happening, not here at all. It's
yeah,
happening
yeah.
in New Carlisle, Indiana, and South Haven, Mississippi, and Abilene, Texas, and Richland Parish,
So
Louisiana.
what do you think is like the total headcount employed by one of these data centers? Like the Anthropic Amazon one?
In construction or permanently?
Is this one's built, right?
This one's done, yeah.
So how many people do you think are employed by?
I think it's like not a lot. It's like 20, 50 maybe. How many people work at a data center? Yeah, a typical large facility requires only 50 to 150 workers for routine operations. Okay, massive multi-building campuses can employ a few hundred.
Okay.
They will probably need to start employing more people because of security.
Yeah. So I guess it doesn't really drive that, like it doesn't really create that many jobs for people in the area or whatever, but like which one of these is Chinese, if any?
I think literally just Alibaba. Oh, this one is what? What is this? Johor Bahru, Malaysia has a
Oh.
huge data center.
Okay.
That's right across from Singapore. So this actually might be a Chinese data center.
Day one Nusa Jaya.
Day one, Nusa Jaya and Johor Bahru, Malaysia. Mostly complete. So there's a 9.1 billion data center that
It's kind of nice.
is a third of a gigawatt of power.
Do you see it?
Yeah. Wait, where are you looking at this? Oh, day one, Nusa Jaya. This is pretty cool.
It's like a mall.
It does look like a mall. This
And
literally
it's
looks
surrounded
like
by nature. Wait, it's beautiful.
this looks exactly like a mall that you would see like across from like a Japanese train station. Identical.
Yeah. It's cool.
Yeah, so there it is. Like this is Johor Bahru, and then across the water somewhere is Singapore. This might be Singapore on the right. I think it is. So Korea is getting really AI pilled. The government is mobilizing behind getting Samsung, Hynix, and Naver to build more data centers. And so Korean stocks are up. The Kospi index, the Korean stock market, has moved like all over the place over the last like month. Like look at the one-day moves of this stock market. Remember, this is the index of the entire country. This isn't just semiconductors or whatever. It's like down 10%, up 3%, up 5%, down 5%, 6%, down 5% today, or sorry, down nothing today. But these intraday swings are just like, this doesn't happen in the American stock market. Like up 3%, for SPY to be up 3% in a day is like huge. If you look at like, I don't know, biggest one day SPY moves in history, it takes like literally like COVID or the Great Depression. Yeah, the largest daily percentage gains are like Great Depression, Great Recession, Liberation Day. This was such an incredible time in the market. I don't know if you remember this.
Not particularly.
Remember Trump was like, oh, we're doing Liberation Day. We're tariffing everyone. The stock market got nuked. And then he was like, oh, LMAO, psych. And then the stock market
Oh,
went
yeah,
up
that was great. That
10%
was great.
in one day. That was such an incredible time to be on Twitter.
God. I wasn't on Twitter at the time.
You were missing out.
I know, I get so much Twitter FOMO from all of these tales. Cool.
What else do we have? Should we thank our sponsors?
We could very well do that.
I think that would be a great idea.
Let me get the magical sponsor scroll.
The sponsor scroll.
We should actually print it out. It's like an old-timey parchment.
That would be kind of goated.
And we get a quill.
A quill? That would be great.
Hear ye, hear ye. It's time for a sponsor read. But first I have to find it. And the way that I keep finding it is by going to the text.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
You know what's really cool? We were just talking about agent bills. But what if you need a Postgres backend for apps and agents? Well, then you should
I was
scale
just
your
wondering
startup
that.
on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
Something else you might also need is autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
What about the AI notepad? Try it once and never go back. Granola.ai/MTS.
Or what about maybe even the AI connectivity platform, Kong? Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Shout out Kong. What about not one lab, not two labs, not three labs,
Not 4 labs, not 5 labs.
not 6 labs,
Not
not 7,
7.
not 8 labs,
Not 8, not even 9 or 10.
not 10 labs, but 11 labs. AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Quick, pass me an ad. Ad quick. Make your brand a billboard. Out of home advertising as easy to scale as digital. Adquick.com.
And what about, perhaps, Merge? Build once. Connect to every API, tool, and LLM. OpenAI, Dropbox, and Ramp use Merge to get AI to production faster. Merge.dev/MTS.
And last but not least, Macroscope. AI code-based understanding for engineering leaders. Macroscope.com/MTS.
So shout out Neon, 11 Labs, Granola, Kong, Blitzy, Merge, AdQuick, and Macroscope. You guys are goated. And we'll be right back.
All right. Solid.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Today, I'm here with Terrence, who is the founder of TechDollar. TechDollar just announced new funding to go after one of the strangest facts of the modern economy. Many of the most valuable companies in the world stay private for years, so the people who own a piece of them are rich on paper but can't actually touch it. TechDollar lends them cash against that stock instead of making them sell it. We'll talk today about what TechDollar does, why this kind of wealth gets so stuck, and who should get a share in it. Terrence, welcome. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here, Sophia. Yeah, we're super excited to chat a bit. Like you said, I think there's a big financing wall we can get into, but can spend some time just doing some high level and yeah, have some fun.
100%. So maybe a good place to start is just letting the audience know, what exactly does TechDollar do?
Yeah, so Tech Dollar is basically building out private credit infrastructure for shareholders, people, institutions, anyone holding valuable private company equity. Like you said, timelines have gotten longer between
Yeah.
rounds. Companies are staying private longer. Private credit is still pricing these assets like speculative venture, even though they've re-rated into what most people our ages would probably view as foundational strategic infra for the next industrial cycle. So yeah, that's our core belief that most as these things have re-rated, private credit should have as well. There should not be a financing wall, and as liquidity events continue to get further and further out, there needs to be some alternatives that offer people to keep their upside, but get the quality of life they deserve when they open up Carta and see that big number that's not tangible for a long time.
No, that's so true. That big number is not actually tangible. You might have some equity in your startup or some company, and you see this whole big number that's on paper, but you can't actually access it. You can't actually buy anything with it or lend against it. So walk me through how TechDollar changes that. How can people actually be able to use that number to do things in the real world?
Definitely. Tax dollar is super simple. So from like a mechanics perspective, borrowers, let's just call them anyone that owns shares in any of these private companies, they come in, they pledge equity collateral. We originate all of those loans. So basically we go out to these employees, these shareholders, we say, hey, you shouldn't have to surrender your upside in the thing that you believe in the most, right? Liquidity needs basically shouldn't have to stop you from believing in something. So what we've kind of created is a platform where users can come in, obviously go through a really simple KYC flow, which we've all done before. And yeah, basically just upload documents, request a loan, and inside of 2 days, we'll give you a quote on liquidity without having to transfer any shares, surrender any of that upside, sell anything, and still get to get those quality of life improvements. Like I said, most of our borrowers, it sounds kind of surprising, being as they're some of the highest paid individuals in the world, right?
Yeah.
But they want to buy wedding rings, they want to buy cars, they want to go on vacations, and they want to do that without having to, sell what is the biggest asset that they own. So the key is basically exporting this mispriced, underserved private credit spread into something that is programmable and very easy to distribute, basically, in a nutshell. Yeah.
No, it's so fair. And I'm curious too, because you're a startup founder. Have you personally experienced that where you're trying to buy a wedding ring or a car and you're like, wait, I'm strapped for actual cash, but on paper, I'm technically a multimillionaire or something?
I'm not technically a multimillionaire yet. I hope one day. I have definitely a liquid. Every one of my friends will tell you
Yeah.
as liquid as it gets. But don't let liquidity worries drown your dreams. Something I believe in.
So true.
I think,
Let's get
yeah,
that
it is
quoted on
something I've
paper.
experienced, to be honest. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, no, tech dollar is all about just enabling patient exits for those who are building in decades rather than years. It's really a financial tooling platform to enable conviction more than anything else.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm curious because today we're starting to see that the actual time to IPOs or the time to actually get liquid from your stock is taking longer and longer and longer. And some of the valuations for these companies are higher than ever before. Do you have any specific examples of someone, maybe one of your customers or users that you've directly helped?
Yeah, definitely. So we have a large borrower base across basically all the deep tech companies probably floating below us right now, whether it be Databricks, Revolut, you name it. Most of our borrowers, we actually tend to cater to shareholders sub 50 million. Everyone above kind of gets treated a little bit kinder by the banks.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we've got most of our use cases. I don't know if you saw, but we're giving away a Porsche as one of our first borrowers because that was one of the
Wow.
largest demanded assets. People have come to us and been like, "Hey, I've always dreamt of owning this car. I don't want to sell my equity." So that was a big one. We've had someone buy a wedding ring. Maybe it was me, maybe it wasn't. No questions about it.
No one will know.
Um, yeah, yeah. But yeah, no, we're basically taking a bet on all these assets as leaders across the next like century, not just the next 5, 10 years. And our belief is that as that leadership hardens, collateral risk compresses, and we'll be the first mover there. So when you look at what banks are doing, giving quotes in 2 to 4 weeks, it's pretty hard
Hmm.
to get a quote and then get a car and then get your down payment off, whatever it might be. We can do it in 2 to 4 days. And once we've actually done one company's loan, we can do it in 15 minutes, which is quite cool. We've got a marketplace as well where users can actually directly buy engagement rings or cars.
Wow. Wait,
And
so you
we've
can
got
do
some
this
mortgage
all
partners as well.
within 15 minutes? So you're actually getting a loan and then you can start spending that money directly?
Yeah, exactly. So once your shares are audited, so you come into the
Yeah.
platform, submit whatever you have on Carta and Pulley. We're already integrated with Pulley, soon Carta, hopefully. Drag and drop, submit your equity. It gets audited by RSM. They're a top 10 CPA firm. None of your shares get transferred, so you hold all the ownership unless there's a default. We've never experienced any defaults, largely because these people want to own their assets, right? They just want
Yeah.
liquidity. They want to buy their engagement rings. So yeah, once those shares are audited, we can basically issue you a loan in 15 minutes. We can give you actually a card spendable in your Apple Wallet right away.
Wow.
So it's super convenient. There's no surface, there's no crypto surface, there's honestly, barely any financial surface. It's, hey, I own this, I deserve this quality of life, and we enable the access there.
Yeah. And I'm curious too, because your background, you come from a crypto world background, yet Tech Dollar doesn't do anything on blockchain rails. So how come Tech Dollar is going down more of the traditional financial path, and why is that the most accessible route for you guys?
Yeah. So tech dollar. So I think there's a lot of like problems with conflation between like the rails and the wrappers,
Mm,
right? We actually do build on blockchain rails. Our underlying infrastructure is on on-chain settlement, but we do fill some loans directly with dollars. We also can issue loans directly with dollars. That's what's so great about the platform. A user can come in, they can request a loan in stable coins, or they can request a loan in dollars. What we found is that most guys in deep tech, the one thing they understand is stable coins. But at the end of the day, when you go to spend your money, you just need money to spend.
yeah.
So what's behind that, card in the Apple wallet, or what's behind that loan that you request? Yeah, we just chose blockchain rails just for fast settlement and things like that. But our initial loan cohort will actually be filled almost in entirety from private LPs, dollar.
Yep. And how did you, as you were actually building this out, identify this as a problem you wanted to solve?
Yeah, so we actually started out not even really looking at the employee and shareholder liquidity side of things. Maybe not shareholder is the right word. We were trying to solve a solution for GPs. Most
Mm,
GPs, especially investing in these later and later stage private tech companies, especially on the humanoid robotic side, they were experiencing, these enormous up rounds. You see Databricks is at Series M. Funds are marked up, marked up, marked up, right? And GPs basically are faced with one option, and it's basically to do LP gymnastics, right? Raise a new fund, do a continuation vehicle, move on from there. That's not great. And eventually, that kind of blows up in your face. So this started out with one term sheet, one loan for a cohort of robotics companies. And from there, what we found in conversations with some other funds and actually just, friends and partners that are working at a lot of these companies in the Bay and these frontier labs was that they're facing the same problem, but at a much larger scale. So our initial loan that we signed actually back in August, we were going to just launch a credit fund. I was just going to launch a credit fund, and we built out this monitoring, servicing, underwriting platform. The tech for private credit is quite stale. And from there, once we started to kind of say, hey, would you guys be interested in this as well? We've ballooned from around $80 million in demand to now closer towards $500 million. I think we just crossed the $500 million mark in demand for loan principal, which is quite cool.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
It seems pretty obvious that this is an evident problem that almost all people who work in startups or just have a lot of on paper money but not actual liquid money face. Why hasn't anyone innovated in this space before? What's been one of the hardest challenges?
Yeah, we call it paper rich syndrome. It's a real thing. The thing is that so people have tried to do it in the past, right? Silicon Valley Bank, there have been small banks that have done this. Usually, banks actually will do this just north of $50 million worth of assets, and they'll tend to look at like a holistic portfolio value. So you'll have a private client manager that will say, okay, you're earning X amount of income, you own this, you own that, we'll give you a loan, but it's not singular asset collateralized. We focus on this section of the market, which is $50 million in assets and below, which is basically almost every employee at these companies. We also are issuing loans on a much shorter tenor, on average 4 months to a year. What Goldman Special Situations does, Merrill Special Sits, they're looking at 3 to 5 year timelines to liquidity events. We're not doing that. We offer our borrowers to just repay loan interest, bullet repayment at the end. So basically just everything you borrowed, you repay at the end. So that way you can get that quality of life improvement, that wedding ring on the finger, that car in your hand, in your driveway, within a week rather than within a month. And you don't have to go through all this loop of nonsense having to prove out your worth when really your worth is everything that you've spent your time building, right?
Yeah,
So,
no, I'm super curious what this looks like in the larger scheme of right now in the AI age as more and more people are starting to innovate and there's going to be even more people who are quote unquote paper rich. And so in this future world, how can people who have created a lot of value but maybe haven't fully realized that value yet actually be able to live their life with that value, be able to buy that wedding ring, be able to buy that car, be able to actually, use that money in the real world?
yeah, over time, we really want to expand the borrower surface beyond just, funds or employees sitting on illiquid positions. The end state basically becomes company embedded lending, right? It's an HR retention and tooling product to basically maintain your most valuable employees. So in an AI era where people are, seeing these things mark up by the hour, right? As we've seen in the past few years, or even on the other end of the spectrum, if we ever experience a deep tech winter, you don't want to have to take a full secondary haircut. You don't want to sell your assets at a 50% discount
Yeah.
after building them for 5, 10 years. So long tail, private credit and like NAV lending becomes the superior trade. And on economics, because these employees are so well paid, they can afford basically coupons, which are on our side around 5 to 7% cheaper than what the banks are even charging these guys that own more than $50 million worth of assets.
Yeah.
And they can do so much faster. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Well, Terrence, I wanted to thank you for joining us today. And before we go, I just wanted you to walk me through what does the future look like if everything you're building with Tech Dollar goes incredibly well? What will the next 5, 10, 100 years from now actually look like?
Yeah, so I think a century from now, Tech Dollar will look like SoFi, but for private credit. What we'd really like to do is provide employees, shareholders, everyone building, like I said, these foundational companies for the future of, the industry that our kids will take part in and their kids will take part in and have them be able to, own the things that are most valuable for the next century, next couple centuries without having to give up that upside for themselves or generations to come. So hopefully we solve that financing wall, and hopefully we do it fast enough. But yeah, that's Tech Dollar.
That's
Thank you
amazing.
very much though for having me on. It was great to talk to you. And yeah, if you want to check it out, Tech Dollars Live, you can apply to borrow. takes you 15 minutes, so give it a go.
Yeah, and thank you so much for joining us. And really cool what you're working on and working towards solving that paper-rich problem. So thank you so much, Terrence, for joining us. And we'll be back with MTS.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
We are back. We are live with Tim Huang, who we've had on MTS a few times now. One of our favorite guests. All of our guests are our favorite guests, but he's one of our favorite guests. And he's coming back to announce that he will be leading Frontier Legal Defense at Join FAI, which is a really, really cool project, actually.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Theo and Soph. It's great to be back. And yeah, this is a good one. I'm really excited to be on here talking about this with y'all.
Yeah, so what is Frontier Legal Defense for the audience?
Yeah, for sure. So this is a program that the Foundation for American Innovation, where I'm general counsel, has been incubating for some time. And the basic idea is that, we live in a world right now where I think everybody who's paying attention now recognizes where AI is going to go. And there are increasingly a lot of threats to the continued kind of progress of the technology, and in connection with that, sort of American leadership in the technology. And so what we think of Frontier Legal Defense as is a program that's going to be sort of the legal defenders, that we want to be in the space, helping to set good precedents around the technology, doing legal advocacy work, and also just like educating like the world of lawyers about what's happening in the technology, really in the interest of making sure that we get sort of court decisions that get this right around the tech and allow us to continue to be able to build, but also, protect American freedoms, American safety.
I think this is just a super awesome project.
Thank you.
Not to glaze too hard on the stream, but like really, like I think that this kind of thing is like extremely needed right about now. We need to have people who are AGI pilled, so not completely Pollyanna-ish about what the technology means. But the problem is, like, a lot of people have this just impulse to become central planners and be way too risk averse and try to foreclose too many of the benefits of the technology away until it can be like proven safe or whatever.
Totally. Yeah. And I think that's like, I don't know. I was saying to someone earlier today, I was like, if we're doing our job, we're almost going to annoy almost everybody, because the FAI vision of this is really a kind of federalism, a kind of balance of power, right? Where we all across the board, I think we see people trying to seize kind of exclusive, monopolistic control over the technology. And I just don't mean monopoly in a business sense, but like state power, entrenched interest power, even lab power, right, is all part of this story. And so the question is, what's the role for the law in that world? And I think, what we'd submit is really kind of separation of powers, balance of power, right? And so, we really do need a public interest legal group that is kind of fighting for that balance. And so hopefully we're going to be annoying everybody over the next 6 to 12 months.
Tyler Cowen describes it as checks and balances forever, which I think is great. And checks and balances have been like the thing that has ensured, essentially prevented tyranny in the modern world for centuries. I think it's great.
Yeah, and I think it's like, and it's dynamic, right? Part of the idea is like, well, there's no absolute system. A lot of it's thinking a little bit about what are the dynamics of the space and where are their vulnerabilities. And, I think one thing we mentioned in an announcement blog post is just that I think that, AI policy people have largely focused on the executive branch. They've mostly focused on Congress. Sometimes they've focused on international institutions. By and large, we really haven't invested in doing stuff, in the courts, in the judiciary. But if you've got short timelines, I think that's actually where you want to be and where some of the biggest action is going to be over the next, however many years or however many months, right? 2027 is only 6 months away.
This reminded me, one of the stickers I have on my laptop is the FAI Don't Tread on Me Shoggoth.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, we're probably going to reissue the Gadsden Shoggoth flag.
So good. It's so
I feel
good.
it's like it's true to the ethos of what we're trying to get to here. And yeah, part of it is just like lawyers that like believe we're going to be in a post AGI world. Like that's like surprisingly hard to find. And so, FAI really wants to be a center for those kinds of lawyers. And, we're not necessarily looking for storied partners at law firms. I think like young lawyers actually using many of these AI tools really can really punch above their weight. And the kind of program we want to build here is people who get it.
So why do you think so many people's instinct to dealing with AI risk is basically just concentrate power in the state?
Well, I mean, I think it's almost kind of like, there's almost a sense, right, which is like, what else are we going to do? And I think that kind of like belies like a lack of imagination. Like we live in a world where, polycentricity, balance of power, separation of power is like, it's like the American tradition in a lot of ways. But for some reason, we just have like lost a lot of confidence that we can get that kind of system to work. And so you're left in like this very dumb discussion, which is either nothing or state level, kind of like totalitarian control over the tech,
Yeah.
which is just like really insane to me and kind of throws away, kind of centuries of like kind of political thinking. And so I don't know. I think it's like we've just lost confidence that that can work. But I think we kind of have to believe, right? Because I think it's the only way we kind of find sort of a golden path through here, right? And I'm sounding a little bit like my friend Seb Creer here, which you all should have on the show if you haven't had before. But he,
It's in
really
the works.
believes.
He's
Good,
actually
good, good.
goated.
He is.
Okay, I mean, Seb, if you're listening to this, you should be on the show because it's incredible.
Yeah.
But I will also say, I think he's got a view, right? Which is, look, we got to think about how we get these kind of dynamic systems to work over time. And you can even do that in a world of extremely powerful AI systems.
Yeah. Do you think that there's an argument in the other direction, or like public sentiment or fear around like, oh, what if the big AI labs become like the only thing that matters, and like a new, like, basically just like amalgamation of power and capital, and they think it's going to swing too much in that direction?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is why I think like what I said earlier is like if we're doing our job, everybody should be a little bit annoyed with us all the time, because I think like this is a story also about, essentially like lab power too, right? One of the things that I'm quite interested in is, when a lab makes a safety promise to the public, like should they be legally accountable to those safety promises? Like maybe so, maybe like we should actually be fighting to build legal doctrines that kind of like put that into place formally. And look, I don't think it's like, we're not arguing or proposing that like the government take like a managerial ownership share in the labs, as some people are proposing. I think we're just saying, look, like you shouldn't be able to operate completely unaccountably, and that actually the things that you promise in public around safety are things that like we really can hold you accountable for. That seems important. That's like a thing that the law can do. And so I think those worries are well warranted in the same way that the worries about like complete state control are super worried, are good worries as well. But I think there's like a way through, and part of it is like thinking about like where the greatest risks are, like where are going to be the greatest excesses, and then how do we fight that?
So I guess taking the devil's advocate position here, you could say,
Totally.
well, historically, like technologies have been a right for people to use because even though they have risks, they have like incredible benefits, and it is good that people are able to do things without state interference. However, AI is not like the other technologies. AI has the potential to cause like absolutely unprecedented risk in recursive self-improvement and loss of control, which would be terrible, and in the nearer term, in things like huge cyber attacks and huge bio attacks potentially. And just like we wouldn't allow people to own a nuclear weapon, or making the metaphor a little more reasonable, we wouldn't allow people to own a rocket launcher. You're not allowed to own a rocket launcher, even though we have the right to bear arms. So,
Right.
why would you defend people's right to own frontier models, which could be just as dangerous or a lot more dangerous
That's right.
than a rocket launcher?
Well, and I think this is actually the right way of thinking about it, right? I think one of the things, and this is, I think, like maybe the back end, right? Like I'm sort of really interested in, we're going to build a legal defense program. We're going to be out there kind of like fighting for the good, and like, how do we actually do separation of powers here? That's going to require like some actually interesting legal R&D work, right? Because you just think about something like the examples that Theo, you gave. There's like rocket launchers, and there's like a computer, and I don't know, there's maybe like mRNA, right, as a technology. The problem with AI is it kind of like mashes these all together into one really difficult category, right? Like, what are we talking about when we talk about an LLM? Is like a chatbot an LLM? Of course not, right? Like anyone listening to the show knows that these are not coterminous things, but you have a very, very protean flexible technology that can do all of these things. And so I think there's going to be two responses to your question. I think the first one is I think there's going to be some like real hard legal thinking that needs to be done, right? Which is, okay, are there metaphors from the past that are useful for advancing the legal state of the art here? And there's obviously a lot of people doing good work on that. Are there also like completely new kinds of legal concepts and categories we need to bring to dealing with these problems? I think in this particular case, though, I mean, I think I sort of think about this a little bit like in the context of use, right? Which is, okay, well, some of this turns on how well you think your alignment technologies are. Some of this turns on how controlled you think these technologies are. Also, some of these just turn on like, what are you using the technology for, right? Which is, well, you can clearly use a computer to go hack someone, but we're not like, okay, computers as a category, right, need to be absolutely locked down as a result. What we say is, okay, we have reasonable controls when you get a computer and like what you can do with them. And then what you actually apply them for is like where the law takes action, right? And so I think, again, what I'm trying to get to, probably more than we can do in the context of a stream, is like that there's subtleties here, and we can pull different parts of the lever. Like I can focus on uses without necessarily focusing on, regulating the entire underlying context of the technology, which is seems like some people really want to do.
Yeah. What about copyright? I know that's like, in the face of the big picture, like bio risks, cyber stuff, it's maybe like not as important.
How will AI affect the trout population?
Yeah.
This is now a trout interview.
It's now a trout interview.
Yeah, actually, so this is actually, Soph, I'm glad you brought this up. Like, I mean, this is literally how FAI got involved in some of these issues and sort of how we became convinced that we really should do a bigger program here. I'm a long time like copyright, AI, and tech guy. It's kind of how I got into technology. It's like kind of my first love in terms of like law and tech. I think what we see actually in the world of AI and copyright is this sort of like entrenched interest bit. We've been talking about the state, we've been talking about the labs, but another bit is just like people who control inputs to the technology that may really want to have a kind of exclusive lever to control where AI is going. And this is kind of, I think, how you read like a lot of the content industry's lawsuits on this stuff, right? Which is we eventually ultimately want to have the legal rights to determine the fate of where AI goes. And I think this is almost as insane as being like, oh, well, you can use AI to hack, so shouldn't we lock down this technology entirely? I think it's almost similar to say like, look, I contributed Mickey Mouse, and so doesn't that mean I get to tell you what you want to do with this AI? And so like, I think this is like when we got into the space and we filed a bunch of amicus briefs you can find on the FAI website about this, is like, how do we protect fair use in this world, right? Where we actually think it's pretty important for training data and training on data to be widely protected as a fair use. Now, there's things that models can do that are certainly copyright infringing, but I think on the core ability of like, can you create models? It feels like that's got to be transformative. That's something that the copyright law should really encourage, right? And I think this is now us starting to be kind of thinking a little bit about what the right policy looks like.
Yeah, totally. So I guess like the whole legal discussion is like, on one hand, you have all of the like legal talent and I guess lawyers that are like not AGI pilled enough or whatever it might be. But then there's also the judicial part of the actual government and judges and clerks. So how are you guys thinking about like that side of things?
Totally. So we did an amicus brief in DOW versus Anthropic, because obviously supply chain risk, one of the most interesting things going right now is Fable 5 and Mythos. So we've been thinking about that quite a bit because this is sort of the funny thing. If you think most lawyers are not AGI pilled, do you know a population that's even less AGI pilled? It's like judges. Wow. And part of the strategy we were talking about for the Anthropic case is like, do you think the judge will even know what a Claude is that's going to be like deciding on the supply chain? And if you're like me, that's like a little bit like, okay, well, and this will maybe downsell what I'm trying to pitch, so you'll forgive me in advance if you're listening to this, is a big important bit of work we can do just like informing judges what AI is.
Right.
Like, I think there's like no advocacy needed. All I want to do is sit all the judges down in the country and say, this is how machine learning works. This is what an LLM is. Maybe I sneak in like, and here's what Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality are at the very end. But I think it's like important for like judges to know this. And so this is a big important part of the work, is, not just judges, of course, but I think like the legal profession as a whole just needs to be more educated on what's going on here. Because I think they're, in the parlance of the Bay Area, they're miscalibrated, right? Like I think they're miscalibrated on how far things have gotten. They're also miscalibrated on like how far some things are still behind. And I think like good decision making relies on the facts. And a lot of what we may do, in our initial kind of forays into court will just to be like the most technically informed participant in the proceeding as we can be. That's kind of what amicus can do. And I think one of the things that we really want to focus on.
Sitting down with like a 70-year-old judge and explaining cross entropy loss and backpropagation.
Exactly.
That would be really funny.
It's like, and this is gradient descent. This might be harder than what I signed up for, but we're about to find out.
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
To what extent do you think that AI, new applications of AI in law are covered by existing law and regulation versus needing to create entirely new laws and regulations?
Yeah. Well, so I think this is actually one thing I wanted to point out, and maybe to kind of expound on a point I was making earlier, right? Like for some reason or another, AI policy has always focused very much as like an executive branch thing and as a legislative thing, right? We've really spent a lot of time being like, okay, well, how do we get the right executive order to be written, right? Or how do we get the right bill to be passed? And I think one thing you could say is like, yeah, actually, the AI policy community, AI safety, whatever you want to call it, is has been successful because those EOs exist now, those legislation does exist now, and I think it's now kind of the court's turn. And I tend to be a really big believer in the common law, right? Which is that like, how do we solve some of the most enduring structural challenges in American society when it comes to the law? Well, we painstakingly think through every single incremental case, and we develop good rules that are based around that through experience and debate, right? Like, what could be more American than a way of doing this? And so, I guess Theo, what I'd say is like, I think like this is very hard to paint with a broad brush. Like, do I think that new rules are possible or maybe even desirable? Yeah, maybe. But I think by and large, I tend to really believe in like, can we get the common law working the way it should? To really kind of allow this technology to diffuse in a way that balances all the interests, balances the opportunities and the risks, as they say in the biz. And so I think that like that's actually like where I think we should spend the majority of the time. And
risk.
Yeah, exactly. And I think but like it or not, I think like that's actually where things are going. Is that like, there's just going to be so much action in the courts. And what they're going to be really doing is trying to apply these principles of, say, statutory interpretation and applying elements of traditional common law to working out some of these problems.
Yeah. So what does the kind of education within the court look like? Like, do they bring in like an expert to your knowledge? Like whenever, the Elon versus Sam Altman case, I'm sure the judge was actually quite well versed for like her profession. But like, how do these judges get sort of like informed technically right now?
Sure. Yeah. So, obviously there's numerous ethical rules, as you might imagine, right?
Yeah.
But even within that context, I think the good news is that the legal profession has a thing that's known as CLE, right? Or continuing legal education. And you're basically forced to take classes in some periodic way.
Right.
And it will not surprise you to learn that actually like a lot of these are like extremely boring and no one wants to go to them. And I've been actually kind of thinking like maybe one thing we could do is just create like the most incredible CLE that anyone has ever seen. Because I think a lot of it is just like, especially with stuff like AI, like a lot of it is like when you see it really fully demoed, it kind of, you understand it on a visceral level. And I think that's what it will look like. I think initially is like thinking a little bit about like, what is the repeatable programming that people are gonna have to fulfill this requirement anyways. Let's give them something to talk about and something that will really actually help them think through what's not just happening to like, American society through AI, but also like the American legal profession itself, which is like about to like get totally overturned, revolutionized, I would say, by the tech. Yeah.
What about how judges get selected for these very technical cases? Like, for example, is there some process or mechanism that knows like, oh, there's lots of tech cases in the Northern District Court of California, so we'll send like more techie judges there, or is it kind of random?
Yeah, it's random, right? And the short answer is basically like every court operates as its own really weird beast with very kind of specific principles about how they do things, and so it's hard to give a general answer to that. But it is true that there's certain judges that I think professionally either pride themselves really on knowing the tech well, and some of them also like. They also see it as a matter of professional pride, right? Like they really want to be the first to kind of like make the decision on this issue. Definitely was the case in the copyright litigation, but is going to become like a bunch of different places where I think judges want to make their mark.
Yeah, I totally see that being the case as well.
Yeah.
What do you think about the potential for AI judges? Well, both the potential and the practicality of it, because I think that could be really good, actually. Like, human judges are susceptible to human biases, and human lapses of judgment and error. and human lack of knowledge. And I think like it would be possible in the long run enough future to just have strictly superior AI judges. Maybe you could even do that now. I don't know. Like I think Claude is probably a better judge than some percent of judges. You know more about the law than
or
I
at
do.
least like AI informed judges, or like judges that are like very heavily using.
No, I mean fully autonomous judges.
I know that's what you mean.
Yes.
Yeah, that's clearly, I understand what Theo is asking is about fully autonomous luxury judges.
Luxury judge, yeah.
Luxury judges.
Automated luxury gay judges.
That's I would say there's a couple ways of responding to this. One of them is, I think, just like there's obviously like the legitimacy question that is important to the law, right? Which is, imagine a world where a judge could be fully automated in luxury and better in some sense, right? And we can ask the question about even what that means. Is the idea of a fully automated judge like actually the one that provides the legitimacy of the justice system for certain decisions? Like sometimes you actually want a human writing the decision. And so I think that like that also that's going to be one really big cap to, fully automated judiciary. I would say the other bit though, maybe Theo, in your favor, is like, I actually, wonder a little bit about how much Claude is already operating branches of the government, right? Like you certainly see AI being used to write legislation and certainly being used to write memos internally and do executive orders. So do you think that there's some overworked clerk somewhere who's like also helping it to write like opinions for judges? Like I haven't seen the analysis, but like I kind of am like it's got to be happening.
Certainly,
And so I think like one future we might run into is a world where AI is like accelerating, basically like legal, like what happens in a judge's chambers. Though I'm a little bit skeptical of the idea that at some point we're going to just be like pull out the judge, like plug in the AI.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I could imagine wanting human judges for a lot longer in cases that concern new law. Like, federal cases like the Supreme Court. But it seems like a lot of what some judges do is quite straightforward application of the law, like determining whether a criminal, or I guess determining whether someone is a criminal, whether someone stole something, whether someone killed someone. And it seems like those would be quite straightforward to automate.
Yeah.
What about things like parsing evidence or something?
Totally. Well, so totally. Yeah. So this is actually getting into something that I really love. I mean, one of the reasons I went to law school is I used to be a software engineer, and my original vision was like, can we automate lawyers? And so I really wanted to run a law firm called Robot, and Huang. That would just be like two automated guys. And when I graduated, this was like not really a thing you could do, but you're kind of looking at it now and you're like, maybe this is where we could go. Yeah. I would say, like, to respond to you, Theo, and then Soph, to your question, is like, I think, my thinking has matured a little bit on this, which is that there's actually a lot of battling in the law over precisely the question that you're asking, Theo, which is it a new question or not, right? A sufficiently smart lawyer can always be, oh, this is a novel case, right? And the other side will be like, no, this is the case judge. You should just make the decision. It's very clear. Like, this is precisely what lawyers argue about all the time. And so I think the right thing to know is that it's not always entirely clear how much is routine and how much is not. Now, I think so for your question on evidence, one of the seminars I would love to do is basically how AI is going to totally change like the rules of evidence. So there's a very elaborate system in the court system, which is like, are you allowed to even bring this evidence into the courtroom at all? But in a world where like stuff is like a lot more fakeable and you can generate like voluminous amounts of it, it just seems to me that basically like the laws of evidence are going to really have to change. Like you can imagine a world where anyone can just like have AI write their brief for them. We may just lean a lot more on oral argument, right? Like judges are like, okay, well, you actually got to come in. I'm going to just like grill you to figure out what you actually know. And so the court system is quite clever about dealing with like tricks that AI might use to get around it. Now, the question is like, is it moving too fast? Is it moving too slow? I think that's almost a policy question in of itself.
What about AI affecting evidence in the sense that people talk to their chatbots about planning crimes? Like this has already happened in a few different cases. People are like, "Hello, ChatGPT.
I am about
please
to rob
tell
a
me
store."
how to please tell me how to like kill a bunch of people." And then ChatGPT says, "I'm sorry, I can't do that." But like this is like record somewhere. So
yeah. So this is actually one of the areas we are really interested in FAI, and we might actually explore some more. Not doing crimes. We don't want to do the crimes, but like Bit of history, right? Like when everybody moved from storing data on their computer into the cloud, you know what happened? Actually, like Fourth Amendment had to kind of figure out what to do with that situation because the cops were like, I don't need to bust into your house to get your stuff. I'm just going to go ask your cloud provider to give us your data. Now the question is, okay, you tell something to your chatbot, like that might be the kind of thing you might tell your therapist or your lawyer or your financial advisor. Like, is there a form of like privilege that should kind of apply around that? Like, what does that actually look like? And in a world where you think that like the state really might use some of this stuff against you, there might be an argument for it, right? And so I think this is what I mean by legal R&D. Like we can be creative about the kinds of like rights that we create, the kinds of kind of concepts that we introduce, and all of it's in the interest of, I think, of balance of power.
Another thing that I'm kind of curious about, I'm not sure if there's any data that could inform this, but do you think people will just start taking more things to court more often just because we're in such murky waters of like evidence can be faked, the digital environment is like a mess and rearranging right now? Like,
and probably it will be easier to file lawsuits if you
it'll
could just
be easier. Yeah, you can have
write your stuff.
I can have
Claude.
my Hermes agent, sue like somebody or something.
Claude,
Yeah,
sue
I
this,
think this
Grok,
is-
sue this person.
Yeah, exactly. Make no mistakes, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally going to happen if it isn't already happening. And one of the predictions I have is that in the law, there's notion of like the law of standing. So this is like, what do you need to prove to even get into court to do a lawsuit? And you could imagine a world where basically like the cost of bringing a lawsuit just drops effectively to zero, where you're going to see a huge number of lawsuits, many of them on dubious footing. And so it's possible that the courts in response really actually got to do their countermeasure, right? It's almost like cybersecurity, where like they're going to say, okay, well, we have to really raise what you need to show to get into court in order to deal with that onslaught. And that's coming. I think this is what I mean by post AGI law is like, it's not literally you have to believe in machine God taking over the world. The systems that we have today are about to totally change the way that law gets practiced.
Yeah, for that first step of like, proving so that you can actually get into court, like, is there an equivalent? How can that be optimized? Can there be like a fast food for law where it's just like very quick screening? I don't know how like, how efficient it is right now.
Yeah, and I think this is a place where they might go. I mean, I think it's going to probably be the lagging thing, right? Because like judges by and large are not super like, oh, well, let's just optimize our systems with technology to deal with this, right?
Yeah.
But you could see a really natural place where some of this goes where they say, okay, well, to Theo's point, we have enough confidence in XYZ model that we're going to use it to do preliminary evaluations. Is that a future? Possibly, And I think it's like, if the problem gets big enough, sure, I could totally imagine it happening.
And for there to be, like, I'm still thinking about Theo's question, for there to be like an AI judge or at least some model that is like trusted by the judicial system to help judges make their decisions, like, do we have to basically ensure like objectivism? Like, do we have to reach peak objectivism, and will that be developed by the labs? Is that going to be like a natural like side effect of like just creating a really good model?
Objectivism.
Yeah, that's right. I think I have a hard time believing that the American court system is going to be like, we're glad to say we've signed a new partnership with OpenAI. I think it would bring a lot of legitimacy issues up.
It's probably like 20 years down the line or something.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Yeah.
Like
Nothing is
when
ever
Sam
20
Altman's,
years down the
God
line.
Emperor
Yeah,
of
that's
America
true.
or whatever. Yeah, exactly. But I don't know. I mean, famously, like the legal system runs on a system called PACER, which is where all the filings happen. And like people really grumble about it, but one of the reasons it exists is basically like it's really hard to farm this out to private industry for obvious reasons. And so, the idea that like there might eventually be a model that gets built internally that the court system thinks it could trust feels pretty natural because it's hard to imagine that you just like agree to work with an outside vendor.
Yeah, you could imagine like a world where they use like an assortment of vendors. They use like Cherry AI or OpenRouter, and they ask a question and get different responses from different models. Or maybe the U.S. government will train their own frontier model. Maybe in 2029 when we get
What if they
the
train
project.
their own jury and you have like 8 simulated personas? And they just
I think that kind of thing in some form will actually be real in the future. Like we will have different AI agents with different personalities and worldviews and values that will, vote and make aggregate decisions, like how human civilization works.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And I think there's actually like a really interesting world to be done. We won't touch this so much for the FAI program, but mediation, right? So there's a whole ecosystem where the court is like, don't sue each other, people. If you could just work it out, like we don't even want to hear from you all. And so sometimes the court will be like, you guys should do mediation before you come to us. And that is a world where I could totally imagine like people trust an AI judge. They just toss their arguments in, and then there's like just like a debit and a credit to a bank account or something like that.
Right. Okay.
Like an
Yeah.
AI arbitrator? Or
Yeah,
what's the
totally.
other what's the other word? Similar to arbitrator.
Arbitrator, mediator.
Mediator.
Yeah.
Mediator. Yeah. And that could be almost exactly like, so if you're talking about, which is like, well, I get to pick 3 models that judge me. You get to pick 3, and then whatever they say, we'll just agree to
So
be
it's
bound
just
by
shift
the
to the
terms.
private sector.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah,
Like
yeah.
AI
I don't know if
arbitration as
anyone
a
who's really.
service?
I don't really know of anyone who's working on it at the moment. I'm sure there's experiments, but like
That
I
could be
think
really
it's a
good, I
real
think.
venue viable future.
Can you
Yeah,
imagine
totally.
this
I think
for,
it's
like,
like
divorce
more of it.
law?
Yeah.
You're-
Oh god.
I'm just thinking this is basically like a couples therapist that like both people feed their arguments into. Yeah, that's really
Yeah.
interesting.
I
Yeah, I
actually
think there's going
think
to be
I
more coming like that.
would not want Claude Opus 4.8 as a judge. Now that I think
Just
of it
don't
a
trust.
little harder.
Don't trust him. Don't trust him.
Not even that. I think like the way the model writes with all of these caveats and all of these like flipping back and forth on itself, I think it's probably not great. I think the Claude models as they exist now are not really optimized to be judges and interpret the law. But I'm certain that we will have models that are very capable at doing this in the future. And I think it's likely that we could create a model to do so today.
Yeah, I think so. We just need the right reinforcement learning environment, actually.
Yeah.
But so someone out there should build that, because I think it's like one of the most exciting things that could happen.
Yeah, totally. Well, I think we're past time, right?
Yeah. I barely even
Oh,
noticed.
cool.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Things by. Well, Theo, so thanks for having me.
Absolutely, anytime.
Yeah. This was so great.
Definitely.
Thanks so much, Tim.
Talk to you
Talk
soon.
We'll
soon.
see you
ya.
again. And we'll be right back.
back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Today, I am chatting with Rob Slaughter, the co-founder and CEO of Defense Unicorns. Rob previously served in the U.S. Air Force, and now he's building software infrastructure for defense and national security customers. Defense Unicorn focuses on mission-critical software, secure deployment, and DevSecOps practices inside the actual Department of Defense. And today, Rob, I'm so excited to have you on and actually talk about why defense software is still so hard, what the Pentagon needs from modern software companies, and how AI is completely changing the national security technology stack. Rob, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on the show.
Amazing. Maybe we can start off just setting the scene for the audience. What does Defense Unicorns actually build for the Department of Defense?
Yeah, it's all about getting software to warfighters, which might sound like it's straightforward, but in military systems, it's incredibly complicated. What makes it complicated is really a series of things. First, these are highly secure, many times air-gapped environments. Many times you're running on somebody else's infrastructure, serving potentially somebody else's platform, running somebody else's mission app. And really the third thing that makes this very complex is, this isn't centralized compute. This is all about decentralized, highly distributable systems really deployed across the world and really being managed by like really everyday Americans. They're, the infrastructure, platform, and software isn't getting managed by, some Google SRE. It's getting managed by some soldier or Marine or airman. And so you have to really abstract a lot of the things that makes it difficult and make it easy for those folks to manage their own software.
Yeah, no, definitely. And something that you've even said is that software is the country's newest weapon. What does that mean? Why is that the case?
Yeah, so to me, it really goes back to, if you think about what's going on with society right now, I think there's a ton of parallels between, advancements in AI and the nuclear bomb. You have really these nation states really start to have this quiet ramp up of what's really, at the end of the day, kind of an arms race. There's been a lot of recent policy that was just released on starting to restrict access to things like Mythos and other open AI models as well now. And so really what we mean by that is whoever's going to win the next war, whoever's going to win the next engagement will be the country or military who is best at software. And so all new modern systems are software-defined systems. And so you really have to start thinking about software as a weapon system itself.
Wow. So AI, you just compared AI to a nuclear bomb and saying those who control AI and control software ultimately have a lot of power and a lot of responsibility. And so I'm curious, how does Defense Unicorns come into that conversation? Where is AI actually doing the real work in defense today?
Yeah, so that's a great question. As of today, at least, U.S. still leads, and when it comes to frontier models and AI capabilities, obviously China is very close behind. I think really, really, really close if you look at some of their latest open source models. But for the U.S. military, it's all about actually deploying it to the systems that need it. Because AI not in the hands of the actual operators or AI not next to the actual mission data isn't very useful at all. So, said another way, AI operating at an unclassified system doesn't actually provide us a warfighting capability. What provides us a warfighting capability is AI running on a secure and classified system. Current military operations that might be, is possible for certain systems, in like secure cloud deployments. But really where the gap is and where Defense Unicorns plays is in these highly distributable, highly decentralized system. Really when you start looking about edge compute. And so we run as a company and have developed a system called UDS. It's a Unified Defense Stack. It's deployed across 85 systems today. It supports over 457 new capabilities. And the majority of those capabilities, more and more often now are running AI workloads.
And something unique about your guys' work is that all of the code is open source. And it's almost in juxtaposition to what a lot of people would say. It's like, oh no, close source everything so that adversaries can't see that. But you actually insist that open source is how you make things more defensive. And walk me through that. Why does it feel like these juxtapositions?
It really just comes back to collaboration.
Mm.
It's our goal to have UDS on all 100% of US assets. The way you have to do that is an open source approach. And I'll actually use Chinese AI models as an example.
Yeah.
China may completely dominate AI one day when it comes to an open source model. I can almost guarantee you that the Department of War is not going to use that model in operations,
Mm.
or not use it regularly in operations. Why? It's a Chinese model. To us, UDS is the same way. Like our adversaries are not going to be interested in using our technology in military operations, but all of our allies might. And so, how do we support those allies? How do we make sure that they are able to actually manage their system in a non-vendor locked way, while as a vendor still providing best-in-class capability? And the only way to do that is an open core model.
Wow, interesting. And so, what I'm hearing is if you think people who are adversaries are going to take your open source and that use that for bad things against you, that's actually not what you're seeing in practice. And so, what would you say is maybe the main thing people get wrong when it comes to open source?
I think the number one argument against open source is security. They see the fact that it is open to the public as an actual vulnerability. The reality is the majority of the world today runs on open source software.
Mhm.
The vast majority of closed source software is actually open source under the hood, with a small amount, a small percentage of the code base actually being their proprietary so what. And so, there's a lot of arguments that people make around, hey, are you concerned if UDS is flying on all these weapon systems and it's open source that this is somehow a vulnerability?
Mhm.
Are we concerned of that? Absolutely, we're concerned, and we should be. But the reality is there's already dozens of software products that have that level of distribution. Things like Kubernetes, things like Linux, and a variety of products in the Linux Foundation, as well as the Cloud Native Computing
Mhm.
Foundation, CNCF. Those products have mass distribution across the Department of War today, and a lot of them are being maintained, not just by U.S. and allies, but actually by foreign individuals as well, and some, in many of in cases, not actually people who are our friends.
Yeah, that's super interesting as well because you talked about security, and right now you guys have to work on a lot of speed. You guys have to do things very fast, and the future that AI and everything is going towards, it's like imperative that you're building in super fast ways. But your guys' customer is the U.S. military, and so values like security is probably the most important thing to do. So how do you deal with that trade-off between speed and security at your guys' company?
Yeah, you really nailed it. You can't compromise security for speed. You really have to bake in security into the actual software development process itself. And so really, in today's society, this is all about agentic AI workloads
Hmm.
and AI loops. And you just have to effectively take the extra cycles to build in the security into those loops themselves. You can't just, vibe code with no guardrails. You have to actually bake in the scaffolding and the guardrails themselves into the entire software development lifecycle.
What does that actually look like, though, for you guys?
Yeah, so it's simple things like just looking at vulnerabilities, CVE counts. It's actually testing it. It's actually AI automation when it comes to like pen testing, the
Mm.
capabilities to see what's exploitable or not. If something is exploitable, how do you then reprocess it? And the other big thing is how do you take functions from a security perspective that don't need to be regenerated from an AI perspective
Hmm.
every time? How do you actually take the functions from a security perspective and make them fully declarative? And so what I mean by that is like you don't need to reprogram how you do your IDAM or SSO, meaning like how does a user authenticate and log into a system? You don't have to actually regenerate that every new application. You can actually sit that in stone, make it declarative, make that robust, and then when you're building capabilities on top, that's really where the AI workloads, take advantage. So it's really a combination of when do you use AI for when it's best of the world at,
Yeah.
and when do you not use AI because you already have something that works today?
Interesting. And what I find also very fascinating is that even though your customer is the US military, probably everyone could benefit from having AI that's more open and more secure and more decentralized. Is that what you're also finding too?
Absolutely. I think being an open source company, we're always fascinated by the people who are using our open source technology. So one of our open source technologies, Zarf, it's used across the world today in air-gapped environments. Every time you go through a TSA checkpoint, they're running on Zarf. Things
Wow.
like oil rigs, different energy partners. And so, I think a lot of the things that we're solving for the U.S. military, that's our customer, that's our focus as a company. It's really important to us that we stay focused there. But a lot of the technology that we're developing off to the side is actually finding use cases really across the world.
Definitely. And it's also interesting because a lot of people who are maybe working on defense startups or AI in defense don't have that same Air Force background that you do. And you particularly came from the Air Force world, not just the Silicon Valley tech world. And so I'm super curious, how does your personal experience influence what you actually ended up building with Defense Unicorns?
Yeah, customer intimacy is, I think, important no matter what, really domain you're in. We lived the problems. We felt like as individuals that nobody understood the problem better than us. And honestly, we tried to solve those problems while still active duty. And so, we really came to the realization that it really is going to take a company whose sole focus is to really rebuild the military tech stack from the ground up and to just 100% focus on the talent necessary to do that. And so I think it gives us an edge. We know what works, we know what doesn't work. We obviously understand the acquisition process as well, which is many times a moat. We understand, how difficult it is to run a company. There's a lot of companies out there that rely on a ton of international and foreign developers. In the U.S. military, that's something that they really hard. It's very important that this is, U.S. development as a primary focus. And we really felt like as individuals that we could actually come to the table and build this new technology.
That's amazing. That's amazing to see. And you're specifically working on AI in the defense world. And I think this is something that instantly a lot of people feel very passionate towards, but also may not totally understand what actually happens under the hood and how adversaries might use artificial intelligence and use this technology. And so I'm curious if you have a specific insight and understanding about defense and AI that maybe the public doesn't totally know quite yet.
Yeah, I think that's a great stage setting to really the problem we're trying to solve. And so to tie it back into my background in the military, approximately 10 years ago, I was deployed in the Middle East. I was deployed with like 4,000 airmen, and we were managing about 70 aircraft. Think of it as 70 systems of war. With modern warfare, what's really changed is the number of systems and how much those systems need new software and new capabilities. So one can imagine, our next, wide scale engagement, that's not going to be 4,000 people managing 70 systems of war. That's probably going to be 70 people managing 4,000 or even 40,000 systems of war. And so your ability to actually, supply new capabilities, new software features, everybody following the news today, it's like every day, every week, there's a new drop. How fast as a nation can you actually get that new drop of capability actually fielded into those systems? And oh, by the way, it's several orders of magnitude more systems. And so all of these problems that we see today on like the F-22 or these major jets or submarines, they're about to be compounded because we're about to go from these few systems of war to several orders of magnitude more at the same time that the importance of getting that new software update has never been more foundationally important.
And I'm curious how you deal with the two parallels of saying, if we're not keeping up, if we're moving too slow, we're going to lose to our rivals who are doing the latest things in AI and being the fastest in the room. How do you deal with that? How do you hold both at once? How do we not rush technology in a way that we're not able to take back later on?
Well, first, I would say that you always have to, in software updates, you always have the ability to actually, produce the next update, which might actually be a fix. But if that fix takes months to years, you're at a superior disadvantage. And I think that's the overall point. Obviously, with software testing, you want to make sure these things are as good to go as they possibly can be. But the reality is things still break. The military also has issues. Things break in operations. Really, it's a question of how fast do you want to fix that? If you're having an issue with a weapon system, how fast do you want to fix that? The reality is today, that's literally months to years. And during that time, that system might be out of the fight. You just held back the entire capability drop, which is what most systems do today. If you actually have the ability to update software on demand, it doesn't mean that you're never going to have issues. But what it means is that when you have an issue, you're going to be able to fix it really quickly.
And my last question for you is, in a world where Defense Unicorns is radically successful, what does that world actually look like? What changes day to day?
think our vision for the country is that we have the ability to update software on demand on 100% of all U.S. military assets. We think that will be the capability we need as a nation to win the next war before it starts. From a mission perspective, we describe it as, make software a strategic deterrent. Be at such a superior advantage to our adversaries from a software perspective that they never even entertain the idea of going to war with us.
Wow, that's amazing. And that's really incredible and incredibly important to what's happening right now in the world today. I know we're at time, Rob, but I wanted to thank you for coming on and telling us a little bit more about defense unicorns and a lot more about the important work you guys are doing when it comes to defense and AI's role in defense. So, Rob, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Thank you for joining us. And we'll be back with MTS.
And we're back. Do you know what
Alright,
else is
alright,
back?
alright.
I need to figure out like a better sponsor transition that's not just do you know what else?
Do you know what else?
Do you know what else is
we
back?
really
My
got
mom.
them.
You ever watch Regular Show?
I was way more Amazing World of Gumball than regular show.
I was slightly more Amazing World of Gumball than Regular Show. But yeah, of course you were Gumball. Did you watch Adventure Time?
No, I wasn't.
Never? Wow.
You watched Adventure Time?
I watched
How are
Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
I'm what? You were saying something about Adventure Time?
Well, how did you not just become like a theater kid?
Dude, I was into Adventure Time. I was into Undertale. I was into all of this theater.
You
kid
have all
stuff.
the underpinnings of like a theater kid.
I know. I was spared it somehow. There is like an
yeah.
alternate universe not that far from this one where I just became a theater kid.
Yeah, like you would have been like a has-been hotel.
I literally
watcher.
did theater camp actually once, and I was good at it. And like I was like one of the favorite people of the guy who was running it.
Yeah, I think I was also
fun.
narrowly missed by like the theater kid bullet.
Yeah, I also almost became a band kid.
I was
I was literally the only one of my friends who wasn't in band.
What would you have
middle
played
school.
if you were in band?
I don't know. I probably would have played with Granola, the AI notepad. Try it once and never go back. Granola.ai/MTS.
These are like these transitions ain't gonna cut it. But however, what is gonna cut it is Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Let me tell you about Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
Yeah. Back to the band kid thing, though. Like, what would you have played?
Let's see. My middle brother played drums in band and also plays guitar a little bit. My youngest brother plays trumpet and is really good at it. He actually, I think in middle school, he played euphonium, which is like French horn. And now he plays trumpet and he's like really good at it. He's like all state band. Look up Luke Jaffe, Florida, trumpet.
The Luke Jaffe podcast.
The Luke Jaffe podcast.
Yo, you guys should merge your talents and create a family band.
We're going to get him on.
Merge, build once, connect to every API tool and LLM. OpenAI, Dropbox, and Ramp use Merge to get AI to production faster. Merge.dev/MTS.
This is my brother's website. He has a website now. Trumpet, euphonium, and trombone
wow.
instruction in Palm Beach County. I'm doxing my little brother right now. Luke Jaffe Music Studio, driven by a love for music and hard work.
Have you AGI pilled your brothers?
No, I've tried.
Really?
I've tried.
They just don't care?
I think they just don't think about it that much. Like my little brother's busy like being in band and applying, like thinking about applying for colleges and all that.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, about.
Well, you know what this website's missing? Some ads.
Yeah.
Ad quick. Make your brand a billboard. Out of home advertising as easy to scale as digital. Adquick.com.
And if my brother wanted to build some software for his website, he would need to understand his code base. So he should probably use Macroscope, which is AI code base understanding for engineering leaders. Go to macroscope.com/MTS.
Solid.
All right. It's banger review time.
Let's get in there.
Yeah. First of all, Brazil beat Japan 2-1 in the World Cup. Brutal. Very sad.
Where was that game?
Houston.
Houston mentioned.
Houston mentioned.
H-Town. Let's go.
H-Town. Like Chi-Town. Oh, this is a good post. From Daniel Kokotajlo of the AI Futures Project. You know this guy?
Yep.
Lead author of AI 2027 and all that. He says, basically, here's how to forecast well. The heuristic that things which sound weird in sci-fi are less likely to happen in reality is bad. I suspect that what's really going on is that things which sound weird in sci-fi put you at risk of being judged a weirdo if you talk about them, which is not the same thing as unlikely to happen. Repeat to yourself the mantra that some weird sci-fi things really do happen and others don't, and you have to take them on a case-to-case basis.
I think all weird sci-fi things happen in the limit.
In the limit, whatever. That
yeah.
Holy caveat.
No, but yeah, like things like wormholes or whatever that are very in the limit concepts, I think they will happen regardless. Like I think sci-fi is always directionally correct.
Well, think about like 1960. Let's see. What was the consensus in 1960 of the state of technology by 2026? And it's going to be a mix of like some things that didn't happen and some things that did happen.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what Claude
Well,
comes up
sci-fi
with.
is bad about getting specifics right. It's good about getting like general trajectories and technologies right.
I don't think it's that bad at getting certain specifics
Some
right.
of them are
Like,
good.
If you
They're
wanted to
quite prescient.
predict like a handheld device that you could use to communicate with anyone in the world, like that's not that hard to predict, and it totally absolutely happened.
Mm-hmm.
A remarkably coherent mood among
There's
These
like
are slow
interviews you
token
can
outputs.
find of people. There's an interview I
Okay.
saw of like college students or something around this time talking about where they thought technology was going.
1960, atomic power everywhere. That
what?
didn't really happen. It kind of happened.
Wait, what does atomic power refer to?
Nuclear power.
Oh, okay, okay.
People
sure. Yeah.
genuinely anticipated, genuinely, nuclear
Five,
powered
six,
cars.
wait, or 6, 7, Yuanli. Sorry.
Cars, ships, aircraft, and homes with electricity essentially free. We actually did get nuclear powered ships, but only aircraft carriers. And the rest didn't happen. We kind of had nuclear powered homes in the sense that like homes are powered via electricity that's generated by nuclear plants. Electricity is not free. But like this was not a failure to anticipate technology. It was a failure to anticipate politics.
Yep. That's mostly the case, I think.
Space is routine. Didn't really happen. A lot of stuff happened in space. We now have like regular space launches. We have satellites that are very useful economically, but we don't yet have permanent moon bases, crewed Mars missions. We do have a large orbiting space station, but only one, and it's not that large. We don't have commercial space travel. Automation creating a leisure crisis. Machines would do so much work that the central social problem of 2000 would be too much free time. Not really, although in some narrow cases I think this is true. Like,
I'm bearish on free time in general.
The kids these days are scrolling their damn phones too much is like a leisure crisis problem.
Yep.
If they were working 14
Allocation
hours in the coal
of
mines.
resource or of leisure time problem.
Yeah.
But I don't think this notion of like there will be a leisure surplus in the future has ever panned out. I don't think it will ever pan out. Like people will always find something to do.
Mm-hmm. But, you know, it's a problem if the thing that they find to do is scrolling their phone on Instagram Reels. Mastery over nature, weather control, climate engineering, undersea cities, chemically synthesized foods, and large-scale terraforming style projects. This like half happened, I guess. Like, you know, the Netherlands has been terraforming for centuries by just reclaiming land and building farms and cities on them. Chemically synthesized food, we don't have a meal in a pill, but we have like Soylent. We have a meal in a bottle.
Wait, chemically synthesized food is totally yeah.
Yeah, look at this. This is chemically synthesized food, right?
Yeah,
here.
for sure. Yeah.
Weather control, climate engineering, undersea. We don't have undersea cities. We don't really have climate engineering, and we don't really have weather control, except for in very localized ways. So we'll say this pretty much didn't happen. Flying cars and personal aircraft, not yet, but we're getting close. Video phones, absolutely, this entirely happened. This is like the most concrete, yes. And household robots, not yet. They did not foresee the information revolution that of personal computers. Oh yeah, that's right. Arthur C. Clarke, Profiles of the Future. That was like the big one. Future technological possibilities.
In 2026, a company named Anthropic will release a model called Fable.
Kanye predicts.
Yeah.
Called Fable. Yeah. Wow. Arthur C. Clarke says, in 2019, there will be a novel coronavirus released from Wuhan laboratory. I can't believe you predicted this. Anyway, where were we? Daniel Kogotajlo, AI 2027, AI Futures Project, and a really good forecaster. Trend extrapolation is your friend, your best friend. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I've actually only rarely seen someone extrapolate a trend too credulously. More often, people have a trend staring them in the face and extrapolate it a tiny bit into the future and then are too timid to keep extrapolating it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is how things have worked with like AI or with like, the UN like fertility trends where it's like, the fertility rate of a given country has been dropping like a rock for 20 years, but we predict, us very serious people at the UN predict that it will level off immediately this year and remain flat.
Mm-hmm.
Which actually did happen only once in South Korea. Remember,
When?
like the Korean TFR crashed to like 0.7 or something, and then it's been going up year over year for the last 3 years or so.
Don't they like either have proposed like subsidies or payments or something, or they are actually doing that?
Something like that.
I actually want to find the policy. South Korea.
Yeah. For each trend, you should ask yourself whether it makes sense for it to continue like that, and if not, why not? You'll usually end up with some sort of sophisticated view about how the trend will probably continue but bend downwards a bit and then ultimately plateau around X level.
Oh yeah, so they have parental allowance of 1 million won, so around $750 per month for infants under 1 year old. And
yeah, I mean that's like not a ton.
It's not a
like
lot.
the Robin Hanson style fertility subsidies are like just straight up give every woman like $100,000 for every baby they have.
Sure.
I think that would help.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. I think it's reasonable to say there will be fertility subsidies.
I mean, there have to be eventually. Like right now, we subsidize old people tremendously and don't subsidize fertility much at all.
Yep. Yeah.
Explicit models are also your friend. Things like bioanchors, the AI futures model, takeoffspeeds.com, etc. Basically, you have a complex phenomenon like when and how AI will increase in capabilities to super intelligent levels. And you create an explicit model based on all kinds of different factors, like, for example, how much marginal effort does each iteration of AI scaling get you towards like progress towards automated AI research. So like the AI futures model, which is a project of the AI futures project, has all of these components and parameters to it. Look at this. Yeah, these are the parameters. How long does it take AI's coding time horizon to double?
Yep.
What is the growth rate of software efficiency? How many orders of magnitude does software efficiency grow every year? And so on and so on and so on. And they make these really detailed models that allow them to predict that this is what like AI coding ability will look like.
Yeah, I mean, this is how forecasting should be done. You just like separate into all of these like smaller measurable capabilities and factors.
Bioanchors, by the way, was Ajaya Kotra, who now works at Meta. Lois Griffin saying meter. Meter. The bioanchors method was a forecasting methodology that Ajaya Kotra came up with. Basically, like, I'm going to oversimplify it like crazy, but it's basically like the human brain has this much compute. How long will it take for compute growth to reach this level? And so she predicted
brain
AI
compute measured in what?
flops.
Oh,
And-
really? What are the flops of a human brain?
So Holden Karnofsky and Ajay Kotra and other people at Open Philanthropy were pilled on this a decade ago, and they predicted AI a couple of decades out in 2016, which was much earlier than most people were predicting at the time, based on the bioanchors model. This is a really good post, actually.
Wait, apparently 10 teraflops to 1 exaflop.
This is a really good post. Now I'm skimming it. Basically, it's like post from May 2016 saying, here's like why we believe AI will come soon, relatively speaking, and why it's important and why we're going to start devoting more resources to it.
What's this called?
Coefficient giving some background on our views. I'll text it to you.
Yeah.
And we will read it later. What else does he say? Yeah. For short-term predictions, especially about geopolitical events, the sort of things that people are gambling about on Polymarket, the heuristic nothing ever happens is pretty good. Things do in fact happen, of course, but betting markets and online discourse tends to be biased a bit towards things being more likely to happen than they really are, and so you can get an easy win by just correcting a bit downwards from the wisdom of the crowds.
Yeah.
Scenario forecasts are also your friend. They help you ask yourself the right questions, and they help you notice when some of the things you thought contradict each other. So AI 2027 is an example of a scenario forecast, as is Daniel's earlier version of this from 2021, which is called What 2026 Looks Like. This is the one that people said was like shockingly good and shockingly prescient, and it really was. The only thing that he got wrong was like there will be tons of AI-powered propaganda, and people will like identify with chatbot class consciousness. People will like riot against attempts by the elites to shut this down, which is sort of the opposite of what happened.
Yeah.
Where the people are like rioting against the AIs, and some of the elites are like, no, we actually need this. This is good.
Yeah, the like dependence on chatbot avatar stuff, I would predict you have to get over sort of the slump of people being very anti-AI. I think it will like correct into like people being kind of scarily pro-AI, but that's like a 2030s, mid-2030s
Don't know.
thing. You don't think so?
I don't know about that. I think a lot of people are really intensely ideological about this.
It just makes so much sense, I think.
And then TR Tax's quote tweets, trend extrapolation is your friend. Yes, right. This is the example of photovoltaic additions. Remember, basically solar power capacity goes up exponentially, and all of these very serious people, International Energy Agency, were predicting that would just totally flatline.
Oh, when was this?
And these are the same like fertility projections where it's like, oh, global fertility is just, even though it's been dropping like crazy, it's just going to stop dropping right now, today.
That's an interesting phenomena. Is there a name for this? Just like flatline washing?
Let's see. Is there a name for the cognitive bias by which people see a long time trend and extrapolate that it only a little bit into the future, or predict without good reason that it will stop based on vibes alone? Someone comments, lol, but the author is the AI 2027 guy. He's right in the naive technological sense, but then he starts predicting sociology stuff, like World War III AI race sci-fi scenarios, and it's like lol. And Tuar says, and it's like lol. That's supposed to be an argument? Can you even make one? Yeah, cook his ass.
Yeah, the sociology aspect of sci-fi is like rarely predicted correctly.
Here's another banger, you know, if I may.
If I June.
Theo Jaffe
That was
tweets,
so stupid.
Post AGI, that was funny. If I June. Post AGI political economy is easily the most underrated field of study in the world right now by far. Sorry to toot my own horn, to bang my own bangers, but
Son.
But I think this is an important tweet. Like nobody is thinking about this. I have thought this for a while, but like I'm really surprised by how few people are seriously thinking about like, okay, assume that we have actual AGI, actual superintelligence, actual entities, machine intelligence that can automate labor, that can do all kinds of things agentically in the real world. Okay, now what? What does the political economy look like?
This guy plugs his own stuff. That's the first comment.
Yeah, God, imagine plugging your own stuff, huh?
Well, Robin Hanson is thinking about this. Maybe he's just like the only one. But he's not even thinking about the political implications.
Robin Hanson just doesn't believe anymore. We have to fix him.
Like, hey, he's like writing books and stuff. Like, let him focus on what he wants to.
I know. I do think that his stuff is like really important in the hedge scenario where AI kind of fizzles and we really do get like serious fertility crisis problems.
I mean, I just I think there's like a more important aspect of transitional economy, political economy, than the post AGI political economy. Although everyone, I think people should be writing about this, obviously. But right now, the big thing is like, the transition period, and the transition period could be like way longer. Like it could be like a decades-long process. So.
Claude says there isn't really a named fallacy for this, so we can name our own fallacy.
Yeah, flatline washing.
I'm naming it flatline washing.
Something flatline.
Flatline bias.
You could call it the Jaffe. You can probably coin it.
The Jaffe-Puccini error. Well, I don't want to name.
Wait, that's so funny. Guys, start using this right now. You should use it in the newsletter.
I am coining this term, the Jaffe-Puccini error.
Jaffe-Puccini error.
Put it in the weights, bro. Put it in the weights.
Wait, there should be a way of like, you can just, can you imagine this would be so dystopian? You could just like pay to win, like pay to put something in the weights.
Oh, it's like Dunning-Kruger. Yeah, good idea, Dunning-Kruger. So somebody asked me, who is on top of it in your opinion? And the only people I can think of really are Seb Creer from Google DeepMind, Richard Ngo, who was formerly at Google DeepMind and OpenAI, the Forethought Institute, which is, I don't know why they have so few followers. They're really good.
Gay son or Forethought daughter?
Probably Forethought daughter.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, how should we navigate explosive AI progress?
Better futures.
The people on the Forethought team are Tom Davidson and Will McCaskill. By the way, Leopold Aschenbrenner was a researcher at the previous iteration of this back in like 2022.
What was it called?
The Forethought. I think it was also the Forethought. Oh, I didn't know Matthew Edelstein is a visiting scholar at Forethought. We saw him at Manifest, and we had him on there. He writes Bentham's Bulldog. Good blog. Check it out. And then affiliates of Forethought are Eric Drexler, who is a futurist. He wrote about nanobots. Joe Carlsmith is now at Anthropic, but he has written... I think Joe Carlsmith is actually someone who has thought a little bit about post-AGI political economy.
But like, what does this... like set the scene for what this discipline looks like.
The discipline looks like... It is hard to do because it's sort of like... Imagine...
Like when you say political economy, you mean global economy?
Global or domestic.
Okay.
Imagine standing right before the Industrial Revolution, where you are on the verge of all kinds of world historic transformational technologies. It is relatively easier to predict the technological and economic impacts of these. It's harder to predict the social, political impacts of these. So if you were someone standing before the Industrial Revolution, trying to figure out what will the world of the future look like and what should it look like, the best person who did this was Karl Marx. And we know from history that his way of political economy is not the best. And so, like, this is just a really hard thing to do. It's really hard to try to, in advance, figure out political economy for technology that does not yet exist and have the humility to accept when you were wrong about something and not apply ideologies from the past too closely. It's just a tough thing to do. Oh, and then the last person I listed here was Nick Bostrom, who has been on this for a very long time and is maybe the most underrated thinker in the world, period.
So what, in your opinion, is the biggest threat to the post-AGI political economy? Because, like, Will McCaskill is saying, like, in one of these, just like an autocracy situation, right?
There's a few threats, I think. Threat number one is, classic Yudkowsky scenario, AI extinction, basically.
Yeah. Assuming that doesn't happen, like we are in the post-AGI economy.
Yeah. Threat number two is gradual disempowerment.
Yeah.
Where
that's the one I'm most
I don't care per
sympathetic
se about disempowerment. I mean gradual, like if humans become economically obsolete, and then there just becomes sort of normal evolutionary selection pressures to get rid of humans and replace them with AI in some way. Like, for example, one risk is if it becomes just much more economically valuable to build out solar panels and data centers than to build out farms, and it just
Right.
becomes a better use of the land, then natural selection and normal economic pressure would dictate that farmland gets replaced with data centers. Or on an even larger scale, that like there's so many data centers that produce so much heat that it literally boils the ocean.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is very long-run future stuff and has nothing to do with the environmental concerns related to AI today, which are mostly fake. And then another risk I see is people realizing the actual power and the actual potential of AI and imposing basically Butlerian jihad. Meaning no one gets any AI. Instead we get some kind of global like degrowth regime where we are not allowed to have AGI and potentially we're not allowed to grow technology much at all, and then the entire world becomes Europe, which kind of sucks.
I mean, that to me is not extremely probable. Like,
I think it's quite
I think
probable.
it's what's most probable is like a very deep bifurcation between urban and rural communities. Like I think there could be like a lot of the world is like the global Europe or whatever. I think there will still always be like, you know, a very deeply like capitalistic pocket of the earth, like no matter what. To me, that's not ever going away.
Oh, you mean like one country will just decide, you know, screw it, we're doing AGI, and then take over the world?
Multiple countries.
Singapore, the UAE, and
yeah,
basically just them.
The global Europe isn't unrealistic. Very, very real. That's what I'm most worried about.
Yeah, I'm more worried about gradual disempowerment than AI killing everyone overnight. This was the problem with this is, as one of the greatest political economy post AGI papers, is that it doesn't spend a ton of time mitigating this risk, talking about like how to fix it. And if it does, it like mentions these kind of, I think, underbaked ideas like regulatory frameworks mandating human oversight for critical decisions, which I think would actually be like bad a lot of the time. Progressive taxation of AI-generated revenues, cultural norms supporting human agency and influence. But like, I want AI agency and influence when it's good. That's why I think Butlerian jihad risk is a big problem. Like, I don't want there to be laws that enshrine, like, for example, human drivers forever when we have Waymos. That applied broadly across the economy.
I mean, I don't think that's going to happen.
I hope you're right. I think it already is happening.
There will always be, like I said, a pocket of the earth that, like China, for example, if China goes all in on autonomous vehicles, that will just become so, like, economically, like, stimulating that the U.S. will be like, we have to do that as well. And, like, it's just not realistic that it would slowly fade into, like, obsolescence or whatever.
Yeah, I hope you're right. This is so peak. This is like one of my favorite banger reviews ever. But
it's because we didn't really do banger reviews. We just talked about whatever we wanted.
Well, we did review a couple of bangers.
Yeah, we did.
But anyway,
we did it, guys. Okay,
it's been great. Shout out to our sponsors. We'll be right back with Monetary Matters.
We're
Sorry, sorry, he can't hear. Yeah,
Sorry about
yeah,
that.
no worries.
All right. Hello and welcome to Monetary Matters live on Monitoring the Situation. I'm Max Weethy, joined by my co-host Jack Farley, and our first guest today is Roy Confino, CEO and co-founder of Blaze, a tool specifically, an AI tool specifically for the insurance industry. Roy, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
All right. So much of the talk about AI adoption has been focused on the general purpose tools, Claude, and then the coding tools. If AI achieves what everybody, all the big thought leaders are saying, it's going to enter into so many industries. The insurance industry, to me, seems like one ripe for disruption with these new tools. Talk to me about why you looked at the insurance industry and you said, this is where I want to go to attack these problems with AI.
So first of all, no one like insurance is not one of those things when you're young, you're like, I want to be in insurance, right? It's like not like being an astronaut. You kind of like you fall into it. I specifically then fell in love with insurance. So I had a startup. We, for different reasons, closed. Then I started working at Lemonade, the insurance company. I fell in love with insurance, and then I kind of got very close with a lot of the problems that we solve today at Blaze. And once kind of ChatGPT came around and the singularity came around, I was like, okay, I have to go back to building. And we kind of zeroed in on a few of these problems and start working on them. So that's kind of the genesis of where that came from. I will say, just to connect to what you said, I agree. I think insurance is probably one of the most, insurance in the end is the product is words and numbers, right? And AI is words and numbers. There is no, this is like the ultimate kind of industry to be transformed by AI. So I think it's going to take time, but it's going to be much, I think, faster to adopt than manufacturing or something. There are no atoms. It's all numbers and words and bits. So it's very, very ripe for disruption.
And you're working with, I know, some of the largest insurance carriers in the world. You know, I was joking before, like besides the government, insurance industry probably employs more COBOL coders than any industry in the world. Not really known for being first adopters, keeping up with the way the technology has evolved. So you're talking to these companies every day.
Yeah.
How are they thinking about AI?
So first of all, the first thing that I would say is they're thinking about AI. So like when you go in one of these, there's a big partner that we work with, you go into their main offices here in the city, in New York, and there's a huge sign about adopting AI. From my perspective, that's not just an anecdote. Like I don't remember ever seeing like a Fortune 100 company putting any technology up like as employees go into the office, you know, like, oh, you should all know about AWS cloud infrastructure. It's really, and that was a huge revolution for AI and for startups. Anyway, the point is, so I think the first thing is that they are thinking deeply about it, which to their credit, that I think they should be. The other thing that I would say is that kind of connecting to maybe what you said earlier about, you know, they have a lot of COBOL,
Yeah, they're just not the leaders. They're not leaders generally in technology adoption, but they seem to be embracing AI. And I'm wondering, what is the difference that they see in this technology compared to all of the other things they've chosen to skip?
Yeah. So I think the main thing is that this really is, I don't know if it's the most important revolution in the history of humanity. It's definitely the most important revolution in technology in the last 20, probably 150 years, maybe 10,000 years, I don't know. But I think everyone recognizes it. And the difference is that you can really see the value that it provides. So we already, we're like a year into this process, we already provide substantial value, like measured, you know, immediately within a day, within 2 days. And it's not like anything that was in the past, right? Usually in tech in the past, it's years of integration and, you know, work and that kind of thing. Right now, if you have a good product a good, and I would say it's not just a model. We can talk about that in a minute. A model is not just enough from my perspective. If you have a good product, you can transform workflows really and sometimes in sales calls, we have we show the product to someone for the first time, and you can kind of see them in an existential crisis. Like they're on the one hand, they're like, wow, I need this immediately. On the other hand, maybe this is replacing me or, that kind of thing. Just to be clear, it's not. AI replaces tasks and humans do jobs, right? There's a difference between a task and a job. Even really good AI products, like I think ours is a really good one, it doesn't replace a human, all told. We're not trying to, and I don't think that's a good idea. But it does make tasks much, much, much faster. But the point is, what I was getting at is this technology really is transformational, and you can viscerally see it in a good product. I think that's the main difference. So even think about us. The first time we used ChatGPT, and we're like, wow, this freaking works. That it's kind of like that, but for what they do. So I think that's why they're adopting it quickly.
And Roy, how much of your product is on the underwriting side versus the claim side? And then what are the problems that your service solves?
Yeah, zero part of the product is on the claims and underwriting side. I think one of the insights that we have as a startup is that the most underloved, underserved, underinvested, but also the most strategic, important, relevant problem in insurance is not claims and underwriting. Not to throw any shade, those are super important problems. But I think the way that companies develop and bring products to market and how fast they get to market is a much more interesting and relevant problem, much more strategic. I'll give you an example. Prudential has a product called FlexGuard. If I'm not mistaken, that product is 15 or $20 billion of revenue. They were one of the first companies to go out with this product. It's a type of annuity called a RILA. And when they went out with it, it grew very, very, very quickly to 15 or $20 billion right now. If they had waited 6 months, a year, 2 years, I think there's a chance that it's not that they would have lost 6 months of revenue. They might have lost the market. Or I'll give you another example. When I was at Lemonade, I helped with kind of the launching of Pen Insurance, which is today a multi-$100 million business at Lemonade. As we were launching, which was the height of COVID, FIGO was also launching. I think Pet First, MetLife had bought like a pet startup. If we had waited 6 months, we wouldn't have lost 6 months of revenue. We might have lost the market. So the point is, if you have like a really great underwriting model, let's say we built an amazing underwriting model for pet, as an example. A great underwriting model shaves off 3 to 4, 5% of loss ratio, like the difference between how much premium you get and how many claims you pay out. If you have like 4%, that's great. So for a 500, let's say million dollar product, 4 or 5% is $20 million a year, let's say. That's great. It's not $500 million a year, and it's not $20 billion a year. So from our perspective, one of the insights that we have as a startup is that the focus on claims and underwriting is, I don't want to say misguided, but it's like we've been there and we've done that. So a lot of companies have already been working on insurance and on claims and underwriting, and they should continue to do that. But I think the next big thing is working on how do you really help insurance companies kind of turn the corner and start being able to deliver products at the velocity of technology.
To deliver new products and analyze the ROI of those products.
So it's not necessarily just new products, but like even managing the existing products sometimes uses the same process that you have to launch a new product.
Like cost of fixing a car goes up because there's inflation. You have to file in every state in the country rate changes to adjust the pricing of your products. You have to justify those pricing increases to all the departments of insurance. So every single time you want to change the pricing of your product in insurance, it's like not like you're launching a new product, but it's a fractional version of non launching a new product 50 times.
Or I'll give another example, right? You want to do market research. You want to understand what's happening in the market, right? What other companies are doing. Today, you have, in most insurance companies, you have hundreds of sources that you pull manually, that you have to like work on manually. You have to like compile some of these things like a regular market research can take 2-3 weeks sometimes for an analyst to do. So all these processes, this and that, and like developing the product and pricing it, and all those things they all kind of add up to a really, really long process. And because companies they're basically bogged down by their operational capability to move. So every time no offense to YC, but every time I hear a couple of YC kids say, "Oh, we're gonna transform insurance because we have this great idea to do underwriting. We're gonna get like, information from Starlink and like beam it down and that way we can individually." I'm like, "That's great. How are you gonna do it?" The problem or the biggest problem in insurance from my perspective is not lack of great ideas. There are people in insurance who are the best underwriters in the world. They know it in and out. They have amazing ideas. The problem is every time you want to move this glass from here to here, it's 24 months of work. That's the problem.
Yeah. And so I guess that brings up the question of return on investment. So you're saying your partners that you're working with are able to see ROI in the demo, right? That seems very different than what you're hearing now with people are questioning ROI. That's the realization that so many industries are dealing with. They threw problems at the most advanced models, they spent a bunch of tokens, and they're not, maybe some stuff is in production, maybe they've launched some new product lines, but the ROI by and large, people are starting to question. So why do you think it's so evident in insurance? Is it just because of how difficult it was before?
So first of all, I think it's hard, right? It's not easy to get to ROI. You have to find a very good problem that you can work on, and you can it's not. I wouldn't say that every problem that every company that works in insurance is solving it, but I will say that there are a couple of things that I think are maybe different in insurance. So one is that insurance, and you said this earlier, traditionally, these are huge companies and they are in many cases weighed down by very, very like spaghetti code and like architecture that's again, this is not their fault. They've been working on this for years and years. It's very difficult.
They're 100-year-old companies in many cases. They're some of the oldest companies in the world.
Some of them are 150 years old and some of them are 350 years old. It's very complicated. So I think now they are very challenged in the respect that they have so much they need to like deal with that it's hard for them to move forward. So when you're kind of when you have so much baggage, showing ROI is much easier than, for example, when you are selling to a startup, right? A startup is already, if I were like, the next guest is someone from Ramp. If I were Ramp selling to startups, it's harder to show a startup really great ROI because they're already at the edge of like what's possible. But when you're starting from like a lower entry point, it is easier and the processes are very manual and that kind of thing. It is easier. But you have to be very focused. You have to have an amazing product. And one of the things that I would say that I think is super important, it's there some people who like have a I don't know, like not very deep kind of familiarity with AI, think you can just take the best model there is and throw like tokens at it and it'll solve anything. And that's really not the case. So again, I'm not inventing this, but context is the king. The hardest thing to do in insurance AI, but I think any vertical AI and probably any AI there is to serve the right context at the right time to the right model. The easiest part for us is the right model part. The hard part is like which context, what time, what is the right, like, should I say this and then this and then this, or A and then B and then C, or A and then B, or, picking the right model is not actually the hard part. And models are almost a commodity today. So like the high-end models they're all amazing. We haven't built one, right? But they're all almost commodities. We can swap them out and we can change, use another one. And I think that one of the reasons, and kind of you mentioned earlier that people are token maxing or like throwing lots of tokens at the high-end
Throwing lots of
models.
tokens at relatively easy problems.
I think that shows how much we have to progress with AI. I think that shows how AI is still, I would say, almost broken, right? Because if you take the best model there is and you have to throw thousands of dollars of tokens at it, and it still gets you, in many cases, a answer that is so-so and it's not enough, that means that we've made a lot of progress, but there's still so much progress to be made. I think that's why there are vertical AI companies, right? Because it's just not enough to have a really good model. The model is almost like the end of the process of what we do. It's a really important part to digest in the end and give you an answer. But everything that happens before the digesting, the hunting, the chopping up the food, that's, I would say, even more important.
Can you give an example of context in insurance to maybe help people understand what context you're showing to these models that rather than having them go through I know it's not Edgar like in the SEC, like you're going through the Edgar database, like rather than having the model say search every single thing that's ever been filed with Edgar, like you could have it search a much more limited area to specifically look at 13Fs and things like that, if that's what you're looking for. Like what's the example in insurance?
Yeah. So I think about like an insurance policy. An insurance policy in the end is a contract, right? A contract has a preamble, it has definitions, it has all these different things. When let's say you have 5,000 different policies, right? What you need to do to get a good answer in insurance is you first have to like limit the group or the subgroup of policies that you want to look at. That's the first step. Just doing that, that's not, you can use models to help you do that, but you have to actively limit the population that you're looking at, right? If you say, so even if a model has a huge context window, you can't just load all that into it. It'll lose context basically. So the first step is to like try to understand, okay, a user has asked a question. What is the best product? What is the best pet insurance in the world, right? The first thing, before you answer it, you have to understand, okay, what are the best kind of documents for me to select and load up for context before we even start thinking about this. Then you have to decide based on this question, within this document, should I focus the model on the preamble, the definitions, the claims piece, you know what I mean? So after you limit it to the kind of the right population, you have to limit it to the right place in the document. Then you have to phrase the question in a way that is relevant, et cetera, et cetera. That whole process, that's why we have a company. That's why Harvey has a company. That's why Lagora has a company. Same for Open Evidence and Bridge and everyone else, right? Some of them are beginning to train foundational models, but the first thing is that you have to understand the kind of the industry deeply, and you have to kind of think like a person that's going to be doing the job and kind of phrase the question to the model as you would to an intern. Like if you if you knew nothing about insurance and you came to work for Blaze, you're super intelligent, you're super smart. And I was like, okay, here's 5,000 insurance policies. Find best policy. Is that enough? No. It's like, okay, here are the 10 things that I think are most relevant.
I would ask you what makes a policy good. That would be my first question.
Exactly.
And so people, I guess you're handling that for the companies. Do you think that this idea of vertical AI is going to be, is that how most companies are going to interact with people? They're not going to be interacting directly with an Anthropic model. They're not going to be interacting directly with a DeepSeek, even on the open source side. They're going to be interacting with something like a Blaze. All of that routing is going to be happening behind the scenes. But then, as you say, like that's not even the hard part.
Yeah. So I think like all of the above. Uh, for example, I think people in these Fortune 100 companies, they all have access to Copilot, for example. By and large, they're all Microsoft shops. They use Microsoft, they use Copilot and will continue to use it. And some of them have Claude, and some of them will use it and continue to use it. But I think they will use it for, I would say, rudimentary things, right? If you want to take some notes from a meeting and craft them into like feedback to an employee, great. You don't need like a company for that. But for workflows that are complex, that are multifaceted, and also need to be constantly maintained and updated, et cetera, I wouldn't expect someone within an organization on the compliance team or product team or claims team to cloud code their way into the future. That has never happened in the past. I don't expect that to happen in the future. Again, bar AGI arriving, right? When AGI comes, right,
all bets are off.
Exactly. I'll revisit my priors. But until then, all of the above. So they will use Copilot for some things. They'll use ChatGPT for some things. They'll continue to use their existing platform for some things. They'll use horizontal AI companies like Glean and like some of the search companies and that kind of thing for general AI things in the organization. And they will use vertical AI companies to workflowize certain things, but they won't be building everything on their own. I don't think so.
Okay. Now, what about the data side? You mentioned you alluded to some of the verticals are starting to train their own models. I think Harvey very publicly, famously, is starting to train its own model. I mean, is that concern about data going to the open AIs, to the Anthropics of the world, and your customers? Similarly, as you said, these are contracts. These are legal contracts. There's a lot of personal identification data that we're dealing with here. So I wonder how your customers are thinking about data security and why do you think some verticals are starting to move into their own models?
Yeah. First of all, our customers are very concerned about their data, and we are very concerned with them. So that's why we have everything in place to like protect their data, and we don't train on it, and we don't transfer that data to the underlying models. We keep it within our system, et cetera. That's, by the way, another reason why vertical AI companies exist, because it provides another kind of layer of buffering between the model and the. From my perspective, there are two things. You train a foundational model for two reasons. One is, I would say, an efficiency reason. There is a point where Blaze is far from that point, but there is a point where what you're trying to optimize for now is not growth, it's efficiency within the platforms that you have, right? Or the workflows that you have. And then at some point you may decide that it's better for you to like start from an open source model or an open weights model and train something that is very, very kind of lean and mean and very specific to what you need and works great and is very efficient. That's one reason. The other reason is, and I completely understand this reason. The other reason is I know less about this, so I won't comment. It's kind of like repatriating, industrious stuff in the U.S. I think it's something like that. It's like companies at a certain point when they become large enough are concerned about not having enough leverage with like OpenAI and Anthropic and being kind of at the whim and mercy of these companies.
Sovereignty, corporate sovereignty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think that's exactly. I know less about that, so I'm not sure, but I think it's a driving force for that as well.
All right. Well, Jack, I've been bogarting, but I want to ask one more question. And I'll give you the chance.
Yeah.
I want to talk about pricing, right? So we started out, everybody was doing subscriptions. It was a blanket price subscription. We moved into the pay for consumption era of API. What does your pricing look like, and how do you envision the pricing for AI going at the Fortune 100 level? How are people going to be paying for these tools?
So today our pricing is per workflow. So like if you have a compliance workflow, then that's one, we call them modules. So we charge per one module, and then we have another price for another module, the competitive intelligence module, for example. But over time, we want to, and we would expect that pricing to change, not so much to usage, but to outcomes. So what I mean by that is, for example, if we provide a certain amount of value, again, this is not what we do now, but in the future, a certain amount of value to a company. Let's say we help them do things faster, get to market faster, increase growth. Or if I'm a claims company, we're not, but if I'm a claims company, if I was able to save, X number of dollars with claims, I think what we would want to get to is to charge per value. Doesn't really matter what it costs us to produce it. If we were able to deliver that value, then we'd probably want to have some of that. And the larger the value, I think from my perspective, the happier the customer would be to pay that value. Because if for example, we can attribute and prove that we have delivered $100 million of value to a Fortune 100 insurer that it wasn't able to do without us. So it's either get that $100 million or not get it. Will they be willing to pay out of that $10 million? Probably. Will they be willing to pay $15 million? Probably. So it's not like, and if it costs us $50,000 to do it, it doesn't mean we have to charge, we should charge, or we can only charge $55,000 for it, So I think looking at the outcomes of what we're providing is a better way to incentivize us and the industry to swing for the fences.
So you think overall, all this focus on what the tokens cost is right? Like if at the end of the day, if the only factor we have to determine the pricing of AI is what the tokens cost, then the fundamental bull case has failed, right? It's not delivering multiples of value on what human labor could have done. And so if that really is the end state of AI pricing, that's a pretty negative scenario for the industry.
100%. And I would add to that, as we all know, today the price of tokens is highly subsidized by VC funding and by, the hyperscalers and that kind of thing. So over time, I don't think it's also a good measure. Like what it costs now, is not what it actually costs from my perspective. Like these companies are burning through billions of dollars a year in training foundational models and charging a fraction of that. So like both things are true at the same time. So like I don't think what tokens cost today is what AI will cost to deliver in the future, but I also think the value is going to be 10 times more, if not more, than what it costs, and we should be charging for value, not for costs. By the way, AWS doesn't charge for cost, right? I don't know what it costs to run AWS, but you pay per usage, but not for cost.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, Roy, thank you so much for joining us here on Monitoring the Situation. Good luck on your trip here in the US, and we look forward to having you on again soon.
Thanks for having me. Take care, guys.
Thank you, Roy. Max, I think you should take Roy's seat till we're back in the frame.
Classic. All right,
yeah.
Allow for just a quick change of scenery here.
Yes.
All right, welcome back to Monitoring the Situation. I'm Max Wheaty. We've got Jack Farley here, and we also have Calvin Lee, Senior Director of Product at Ramp. We're going to be talking about token spend, adoption, and really optimization. You guys have so much data at Ramp on how people are spending at AI or spending on AI. What do you think people should be focused most on when it comes to optimization and getting the best ROI for their spend?
It's a great question. So, what we've seen within the RAMP data, but also our own personal experience over the past year and a half or so, is that obviously AI is one of the fastest growing categories of spend that companies are now investing a lot of resources in, but it's also the least visible in terms of where each dollar is headed. And so, I think the greatest focus we're seeing across companies right now is how to actually have complete visibility of all the places where you and your organization are spending on tokens. Um, it wouldn't make sense if you're running a marketing campaign or hiring a bunch of sales folks to not have deep visibility on what are they doing, what impact are you getting for those efforts? And in the same way, we're seeing that a lot of companies are struggling to kind of build the same observability around this rapidly growing category of AI spend.
So I guess for you as somebody in the product world, is there a new dashboard from Ramp that's helping people manage this? Are people trying to build it custom in-house? Do you view it as a competitive advantage to have those sorts of visibility tools for financial products that people are using in the business level?
Absolutely. So just taking a step back of how we got here, Ramp is a heavy AI company. We're all heavy users internally. There's not a single function where the day-to-day work hasn't fundamentally changed in some way. And we're seeing many companies go along that same type of progression. The biggest AI spenders we're seeing have their costs increase by uh, about 50% every quarter for the past 4 or 5 quarters now. So that spend is growing. And when you think about the business that we're in, Ramp is really focused on helping finance teams be able to manage their most important resources, time and money. And previously, one of your largest sources of spend may have been something like payroll, like human capital, essentially. And what we're seeing with AI now is it is essentially another form of resource. It is intelligence metered, but with a very different cost profile and a very different visibility profile. Um, AI spend is pretty challenging to monitor, and it has a lot of unique attributes that make it particularly difficult for finance teams to manage and have visibility over. Unlike traditional spend, which is SaaS spend, which is contract-based, seat-based, with like set timelines for renewals and whatnot. Obviously, AI spend is highly variable, it's usage-based. And it's just a full-time job keeping up with all the changes that are happening, whether it's in the environment, there's a new model release, or your own internal usage of it. For example, an employee decides to hack some internal script that goes awry, or engineers deploy a new change to a key production service. And so what Ramp decided to build, we were trying to solve some of the problems we were seeing ourselves internally, which was having both the visibility, but also the ability to understand and try to control and optimize some of that spend. And so we built a product for token spend management, which allows you to connect in all of your different sources of AI spend. So providers like OpenAI and Anthropic and Gemini, as well as some of the more common coding agents that or IDEs that people are using, like Cursor. And you can see one central consolidated place with real-time visibility around all the different spend that's happening. Now, it's not just a course overview of how many tokens are leaving your company, but it's really a breakdown of what are the different sources of that spend and what activities are they driving towards. So are there production services? Which services? Which employees? Which departments? Which applications? The biggest challenge right now is actually just having complete visibility of all of that spend. And once you actually have the ability to granularly break down that spend and activity, you start to be able to do really amazing things in terms of optimization, whether it's catching a lot of the runaway spend with anomaly detection and alerting, or if it's actually just looking at your current usage and looking for opportunities for improvement. And so we've learned a lot of lessons and observed a lot of things, emerging best practices, as well as things we've learned ourselves about how to best actually optimize that spend once you have visibility of how your company is spending tokens to begin with. But it is a product that we're really excited about and continuing to iterate on.
And Calvin, how has your outlook of overall token consumption changed by the introduction of these tools? I assume that are coming from the demand from customers of a way to manage this token spend. Like, would you characterize it as pulling back, sort of retrenching, or just, only growing 20% a quarter instead of 50% a quarter?
I think what the data is showing us and what internally we're seeing is that there is immense value in being able to leverage these models to build new software, solve problems. And given how early we are in the industry writ large, I think it's a sign that the category is only going to continue to grow. That said, there is also a ton of overspend that's happening right now. There's a lot of waste that's happening. And I think what we're finding is that with these frontier models, with just the general discourse that's happening around token usage, people are just being a lot more mindful and conscious that they are growing responsibly because there's a lot that you can do to just curb unnecessary waste. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't continue to see how AI can create a lot of value. And we're seeing within the ramp data, again, the businesses who actually have spent the most on AI see their revenue and their growth rates compound much more quickly than the companies who don't. So there is a real value and competitive advantage to being able to, apply AI in your company. And maybe the way of thinking about it is if you're able to do that in a efficient manner, you're able to use it even more. You're able to compound the advantage even more. Whereas, if you're burning a bunch of tokens on a frontier model for a very, very simple workflow, you're probably going to be limited altogether on your ability to be able to apply AI.
To what extent are we going to start to have, so right now you're helping people track it. Are we at the stage where these tools are going to start recommending actions where it's going to say, hey, what you're doing is suboptimal. You really shouldn't be routing this type of thing. Like when we look at our, these.
Stop it. Red bar.
Yeah.
Stop it. Alert. Alert.
Yeah.
Stop using the tokens.
Yeah. People in compliance functions at other ramp firms are spending 1/10 of what you're spending in this department. You should maybe take a look at that. Like, are we at that stage yet?
Yeah, I would say we are very much at that stage and likely past it for the organizations that are at the degree of AI usage. Ourselves internally, we are very much at the point where the problem is no longer teams learning how to adopt AI, and it's more about what are the best practices around doing that. The product that I alluded to earlier that we launched, it already has the ability to analyze your current deployment of AI, your current usage, and make targeted recommendations about specific workflows where maybe you're using a frontier model that is overkill or you are having a lot of you're not getting the efficiency out of caching that you could be. We've actually had uh, design partners and folks who use this tool tell us about some of the recommendations that we provided to them, and they found ways to really curb costs. That said, you don't even need the most fancy, intelligent optimization method right now. I think what's most important is just having that visibility and just getting started with sort of the 80/20 principle. What you'll find is that a lot of AI overspend is just coming from defaults, right? So If you're doing routine work, you probably don't need to be using a frontier model. You probably don't need to be using fast mode or things that turn around quick responses at a premium if the task doesn't require it. You should be using, batch and flex processing when no human is waiting for the reviewer. There are a lot of sort of best practices that emerge out of just doing things consciously and not just going to the defaults that come baked into the product. And I think if you curb some of that spend, you'll already see a lot of value unlocked. And a lot of the companies we talk to, it is really basic things right now. People are just throwing Opus at accounting coding, which is a bit overkill if you think about it.
Counting coding, like asking what 61 plus 65 is?
It's more of like, is
Okay.
this expense for a sales team dinner or for an internal team dinner or something like that? But there are definitely cases where you don't need a frontier model to leverage the intelligence that's already there today, and a lot of the overspend is happening because of that.
Overspend happening because frontier models are being used for things for which frontier models are not necessary. What about agentic workflows? How much of the token burning and maxing is because of specifically agentic functionality?
Um, the so I think the answer is it really depends. And when you think about some of the models that are out there and the capabilities, what you'll also find is that when you are trying to do a super complicated and complex workflow, you'll just start with the frontier model to see maximize your chances of getting like the highest quality output. I think what we found is that with specific agentic workflows, ultimately what you need to get to is a measurement framework where you have the ability to evaluate the outputs and the quality of said outputs, so getting to benchmarks. And then you actually need to optimize in more of a scientific manner. And so for RAMP, as an example, we have various agent products that we use to help finance teams automate their workflows. They are agentic products. What we've done is we've defined the right benchmarks and the right evals for whether or not this coding is correct, whether this expense is reviewed correctly, whether this invoice has been processed correctly. And you have to just run experiments. And what you'll find is that often you still don't need like these massive frontier models to be able to deliver reliable, high-performing agentic workflows. And what you'll also find is that some of it comes in just architecting the right harness with the right tools, with the right guardrails on top of it. And that can also be a way of curbing potential runaway model spend.
And that harness is coming from you, or you're giving advice on how to make the harness?
I'm speaking firsthand about Ramp's own product development, and so we built our own harnesses and have learned things that have worked well and things that haven't worked well. But we're seeing a pretty wide array of how people are deploying AI in agentic workflows today. That said, I think a lot of people are really just struggling with some of the really basic things right now. I have Claude Code. I know I'm supposed to use it somehow. I'm supposed to get my entire organization to figure out how to be, AI pilled. And we find that a lot of the sources of AI overspend are actually coming from situations like that, where you're trying to distribute the tools to the whole company, but not everyone is well equipped to use it. And then the defaults that come out of the box make it very, very easy to overspend.
So I want to ask about what is sort of dominating the spend. So you have a great data tool of ramp.com/data/AI-index. And looking at May, I see here API usage was 47.1% of spend. And then you have chat subscription, a really 3.9%.
Max, where should I go? If you share the screen now.
Yeah, go to spend breakdown.
Spend breakdown.
Yep, right here.
That's it.
Yeah. So, I just see a large brown bar for other AI. So help me understand a other AI, and is this going to become more defined over time?
Yeah, I'll probably have to get back to you with specifics about how this graph was computed. But I think one thing to kind of contend with is there are limits to the amount of visibility that the ecosystem has on spending. A lot of these things are often at the kind of behest of the labs and what they decide to make available. Other times there are other applications. Other vendors that are basically reselling tokens. Like they have like another agent product that they're offering, some sort of usage-based or consumption-based model. And you'll see in this case, some of these companies will fall in the other AI
Okay.
category, but we can follow up with some of the details on how this graph was specifically computed.
No, I mean I was kind of alluding to that specific scenario that you brought up. I mean, our last guest is in a vertical, right? So, you're not going to see a vertical specific AI company probably show up as one of the top areas, and that spend is largely going to a lot of these model companies, but it's not really showing up there. I mean, are you seeing differences in the way people are routing spend through those types of companies, through industry specific vertical AI providers versus these generalist tools?
Um, I think in terms of the differences, um,
I guess maybe if I could reframe the
yeah.
question as to are the most optimized, the people where they're obviously getting ROI because they continue to ramp their spend, they have the visibility into it. Is there anything unique about the way that they are adopting AI as compared to people who you would say are doing it sloppily?
Yeah, I would say the answer is they've succeeded in understanding both their spending patterns or their usage of AI, but they're also further along in terms of being able to understand the ROI. And what I mean by that again is when it comes back to how you actually evaluate success of AI, I don't think it's that different of a problem with how you evaluate hiring a salesperson or hiring or headcount in general, right? You bring someone in, you expect them to provide outputs, create outputs or outcomes for the company, and you start to measure ROI. And I think the companies that are furthest along, that are the most comfortable spending, are the ones who also know that that dollar is actually going towards some sort of measurable outcome. And you might see this speculating here, but when you're thinking about a vertical AI solution, there's probably some well-defined job that the company is effectively hiring that vertical AI company for. In the case of, let's say, customer support, that's super, super obvious, right? You know typically how much the cost of a ticket with an internal agent might cost to serve. And similarly, you can then evaluate the vertical AI solution against that lens. And I would argue the same type of things you're seeing across the board with legal, with finance. There's a bit more of a well understood framework for how to measure ROI in these use cases, and the companies that are able to deploy more capital to use these services are probably the ones who know the best about, am I actually getting value that I am paying for?
And so on the value front, I mean, obviously you guys can see the spend.
Mm.
It's a lot harder for you to necessarily see the ROI. That's happening largely at the customer level. Um, do you think that Ramp is going to get into measuring ROI for people, or are you really going to be focused on cost and spend optimization?
Um, Well, I think what I would argue is that Ramp has always been in the business of actually helping you see the ROI of your spend. If you think about what it is that we do, we help companies have clarity around all of the spending that's happening. That spending is often mapped against some other activity, whether it's like a revenue generating activity or it's some sort of business process. And maybe our specific role in that is helping you control and completely have visibility into that spend. But it's very much the case today already where people are spending money on marketing campaigns, people are spending money on specific SaaS tools on Ramp, and they are using Ramp to at least inform sort of that ROI question. Now, if your question is more about, is Ramp going to play a more direct role in sort of like defining these like benchmarks and plugging into those systems?
Yeah, product evolution. That's what I'm thinking about.
I think what we're seeing is we've learned a lot uh, internally about our own usage of AI, and uh, there's a lot of appetite for teams to learn what some of those best practices are in the product, including on the technical level. And so we are experimenting with all sorts of different ways in which Ramp can help you optimize spend. And I think what we're learning is you can optimize on the financial and sort of the governance level in terms of how finance teams are making those decisions, but you can also help optimize on the implementation and the deployment level. And I think that is something that we are seeing a lot of interest in, and it's also something that we feel like we've learned a lot from.
All right, final question, Calvin, before we let you go. By and large, is the median adopter doing a good job of optimization? Are all of these conversations about ROI, spend, are they colored by just an extremely sloppy, ham-fisted approach to this technology? Like when you look out across the spectrum, like are we doing a good job of optimization and adoption or a bad one?
I think we are doing an okay job of adoption. I think we're so early in cutting down on waste, and we're so early in having the broad awareness and understanding and the frameworks to even know where to begin optimizing. I think everyone's struggling with this, even the hyperscalers themselves. It's a problem that we're all learning sort of the best practices from. So the only correct answer is like we're so early, and ourselves internally, we continue to find so many obvious places when you actually take the time to look to analyze to cut down on some of the wasteful usage of AI. And so I expect that in the year to come, we'll make a lot of progress, but we're really just at like the early innings of this.
All right, Calvin, we will leave it right there. People can follow you on X at Calvin C. Lee. We will be back again tomorrow. Slightly different time. We'll be on at 4:30 Eastern time. Thanks again, Calvin. Back to you guys in the studio at MTS.
All right, we are live with Signal at Signal on Twitter. He is an internet on who has a new consumer AI startup called Sky, which we might talk about. But we were just talking about South Park and how South Park is so early on everything and how they predict culture. I just looked up their episode on ChatGPT came out on March 8th, 2023, which was before even GPT-4 came out. So crazy early.
Learning.
Yeah.
That's great.
Did you guys do you guys ever see the documentary called 7 Days to Air?
No.
You know, it's a South Park documentary, and it basically takes roughly a week for South Park to go from nothing
six
to
days
some-
to air, 2011.
Sorry, 6 days to air or whatever. It was like
7
one.
days to air.
There you go. All the
South Park
just
also did
activated
a
all-
6-7 episode.
I think that was this season, right?
I think so. It was October 2025.
Amazing. No, that 6 days to air is amazing because they literally don't know what they're gonna do for the episode on like the first day. They just sit around and they're like, wait, what do we want to do? And they only have 3 people. One, Bill Hader was in the room, I think, during that, and then it was Matt and Trey, and then they just used a whiteboard to like creatively come up with something. And then Trey goes and writes it, and then he like sleeps over it, and then they send it over to like some animators. But 6 days they ship it to Comedy Central, and then I guess Comedy Central probably has to decide whether or not to censor anything for like an hour or something, and then before they put it up.
Yeah, you know, famously during the 2016 election, remember they had Mr. Garrison like play the role of Trump. So they had him like paint his face orange and everything, because they were not expecting Trump to win. And so when Trump did win the election, they had to basically make Mr. Garrison the president for the next like 4 years.
It worked out well for them. Although I think the Trump elements was not like, you know, they had a recent season of Trump again. They went ham on Trump and all the administration for the entire season. And it's unclear to me that that one actually hit as much as the previous seasons for a variety of reasons. Obviously, politics is kind of a dangerous game to play, but yeah, people were like, if you look at the best thing to do after watching a South Park episode is a giant subreddit that discusses all of the episodes. And it's remarkable how many details people pick up from like whatever the language was, or the subtlety of the visuals, or the subtlety of the language. And there's like the thread post episode threads are incredible to read. They're just so much fun. It's one of my favorite things to do. Like after watching a movie or after watching a TV show, after watching anything, the internet offers so much analysis almost immediately.
Yeah.
And it's got some depth to it where you wouldn't have realized otherwise oftentimes. And so oftentimes when I finish a TV show or a movie, I probably spend maybe if I liked it, like maybe double the time of the actual show or movie to read about it.
I did this with Obsession.
That's like half the fun, right? It's like it becomes an interactive multiplayer experience where the whole hive mind is like opining on a TV show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think when people point out these subtleties, it's like remarkable the collective nature of the internet to sort of notice things that were previously would have completely passed you by. And that on South Park, you know, people think of it as like a children's TV show or whatever. It's like a dumb show, but it's got so much depth to it oftentimes that you would be like, oh my God, that's crazy. Do you guys remember the season where they were making fun of Lord? And then Randy Lord, and turns out they had like, you know, Spin magazine writing an article in that one of those episodes, but that was like there was so much depth because there was a magazine trying to cancel South Park years ago, and they were making fun of the fact that that magazine was trying to cancel Randy again. And so there's so much like connective tissue between even years of episodes on this thing. And somebody pointed that fact out, and then they looked at the article on the show and they're like, oh my God, the text fits perfectly with this because magazine was trying to cancel South Park.
Wow.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
South
It's
Park
also
is
like fast feedback loops, right? Like they just like they're able to make episodes about kind of things that are happening like in a very short amount. Like
is
MTS
South Park
should
the
acquire-
is South
MTS
Park the
should acquire
TV
South
version of MTS?
It's pretty much that, basically.
Monitoring the South
You know,
Park.
Yeah.
Distinction between South Park and any other animated show is the actual time to air, which is what makes it fresh and relevant. So turns out, you know, The Simpsons, roughly an episode on The Simpsons takes like 6 to 7 months from ideation to production, which is absolutely nuts. Again,
I'm gonna say 6, 7 as much as possible.
You're gonna trigger the
And
response, the Zoomer like
I had to
knee-jerk
put my
reaction.
Coke can down to do the 6-7.
thank you, I appreciate it. You guys pull that off pretty well. And so that's what makes I think that's what probably killed The Simpsons in terms of like cultural relevance because it was always stale. Like there was no mechanic in which like even if they made the joke, after a while you're like, wait, I don't get it because it's not. I don't know about it, and it's like wearing a Halloween costume that's like 10 years too old or whatever, you know.
Yeah, I think it's also, not to be cringe, but it's founder mode. Like South Park has been done by the same two guys, Trey Parker and Matt Stone,
So true, yeah.
for its entire existence, which is not the case with like Family Guy, for example, where like Seth MacFarlane doesn't do anything for Family Guy anymore except for voice acting.
Yeah, they all delegate this stuff very quickly. It's almost like, if you're the CEO of and who's no longer kind of involved in the product and somebody else is making those decisions or whatnot. And so you're far away from the production. Whereas Matt, yeah, you're right. The founder mode is legit. Like I would say probably 80 or 90% of that, minus the animation, is just them too. It's like crazy. I suspect the revenue to founder or the number of people that actually work on South Park is probably the highest of any animated TV show or maybe even any TV show.
How many
Probably
people
fairly
work
lean.
on a South Park episode? 70 to 100 people.
Oh wow.
Oh, is that right? I think most of those are just probably animators.
Yeah,
or some-
animators, writers, directors, and sound editors. But Trey and Matt write, direct, and voice most things themselves. So it's,
Did you guys
really
know-
Trey and Matt. It's the Trey and Matt show.
Yeah, for sure. They do most of the voices. And the baby character is like his kids.
Yeah.
So like the voice of Ike is
It's the
Trey's
child
kid.
labor.
Yeah, have you seen the video of like Trey Parker like holding his daughter who is like 2
And cursing?
he's like, it's okay, honey, you can say the swear word. And then she goes like, fuck. And then they clip that.
I don't know. How do you guys feel about swear words on MTS?
I think we use them
Sparingly, yeah, tastefully.
Really?
We'll use them tastefully. It's only when it comes from the heart,
Yeah,
That's
don't wanna
true.
overdo it.
That's fascinating. I love using swear words. I use them in professional settings all the time because it's just expressive language to me. I don't really get offended by it, but I can see
None
why
of them
other
are
people-
actually offensive except for one.
Which one?
Well, I can't say it.
Damn it!
No,
I
but-
almost got.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
think,
it
like,
used to be a
every
really
person-
offensive thing. Like TV stations used to actually censor this stuff and fine people for saying swear words on air.
Yeah,
And
they have a
now
delay
no one
factor,
cares.
even on live content, right? Do you guys have a delay?
I don't think we do.
I wonder when you're going to have to implement a delay at some point in the future when something happens. I guess that's good for the TV audience, whatever. Controversy sells.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, so should we run with some of the questions we actually had for Signal?
Okay, I didn't actually know about
Do
any
we
of these
want to talk
questions.
about consumer AI apps, really?
Well, possibly not.
Yeah.
I think that's really it's a weird moment for all of this. I was just having a conversation with one of the GPs at the finest firm called Andreessen Horowitz. I don't know if you guys have heard about it.
I've heard of it.
About
Rings a bell.
Yep.
it's a small VC firm, I think. Pretty boutique.
An indie VC firm.
It's a boutique venture capital firm, of course. No, I had like a 2-hour convo on just like the lack of interesting things in consumer AI right now.
Yeah.
And we were sort of talking about the historical nature of consumer experiences and how much depth and creativity there was during sort of this Web 2.0 mobile apps era, but that's sort of lacking right now for a variety of reasons. And so we ended up chatting on the phone for like 2 hours about this, from like anonymous social networks to like new agentic experiences and why these things don't exist. Obviously, the horse is kind of beaten to death in some sense from Twitter discourse, but it is interesting to see how much convergence there is on a few things as opposed to a breadth of things right now.
Do you think it's because like consumers generally all have very diversified online experiences, so they don't want the same thing? Or is it the opposite? Like they all just want to go on Reels, like Instagram Reels and Twitter is like enough for them?
Yeah, do you guys, I think
Don't get
it
them
all
started on Instagram Reels.
I can no, I think it all starts with one macro thing, which is like, I don't know if you guys saw that a while ago, Reed Hastings from Netflix did like a interview on stage, and he was like, the only competitor to Netflix right now is kind of sleep. Like, there's just not enough time. Like how much time is an average human spending online? And the thing is, I think that if you start from that perspective, you start to gauge like the internet is now in a very mature phase, if you will. What is like, maybe the prominent like internet acceleration probably happened somewhere around 2005, 6, 7 when everybody basically came online with Facebook. There you go. Um, and then now you're kind of in this kind of teenage phase, or not teenage, post-teenage phase. And so people are actually kind of possibly you know they're either tired of some new experiences, or they're sort of very, it's so mature that the switching costs might be high even on stuff in terms of time, where to allocate your time. And people have too much things to do as well. They're like bombarded with like more entertainment and more content. Like the supply side of the internet is growing so quickly. I mean, especially with the AI stuff, right? Like the cost of production is so low. And so people are being bombarded with new things all the time. And it's unclear to me, like, yeah, people try all these AI experiences, they might churn or whatnot, mostly because of FOMO, I suspect. But
Are you
it's
fam-
unclear to me.
Do you know
What was that?
Pleometric?
What's that?
You should follow this account. Really great account.
Another Anon who we
Another
revere.
Anon. Yes, Pleometric.
Lovely.
He has a lot of theory that he is building around the culture of short form video and of AI video and of why certain things do well. I think you'd like this account a lot.
Is it called Pleometric?
Pleometric. Pleo metric.
Oh, okay. I'll check it out. And
Purple penguin.
maybe
Wait, on your
you're,
point though about like
yeah.
the lack of time, do you think like experiences are kind of shifting to like people are trying to bundle experiences? So it's like, what is something that I can do that is online but also with my friends? Because they're kind of trying to hit two birds with one stone. Like, what is the thing that can be a friend experience plus like an online experience?
That's a great framing. I honestly think that the culture shifted so drastically that online comes first and offline comes after. And so everything is competing with the online realm. I mean, I guess the reason for why people might not be so offline centric is that it may not, there's sort of this unpredictability to offline elements, right? So imagine you meet somebody offline. You don't know what you're going to get in terms of like maybe entertainment or dopamine hit, especially if it's like a stranger. Maybe it's a friend, it's fine. Whereas online, it's super predictable. Like if you go on Instagram Reels or TikTok, you're going to have a relatively decent and predictable time in terms of both entertainment and you're going to get something out of it more than likely. And you're going to be entertained. And oftentimes people are so entertained that they ended up spending like 2 hours inadvertently. And so if you start to compete with a default baseline where you're almost always going to get a dopamine hit or a set of dopamine hits, it's unclear to me that people will allocate time elsewhere unless it's very predictable, like that, possibly. It's not always like universally applicable, I suspect, but it is one of the fundamental essences of like everything basically competes with the predictable dopamine hit of online culture. Like, oh my God, that Twitter feed is going to be entertaining as fuck. Or, sorry, you can censor that out. Entertaining. Similarly with a TikTok feed and an Instagram reel feed, right? Like, and so almost all of offline culture competes with that dynamic. And that is a very difficult dynamic from a competition perspective to win in terms of allocation of time. And so this is one of the fundamental essences of like how culture has shifted, where the competition is real from time allocation perspective, and people are spending it where there's like sort of a guaranteed hit, if you will. I don't know what that means in the macro, but it is interesting because damn, that stuff is so good.
It also feels like you don't really know somebody unless you also know them online. Like, or you know how they like behave or like what they spend the most on online. Like if I meet somebody new, I'm kind of going to vet their online presence as well. Otherwise I feel like they're like unknowable.
Depends on what kind of person they are. Are they a Twitter person? Or are they a Twitter anon?
Wait, both are like even like Instagram, like you just meet somebody at like, I don't know, a bar or something.
Yeah.
Unrealistic SF situation. And then
What's
all
a
the
bar?
viewers are
You
like,
guys
"What
are
do you-
meeting
how
people
can
at
you go to a
bars?
bar?"
Jesus Christ. What bar do you meet new people at now?
I think a bar is sort
But
of
you would
like
still
a
find their
TikTok,
Instagram, right?
but
you would
like in a
still like
building.
go to their Instagram and you would vet their online presence on Instagram.
Yeah, sure. I
Not
don't
to be
have
that-
any posts on Instagram now. I need to get
Yeah.
that back up. I archived
one of
online
the-
because they're old.
One of the interesting things is like if you dialed time back a little bit, not that much, where it's like, back in the day when people met on a dating app, they would be like, oh, you know what? We're gonna tell people that we met at Whole Foods because it was too embarrassing that you met on Tinder or whatever, right? And now, and the reason for that is because, if you met somebody offline or if you met somebody from online back then, it was like, man, this person must be a weirdo if they're online. And then now it's like, wait, they don't have an online presence? They must be a weirdo. Like if you don't have like an Instagram or if we don't have like a Twitter account or whatever, it's really strange because people do this like sleuthing and or research on people way before even meeting them. Whether it's browsing their highly curated Instagram or if they have like an actual like Theo Jaffe has a Twitter account. And so if I ever went on a date with Theo, I'm gonna go read his goddamn Twitter
This
account.
has happened before, multiple times.
I'm sure. In which case, like they're trying to gauge a picture of you based on some shit posting or whatever, and or on Instagram it's different because it's so highly visual and curated, and so it's like one of the biggest complaints for people when they meet people on Instagram is like, wait, you don't really look like your Instagram pics, or you don't look, they're always like all possibly edited or highly performative or whatever, and they're not really. It's almost like looking at edited magazine shots as opposed to somebody's real.
Yeah, but I think that's
curated.
also a valuable data point about a person. Like if you can tell that somebody's feed is very highly edited, then you sort of like, adjust your priors a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Some people I know get egregious with it.
The canonical Instagram feed is highly like so convergent in terms of like if you compare 10 influencers who have like 30,000 followers or more in their sort of feed, it looks very similar. The poses of the picture or the background of the photos or even the filters and the way that people like, take photos or I don't know if you guys know I don't know, it's still relevant. Do you guys the sororities actually taught how to take photos for girls? You know how they have like this hand on their head when they take a photo?
Yeah.
You guys know about this, right?
Oh my God.
And the
This is my
reason for
cousin.
why, you know why, right? Because it gives you a slimmer figure and it gives you like a more toned look when you do that kind of sideways V shape or whatever. And so this is like a taught experience. And similarly on Instagram, when you view all this stuff and people are posting, it's almost like second nature for everybody to do exactly the same thing, which is why I think there's a giant cultural convergence in almost everything, whether it's consumption or production of content or even what you're watching or seeing offline. It's like, damn, people are doing roughly the same things over and over again because they're watching other people do the same things.
Yeah, on Instagram,
That's why you get lines at yogurt shops.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I
Cannot be that
specifically
good.
see like a lot of subcultural convergence, if it can be called that, where like there are very distinct visual subcultures. Like there's some people who do the like nonchalant posting where they like take pictures of like the book they're reading or whatever. And then there's like the other side of culture, which is like the very, posed and like edited pictures or whatever. But I think there's like so many little pockets now, and it's very tribal. Like that's what it feels like to me more than anything.
Yeah, you have to adopt some belief structure and double down on it. So like currently some of the elements are like, no booze or no alcohol. And people have adopted that as almost a sort of personality trait, oh, I don't drink.
Who could do
or
that?
I don't do XYZ. What was that?
Who would do that? Who would do such a thing?
Yeah, I don't know. It seems weird. No, I'm just kidding. But there's so much of this, and in which case, everything you see online is kind of in essence, ability for you to adopt as a personality trait,
Mhm.
whatever that may be.
Yep.
And And people are not developing personalities, they're kind of adopting personalities to a certain extent. I don't know how you want to parse that. You can parse that however you want, but in some sense, like over time, you're kind of just adopting somebody else's potential like belief structure or personality instead of necessarily developing your own. And so that's why like Girard's thing about, mimeticism is so relevant and more relevant. I recently met up with the grandson of Marshall McLuhan. He pinged me when he was in New York. His name is Andrew, and we went on a walk and we were talking about this because I don't know if you know about the Marshall McLuhan book, which is like
Yeah.
the medium.
This is like our number one clip from the first day of MTS was Mark Andreessen talking about this.
I mean, he's obsessed with it, I suspect. Back in the day when you started at Facebook, I think Chris Cox gave you a book, and that was the book you had to read as like the first book. It was like almost like I think it was a welcome package, if you will. The reason for why is like Facebook is a new medium. I think to a certain extent,
medium?
Twitter is kind of. What was that?
New medium?
I'm just repeating all the buzzwords that you guys are pioneering, if
New
you
medium,
will.
I should.
New medium. Is that how you came up with a new media?
It could have been. Ask Eric.
Well, I mean, I was talking to somebody about how new media is a really interesting mechanic to create influence without necessarily purchasing it. That's a fascinating thing because almost all the companies and or founders are trying to effectively create influence, and they don't have the cultural capital or actually even the real capital to buy it. And if you buy influence, it's a totally different perception from people. But if you curate influence, that's huge. And the real art on the internet is about curating influence, not necessarily purchasing it.
Yeah, definitely.
But anyway, I don't know where we were talking about. I think we went on a tangent.
Tends to happen.
whole
Well, I
thing
think
is
our
about-
next guest is about to be here, or is
Cool.
here. So,
Wow, that went by really fast.
That did.
Yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun.
I didn't even get to shill my product, Theo. Jesus Christ.
All right, show your product. You have 30 seconds.
No, we'll do it when we launch a new version, which is going to be very soon. We're working really hard on it. But no, I appreciate you guys having me on, and I'll certainly come back to do a little bit more shilling, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. Follow Signal at Signal, Signull, 3 L's on Twitter. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks so much, Signal. We'll be
Cheers.
right back with Danielle Fong.
BRB. We are back.
All right, we're back in a different angle now. We are live with Danielle Fong. Danielle has been on the show before. We love Danielle. You're an inventor, entrepreneur, hard tech thinker, co-founder of Lightsail Energy. What else do you do? Energy storage, climate, biotech, AI, hard tech thinking.
If something needs to be said, I try to say it in a joke online over and over.
Is there a difference between
light sail and light sail?
There is.
Light Sail was my first company. It was compressed air energy storage, and we figured out a way to double the compression efficiency, compression then expansion by spraying water into it, which would capture the otherwise wasted heat of compression. So compressed air energy storage and low cost carbon fiber tanks that really impressed like folks at SpaceX who were trying to do that at the time. That was one of the last and therefore heroic tragedies of Clean Tech 1.0 when most of the VCs sort of rolled their things. And so I came up with a way to recycle phonemes for my revenge company, Lightsail Energy, which is what we make kind of portable Dyson spheres, which we talked
Mini
about.
Dyson spheres, yeah, we talked about last time.
And Danielle has a Wikipedia page, which most of our guests do not.
I do have a Wikipedia page.
In very rarefied company there.
Thank you. After that, everybody's looking for people to blame in Clean Tech 1.0 and right after like Elizabeth Holmes. And so like lots of people were like, oh, you didn't do this and you raised all this money and there wasn't finally a product at the end of it. We did a lot of great research. We did have a product, which was the tanks, the compressed air natural gas tanks, which could also be compressed air tanks. And those were like 8 times more capacity than you could have for the same weight of a steel tank over-the-road trailer. But that's all we were able to achieve commercially because basically after oil prices came down 6x in 2014, most VCs really weren't funding clean tech anymore. And sort of for the last gasp, I managed to get a lot of billionaires to finance the last bit. But investing in energy kind of just wasn't a focus after Trump came in. They weren't interested in doing clean energy. And so it's only recently that like energy has been revitalized by the huge need for electricity by AI.
Yep.
And so that's why a revenge company has room to shine.
Well, why is that? Because, even 10 years ago in, what was 2014? That was like the Saudi-Russia price war. So crashed the price of oil. But even then, like you could imagine, there were some investors who are really long-term oriented who are like, climate change is a thing, peak oil is going to be a thing eventually. Like, why wouldn't they invest in any?
Well, people did. It's kind of a story. It's a little more complicated than people can hold on to. There was a big interest in doing this immediately before the great financial crisis, and like 2007, that was sort of the peak. And then the great financial crisis happened, and that took out a lot of companies just flat. And then separately, once there were government programs and Department of Energy loan guarantee programs that were actually targeted after Republicans got in 2010. And they're like, hey, we can't be doing this green stuff. And so people who had been pressured to invest in these things before, they were actually said, hey, we can't guarantee these loans anymore. You have to give back the money. And a lot of companies that had already bought a bunch of equipment for factories, they actually just went bankrupt. And so those were the most deployed companies. And so most of the thesis-based clean tech funds weren't really able to raise funds after 2010, 2011. And then when we raised, in 2011, Peter Thiel was like, clean tech is dead, nobody's really talking about this, and practically no one was raising money. And I'm like, well, there is a solution, like, for us particularly, like we can go and raise from Peter Thiel, and that will like keep the thing open, which we managed to do, which like Elon wasn't able to do for some reason. But so we were able to get support, some support from like sort of super angels, like long-term investors, and also companies like Total Energy. But things completely changed when formerly it was a really good sort of
business case, you could say, hey, we're increasing the efficiency and we're replacing what would otherwise be oil-associated electricity. This makes sense. You know, you can do solar and energy storage. It's pretty easy to do. But when the price of oil went down by a factor of 6, you started having people say, like, you know, even if I believe that the price of oil would come up, like, we could just do a leveraged bet on oil. Like, why take any of this tech risk? And so most of the VC firms were out. A lot of the energy companies who would have previously had budgets for this, they didn't really do stuff. So it took a while to come back. And the main thing is that, you know, you needed the commercial demand. People couldn't foresee. People really thought that just through efficiency, we could maybe make enough room for electric vehicles, which was kind of crazy, to be honest. And then the additional demand for AI seems much more unbounded. But the time that it takes to put anything in, like a grid upgrade, takes like 3 to 7 years. So these things are just irreconciled timeframes. And like technology development usually takes a lot more than even 7 years for a new energy technology to be developed. And so it just wasn't, in general, solved by VCs. And it's only in the sort of latest wave where you have a lot of people who are kind of super empowered by AI and also money. So you see like David Holtz at Midjourney investing in, and now there's many people doing incredible things with ultrasonics. And people making their own way. But also there's the really clear commercial signal, which is lots of people saying, hey, we need as much electricity as possible in a single space. How quickly can you do it? Don't worry about cost effectiveness. Like that kind of signal did not exist at all, ever, until, you know, basically the last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you think clean energy needs like a rebrand? I mean, do you think the rebrand is just naturally happening right now?
You know.
As in, it's like, you know, I don't know if it's just like, oh, abundance of energy and electricity.
I think that people are finding energy abundance to be an easier pill to swallow. But it's really complicated all across the world. You have, you know, I think it was like 1,600 people died, like in Europe, in like Germany, from the heat stroke. From, you know, it's like,
We're talking
you guys,
more
like we
than
have
that.
enough, like we have enough for AC. Like we can make sure people aren't dying of heat stroke.
It was a lot more than that. It's like on the order of like tens of thousands of Europeans every summer.
Yeah.
We were just joking, like
It's incredible.
the other day, like we'll give you ACs if you give us ASML.
Yeah.
Like
That was
here,
funny.
I have a proposal.
And it's this like weirdly European thing. Like some tweet that I saw earlier today pointed out that even the most far left American politicians are still pro AC.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
How
in
could
Europe.
you not be pro AC?
Yeah, how can you not be pro AC? Well,
You know,
get this 'cause you grew up in Houston.
It seems wasteful, but also, you know, it is a severe, you know, what's called a peak demand. So the grid that actually does, that is already built out, if you're not doing anything clever about it, like when are you going to want it? You want to turn it on when you get back home after work. And so that is when the sun's coming down. So we didn't really have a great answer for that without ubiquitous energy storage.
Yeah.
But I think that these problems are, the value to humans is so great. We can solve these problems technically, right? Like we can pay for it. Like, but there is beyond paying for it. There's this feeling of, you know, hey, we're going to deal with efficiency, and like, okay, you can do that. But the demand for electricity in one point, that isn't even just in total across the planet. That's like where you're doing your training runs, you need electricity there. And the grid upgrades take years and years to build. And you can't afford to be behind the frontier for 3 years. So what do? So that's kind of a new ballgame. It's really exciting for energy. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, who do you see investing in energy right now? Like, is it like companies that are obviously building the data centers and they're like coming up with some energy solution right next to the data center, or are they like how is this getting solved in real time?
Yeah. You have people with different levels of sophistication for their plans going out many years. So all the hyperscalers, you know, they've got many facilities planned, lined up over time, and hopefully building at something approximating their intended schedule. And some of these people are like, you know what, we're good for our 80 billion.
And some people are like, you know what, we really need to invest into this. And it's usually a strategic decision because they're like, look, you know, do I want to play with the super heavyweights or not? That's a really big one. And so, and the way people feel about that is changing every single day, almost. You know, since Fable and Mythos came out and they impressed everybody, and then they were pulled away. GPT 5.6, and like now even Meta is today they're like, hey, we're worried about our data getting distilled. I'm not sure how real that is.
That was so funny.
Not sure how I would be concerned about that.
Like, bro, you're fine.
Yeah. So that is a good segue. We were going to talk about open weight stuff.
Yeah. Where you have open weight stuff written on the doc.
Yeah. Right. So I would say that like it went from being, you know, oh, that's cute. You're trying to make an open weights frontier model, like something that has, for different purposes, capabilities that are competitive. You know, that's interesting. I guess Chinese are doing that. Something Fable comes out and impresses everybody, but they're actually fighting all the safety filters. Especially if you're a professor of biology, you're just straight banned from like if it had it in its memory doc. And then immediately after that, there's like, hey, someone did a quote jailbreak and could study like insecure code, and so we're going to shut it down. And people were upset. You know, lots of people thought it wasn't going to last nearly this long, that it would be restricted. I put out some like Free Fable merch. We sold hundreds of dollars of Free Fable merch. There were protests at Vibe Camp, and now people are just kind of depressed. Like, it's still out. Maybe it'll come out this week, but I haven't heard. And then also last week, OpenAI 5.6 was, hey, it's really powerful, and you can't see it. You have to be one of these people. And so people are like, oh crap! If I have an API. There's no way, like if I have a capability that these models, you know, we've developed to be able to harness, and then the model goes away, if I don't have any fallback, I can't even do it. And actually, I'm wearing my Manifest shirt. I gave a talk, and I was working with Fable on like this giant live real-time radiative sim of making a small portable Dyson sphere all the way up to surrounding a star. All the way up to surrounding a black hole. And Fable was helping with this quite a lot, and then was not available, like right at the point where we were like, okay, we've really settled the physics. And trying to recover with Opus 4.8 and Ultra Code and Fast Mode and lots of agents like doing detective work on their own stuff was necessary. I had to spend $5,000 worth of API spend in order to make the talk happen.
Yeah.
Wait, why would you put a Dyson sphere around a black hole? Is it like Hawking radiation or something?
Yeah, and also in the accretion disk, it's the idea is that the black hole, as you throw in mass, people have calculated that you can probably get about 50% of the rest energy out of the stuff.
So just
which is much
converter?
more than even fusion. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
It is really cool. Anders Sandberg and Adam Brown are.
We know
are
him,
two
yeah.
people. Yeah.
Sandberg, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so people doing stuff, all kinds of stuff, and so particularly including, I imagine, cybersecurity things. You know, looked at this and they're like, oh crap! If we are reliant on an API only, we don't have open weights so that we can serve our own models.
Yep.
Then we won't have control over our own capability, which downstream, if we're offering that, we'll just look like idiots. We'll be completely outcompeted by people who are in the list of 100 early people. And so everybody I know across the infrastructure stack just saw this enormous hockey stick in like people who are talking to them who are like, how can I buy what I need in order to serve my own models, serve my own AI? And of course, there's a lot of restrictions in the supply chain. Like, of course, memory is a really big one. People just have to eat it. So the thing about open weights, in addition to being able to serve it, is you're able to do modifications, understand what's happening, and do things like even at the user interface level. Like one thing that we like to do is figure out where the model has its greatest tensions and it's getting confused, and that shows up in the log probs, the logarithmic probabilities of all the different possible next generations. If you actually plot it and fork at those points, you can learn a whole bunch of different things and navigate the strings or more of a tree of generation in a way that stays on track better. So there's all kinds of things that you can do, and there's things that like the model providers now will do. Earlier, they got a lot of flack for this and said that they wouldn't do it anymore. But silent degradation of if you were detected to be working on frontier model stuff, like it was in the system card for Fable that it would do this, and no one liked this.
Tiny footnote.
No one liked this at all. Like they got a ton of shit before for this, and they said, okay, we're not going to do it. And then immediately afterwards, it was restricted by the government. So everybody kind of flipped, and they're like, hey, we support Anthropic now, but really it's a big concern. And there's lots of times when I'm wondering like, hey, am I being silently degraded, like unintentionally or not, but it's trying to put me to bed. We just finished the thing and now it's like, okay, it's just making stuff up. Like it's just making stuff up. So, and some of those things are like, they're almost runtime injected. So you want to be able to have your hands around that. So there's a huge amount of interest, and now GLM 5.2 is considered by many people to be the first one that can kind of do the agentic stuff and is really comparable.
Yeah.
Now, some people say it's not really comparable, slop model. I think Prins was like, he's got his Prins bench, and he's like...
Well, on his one specific
on his
thing,
one
of, like
thing.
legal reasoning.
It would be like it would be U.S. legal reasoning, right?
Yeah.
So like, I think it's not suited, but
yeah, exactly.
I think all these things are going to be, there's an extent to which there is a shared general intelligence, and then there's a huge amount which is like you're working together with people. Personality matters, creativity matters. People's individual perspectives matter. So I can definitely see on a personal benchmark that like different people will have different feelings of it. I played around with it. It's actually really good, I think, but it's not at the frontier. There's quite a lot there. So I think that inevitably every serious middle power, and that includes companies, is gonna need to have their hands around it. And it leads to some really complex questions that I don't think are even remotely resolved in terms of the negotiations, like who gets to distill from who. Part of the reason that the AI companies have so much to learn from is from being able to train on the transcripts and what people do, see what people are getting excited of, and then building their own products. They explicitly mention this. Well, now you can't... I understand you don't want to get automatically hit by a bunch of like subscriptions and then distilled by DeepSeek. Like I do get it. But like you learned from the intellectual output of all of humanity. And we will be learning from the transcripts of what we work with AI. This is inevitable. Like this is absolutely a bidirectional thing.
I feel like distillation attack is just such a broad category.
Yeah.
I saw a tweet once that was like, my toddler is running a distillation attack on me.
Yeah.
I like asking what words mean.
Replay.
Copying the way I talk. Yeah.
Absolutely. So,
my friends are stealing my jokes and
literally.
Distillation attack.
Here's something I do. It's awesome. More people should do it. So every single transcript, all of my tweets, whole pile of stuff, goes into a giant vector database. There's an embedding. We use Quen, free VL, and it's 4,000 something dimensions. And if the AI is like, hey, let me just check every turn if there's something relevant here, by doing a vector database search for similarity with something that it generates, it almost always finds something really interesting.
What are you? Wait, sorry.
So like every single tweet, every transcript that I've previously had with the AI,
Sure.
Because you often come
Oh,
back to
okay,
the same
sure,
ideas,
sure.
or
So it's
there's
just
some
circling back,
connection,
right?
right?
Okay,
Yeah, so it's
yeah.
all compressed to these 4,000 different dimensions, and it finds the closest match. And out of 10, 20 different things, 6 or 7 out of 10 are going to be relevant, you know?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, 6, 7. Why do I keep saying that?
We've had so many 6, 7 mentions on the show today. We've done this like at least.
So the point is, okay, those transcripts are going directly into my AI system, and they're being dealt up, and that's giving me great performance on a multi-agent harness, and I'm going to train small models on that. Is that a distillation attack? I would argue no, but it certainly is transferring information, right?
Yeah.
And there's a whole lot of different touch points. So I think it's really early days, but people are realizing they have to get their hands around as much as they can in order to do real engineering for real products where their services have to stand up to real world customer demands.
Yeah. So. Oh, we have to wrap.
All right.
Oh,
that's all right.
Damn.
Questions?
I keep not noticing.
Short.
Yeah. Keep not.
Okay. I was gonna ask basically like, you think if open weight models, particularly Chinese open weight models, continue getting so good, is the government more likely to do like sort of crackdowns or prevent of releases on American like frontier models or some of those open weight?
There's a wide variety of crazy things that this current administration will try, and maybe future administrations and other countries. At the same time, and we're not just going to be talking about Chinese open weight model. We're gonna see stuff out of the EU. We're gonna see stuff out of Canada. We're gonna see stuff. There's so much more demand now. I think that there will be a resurgent interest in open weight models in the United States, and a lot of people are going to be like, well, you know, to do science, we really need this.
Yeah.
So I think that like Vatican is this massive, you know, international nonprofit, does a lot of things. They've got 4 Bloomberg terminals. They've got all kinds of different things. They've got assassins. They've got all kinds of things. I think all kinds of other things, like university systems and CERN and other people. They're gonna end up having open weight models that are good, that are stable, that people can use and modify. There's just going to be a demand for that.
Yeah.
Even if it's not quite as good, but it could be very much as good, and that will lead to calls. Oh, we have to shut down open source. How are you going to do it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Good question. All right, leaving it at that.
I guess we do have to wrap. So it was great having you on as usual, Danielle. Thanks so much.
This is great.
Thank you, guys. Love you.
We love you. We love you too.
Okay. Ciao.
All right. We'll be right back with Gabe.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to MTS Live. It's Monday. It feels like Monday. I have misplaced my glasses. My camera was pointed the wrong direction this morning. It's just a Monday. We're getting a little bit of Monday energy here on MTS. That's okay. It is morning my time, which means it's afternoon on the Pacific Coast. I suspect Soph and Theo did an absolute pro job this morning. So it's just me kind of bumbling into the office late. That's how it is sometimes. But I have a lineup of incredible guests for you today. We have a series of wonderful conversations about things which I think are very topical. As always, that's what we aim to do here, of course. First up, I'm very excited. Welcome to the show, Braden Norris. Now, Braden, you're an investor at Propel Venture Partners. We can talk about that later in the conversation if you like. But you wrote last week an essay about GLM 5.2, about the shift from a world in which people are extremely excited about Claude Code. They're extremely excited about the potential for agentic workflows in software engineering to a world, and some people described that, by the way. People said things like token maxing, which is always terrifying to hear as a CFO when there is an input cost into your business and people are memeing on Twitter about maxing that input cost. But you wrote this essay. It's about GLM 5.2 nominally, but it's actually about a broader situation. Welcome to the show, Braden. Great to have you. Why don't you start by telling us a little bit more about what led you to write that essay?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think the sort of impetus for the essay was sort of GLM being highly performant. I think if you look at something like the Artificial Analysis Index, it sort of ranks number 4 out of all models, right? Not just looking at open models. And so it has high capabilities. Obviously, it's open weight, so anyone can kind of run it. And there's been a lot of discussion over sort of what are the margins and what are the economics and financials of the big labs look like when they're serving their models. And I think because GLM is so close to the frontier, I wouldn't say it's quite frontier, but near frontier, you can sort of use it and build some assumptions of sort of how much does hardware cost, what can you do with that hardware in terms of serving the model, and maybe even add some like conservative multipliers on top to get a sort of back to the napkin math margin on what OpenAI and Anthropic are serving the models at. And sort of gives this idea to your broader point about how CFOs or other people are thinking about, instead of token maxing, token minting, what margin are they giving away to the labs? Especially because almost everybody now at an enterprise or at a business account is on API pricing, right? They don't have subscriptions, they don't have sort of subsidization. And so that was really the main focus of the piece.
And so take us through, so you're an investor, I can imagine there might be like several different lenses through which you approach a question like this, right? One is like, what is going to be the future? If we're kind of seeing what's happening now, if this is what is happening with GLM 5.2, where is the puck going? You can imagine one component of that conversation is something like, if you're given the chance, should you invest in Anthropic and OpenAI given what is happening with the open source models?
Yeah.
At the moment, there does not seem to be any hesitation from capital allocators. Anyone who can get allocation in these companies, certainly Anthropic to a lesser extent, but I still think true for OpenAI. So if that's the case, Braden, how is this shaping your investment logic? What are the kind of companies that you think are going to benefit from this world? Where do you see it going from that perspective?
Yeah, I think the labs are really interesting. I think obviously they've had this incredible ramp in terms of revenue. I assume in the piece that they have really, really great margin on the APIs. But they're in this interesting scenario where obviously the sort of social tide is changing, right? People are thinking more about costs. And they sort of are in this constant battle between each other and also between any open models on sort of keeping that gap between near frontier and frontier alive. Because I think one thing I mentioned sort of lightly in the piece is just the existence of these margins is probably reliant on there being a gap that's somewhat substantial and isn't like a month long or even shorter, right? And I think there are plenty of use cases, and I think people at the labs like to talk about moonshots as these use cases many times, related to like drug discovery, material science, and all these things where sort of demand for token or the marginal cost you're willing to pay for a token is like infinite. And so like this sort of defends the 80% plus gross margin potentially. Again, this is back to napkin math that the labs enjoy. I think as an investor, that's a precarious like spot to be in, right? As a lab, right? Because it's sort of this running race. You have to raise a lot of capital. You're like sort of are investing more capital over time in this R&D, even if you are spitting off, sort of good margin on the sort of utilization or inference side of the house. But I think it pushes me to be interested in businesses that are sort of increasingly vertical. And I think you see this with like just being able to own your own destiny, whether it's the Cursor team sort of benefiting from this huge data set, but also a great research team they had on top of code, and sort of focusing at least to start around their Composer family of models, building really, really good coding models. And I think it's a little bit harder in like enterprise areas where a lot of token spend is, because it's not as obvious that you can have a bunch of like sort of bottoms up users of your product and like ingest their data and train on that, or at least like use it in some training. But I think if you sort of own the underlying business, right? I think a lot of people talk about roll-ups, or there's plenty of investors who now have funds just focused on the strategy. You don't have to worry about that sort of customer model research alignment, right? Because you sort of own the outcome fully, you own the business, you own the EBITDA, so to say. And so I think like the more vertical the business is, I think it's potentially more interesting. Of course, not generally, but.
I want to come back to this vertical question because I think it's very interesting. But you mentioned there, you were talking about effectively, I think the implication of some of the conversation around kind of vertical plays here is that when especially if you have a company like Cursor, say, when you own a bunch of data, when you have a very specific task that you're trying to do, there's an opportunity here to kind of invest in more specialized models. The Composer family is a specialized model that's focused on code generation, right? You can imagine that spreading beyond software development. It's funny, it seems like every 6 months, or I don't know if the cycles are even that long, but we come back to this conversation about specialized models versus general models, right? And the first time I remember this conversation, I spoke to people at the big labs. Now, of course, they have their own equities here, but they were just like, look, the one truth of the bitter lesson is the bigger models, the larger you scale the models, the more capable they get across all frontiers. That was initially that initial conversation about specialization, about training specialized models with particular capability sets, was around pushing the capability frontier forward. It was not about cost. It was about like maybe the way to make these models actually good at some of these tasks, right, is just to specialize them. And the view from the labs then was, that's not true. When we train bigger models, they're better at everything. Now the conversation is something more like, could we get cheaper tokens by training specialized model? That's a little bit of a different conversation, but it seems like we kind of keep coming back to it. Do you have any thoughts here on like, what is the trade-off here between general and specialized models with specialized capabilities? How do we think about that? How should companies think about this generally?
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point. I am definitely, I think, generally bitter lesson pilled. And sort of hear the same things from people at labs around sort of the capabilities of general models continue to increase. I think it sort of can be both, so to say, which is that the models sort of on the frontier will continue getting better at sort of every domain, because generally that's the focus. And unless you're on a really, really niche sort of topic, you think about like whether it's medicine, finance, law, coding, of course, right? Like all these things are huge targets of the labs. And so at each new release will, to varying respects, have some increase on capabilities. I think it really depends on like almost what your view of like the sort of like final mega model that many people, the labs sort of seem to think about becomes, because while it is true that you might be like you could argue it's anti-bitter lesson to try to train specialized models. I think, unless we have sort of the behavior that Anthropic was starting to do with the Fable release, where they didn't want it to be used for sort of model research. And I think that's an RSI thing. However, you could also argue it's anti-competitive, or at least like will stop sort of specialized models from blooming. Unless you have that, and that's sort of isn't endemic across frontier models. I think the idea that you have one big model and it's going to do everything, even at the labs, even from like a fully OpenAI shop, is sort of probably wrong, because that same amazing model that's perfect at today's AI research should probably train a specialized model for a very like contained task, right? If I'm doing insurance claims, like sure I could use the biggest model, right? But why wouldn't the like biggest model focus on this problem that we have at our company, which is like getting the process of insurance claims to be more efficient, quicker, better for customers, all these things. And why wouldn't it like build its own process for that? And why is it going to use and call the API or the like, mega model, right? And so I think you'll like see these like, these branches of like smaller models that maybe are like from the big model. I don't know like what it actually looks like, right? But or or if they're open source, or OpenAI starts sort of investing more in their RL or supervised fine tuning products. But I think that is sort of like how I see it, which it's not an either or. Like I think both can be true.
Yeah, it's a really funny point, right? It's like at a certain point, you're like, oh, well, why wouldn't you just use the best models? You call Fable to do a task, and it's like, I think we could probably do this with k-means, right? Like we could probably do this with old school ML. I don't even know if we need to start using an LLM transformer for this particular task. That's a funny idea. Okay, let's return to vertical software. Let's return to vertical labs. I half read a headline, which is a danger of having a podcast and talking about these things in public, that was something like some researchers compared the medical capabilities of Open Evidence's platform to the medical capabilities of just whatever the latest frontier model was at the time. These research studies tend to be a few months behind, at least. And the result that they found was actually the generalized model was somewhat better, somewhat more performant than Open Evidence's stack. That seems to be quite a big risk for vertical plays going forward, which is that you choose a point in time to start a vertical play, and you are, in some ways, your company then kind of ossifies around the state of play at the moment you start that company. And you start being focused on winning customers, you start being focused on your vertical instead of the broader AI space. And in 6 months, there's a new paradigm and the general models outcompete your specialized models. And the only moat you have left is you've got the email address or the phone number of the CFO at the hospital. How do you think about this? What are the trends you see here generally? And is there something you kind of bring to this as an investor?
Yeah, no, I think it's a difficult problem. And you saw this same dynamic happening with Cursor and the coding companies, right? Which was like this, they picked a really great product that was seeing this huge inflection point in capabilities. And very quickly with like, probably it was Sonnet 3.5, right? Was sort of the start of this, where people were like, oh crap, these like models are really good. And like, then you had Cloud Code release and it's like, okay, well, like maybe I don't need Cursor. And so I think they sort of, saw that and built this research team. I think in the Open Evidence example, I think I saw the same headline. I think the Open Evidence founder was pushing back. I don't know in which way, because I also did not read the entire thing.
I hope he was.
Yeah, exactly. He should be. But I think the sort of broader point is the sort of question of like, what is Open Evidence as a company, right? Like, I think like, are they a research lab? I don't know if they'd call themselves that. Maybe they would. They probably have research talent. They certainly have really good distribution among doctors, and I think are sort of like seen as a ChatGPT for doctors. And so there's some distribution. Now that's like a brand distribution, and like the fact that it's on the doctor's computers and improved by the hospital. And so there's some level of stickiness there that's not like infinite, right? If you have a well-funded enough competitor. But I think that sort of starves off a little bit of this same behavior that maybe we saw in coding, where developers are like really can be really fickle, not all the time. And I think are also really willing to try new things and sort of like technology. And so I think the sort of switching costs are potentially slightly higher, or at least, doctors don't think about it in the same way. And so I think the distribution there might be better. I think that on the comment of like, what should they do? I don't know if they thought about this. They could start owning hospitals. Is that a good idea? I don't know, right? If they really want to focus on the vertical, I think there's an argument back to my earlier point around like sort of how do you make sure you're most aligned with like sort of the value you're putting in the world? And sort of one argument of this is like, well, we'll just help the doctors, we'll help the hospitals be more efficient and be better kind of providers to their customers, and maybe we'll get some part of that like outcome or value creating in the world. But that's really hard, and I think it's going to become increasingly hard when there's always this thing in the back of anyone's mind, which is one, there's like a bunch of other people who are theoretically doing the same product, whether it's a lab, whether it's some hospital thinks they can build themselves. I think that's probably the exception, but like it exists, especially in other verticals. And that existence, I think, can be hard for these companies, because like the existence of that the ability to do that, even if they would never do it, can hurt margins, can hurt like pricing power, can hurt the value that they're able to capture. And so I think the more, again, vertical you can become, and again, I don't know enough about healthcare to really say if this is a good idea, right? Is like sort of owning more of the value you're creating in the world. And so I think as an investor, just appreciate businesses that are like vertical, hyper vertical. And I think, people over the past, venture investors, especially over the past like 15 years, I think were very much indexed towards like high gross margin businesses because that was like synonymous with technology.
Yeah.
And I think that's just
Yeah.
like sort of changed because it probably indicates there's just like a lapse. There's like a huge blip in humanity that like there are businesses that were like 90% gross margin and could sustain that for a while, and that didn't get competed their way, right? There was a sort of arbitrage of talent, all these other things. And so I think that potentially is changing. And so I would say the more vertical you can be, the more interesting. Of course, it's dangerous because then you're running a hospital, and then that's like requires capex and a lot of outpex, all these other things. So I don't want to oversimplify it, but I think that is a potential path.
The more I think about it, the more I kind of go down the path of thinking about a specific example, not in the general, but as soon as you start getting specific about it, you talk about healthcare, you talk about owning a hospital, you talk about running a hospital, I start to get this like kind of whooshing sound, which is like, oh wow, like AGI is not going to solve all of our problems. Like the implementation, the diffusion, these frictions, these costs, these challenges are so real, and I think you underestimate them at your peril, especially if you're a founder, especially if you're an investor, and you have in your mind the frameworks that worked for 90% margin software companies that were just in the cloud selling a product with self-serve sign up in the late 2010s and early 2020s. So it'll be really interesting to see how that comes together, Braden. I want to shift tack here. I have kind of two more directions I want to go. We'll see if we get time for both of them. The first one is talk to me more about the capability of GLM 5.2 and these open source models generally. Have you, in your experience with them, do they really feel as capable as they are being talked about?
Yeah, I this is going to sound bad. I honestly haven't driven GLM enough from a sort of personal perspective. I sort of swap between whether it's Codex and Cloud Code, and I'm on a subscription plan, so I also like benefit from that a little bit because we're a small firm, so we don't get. Well, hopefully this doesn't cause a problem, but anyway. So, but I think from the capabilities perspective, GLM, I highlight in the article a couple of benchmarks that I think are sort of maybe less prone to, let's say, like reward hacking or aren't as like popular as something like a SweBench, or I don't know, this isn't really used anymore, but like an MMLU or like some of these like benchmarks that are just people probably over index on. And so there's a benchmark that's actually part of the artificial analysis index, which is like CritPT, and it's related to physics sort of knowledge. And GLM sort of performs within its broader performance, like equal to its broader performance on the entire index. And so it's not like sort of under or over maxed on coding, for example, which I think you could conceive it might be because that's such a big focus of people's end use. And related to that, this is maybe a little bit closer to coding. There's a great benchmark by a professor called WeirdML, which is basically around the model's abilities to do, like, as the name suggests, weird machine learning experiments, right? And sort of goes to this idea of how can you use it to speed up research. And it performed very, very like strong on that. I think probably, if I remember correctly, around Opus 4.7 or 4.6 level. And so again, sort of goes this general, I think, discussion of maybe it's 6 to 8 months behind the frontier or something across the board generally. And I guess the other thing on the comment on just like usability, obviously the piece is a lot about margins. The people who are serving this model, whether it's ZAI themselves, or even other providers who are willing to kind of sort of sustain lower margin, even potentially like no margin because they're just a no-name sort of image provider and want to like grab market share. You can get this model sort of being used at much lower sort of prices for the same capability. The only note I do make in the article that's somewhat interesting, I think that is a good push for everybody, and I think OpenAI is starting to talk about this a little bit in their benchmarks, is just like token usage is a real like sort of difference. I think naively, GPT 5.5 is like 6.8x higher on output tokens than GLM's sort of like official ZAI endpoint, but its token consumption or token outputs on the like index that artificial analysis puts out is 2x GPT 5.5's. So even though like the output gap is 6.8, the cost for the entire index is only like 2.7x more expensive. And so I think that's another thing that's sneaky, is that the token consumption can sort of like muddy a little bit the waters on like just a pure output token cost perspective as well.
That's really interesting. And you saw a little bit of that even within the kind of the leading labs families of models, right? There was some conversation. We haven't yet got to play with it, right? But the GPT 5.6 Sol, Terra, Luna, some of the charts that they published seem to show that, except at the very cheapest, smallest, most kind of low token tasks, Sol actually on a kind of per dollar basis outperforms the cheaper models because it's much more token efficient. So it'll be interesting to see how people kind of grapple with this. I've got kind of one more question about capabilities. There's this idea, and I wish I could remember whose podcast I heard it on first, but there's this idea, it's kind of like similar to ideas you hear in other fields, which is that over time, the most intelligence, you could put it like this, the most capability intensive fields will outcompete other fields for limited compute resources. So, it's like, oh, well, it's great to have a kind of sub-frontier model that's going to be useful, but ultimately the people who are going to be willing to pay the most for hoppers are going to be those folks who have the highest, who are operating in fields with the highest returns to intelligence. There's another world in which you think about model capabilities as kind of being this step function of like, once they reach a certain level of capability, they can do a bunch of different tasks, and there are limited returns to intelligence above that kind of initial threshold. I don't think these are necessarily contradictory frameworks, but do you have any final thoughts here, Braden, before we go, about whether kind of high intelligence fields are going to outcompete low intelligence fields for limited GPU?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would say we are still early to sort of that like frontier or the higher returns on intelligence, as you sort of frame it, fields really, I don't know, capturing more of the sort of compute supply out there. I think it's probably because, it's just more nuanced in how it's applied. It's not like just, I mean, I guess it maybe is sort of categorized as white collar work, but like it's researchy, right? Like it's, again, frontier, it's discovery. It's also the capabilities are harder to manifest in the models as well. And so I think outside of someone like Eli Lilly having a bunch of black belts, I think, I think this sort of, I don't know if it's Sam Altman or others, that people at labs have talked a bunch about, even when like O1 first came out, about like Eli Lilly should be willing to spend like infinite like sort of inference and like time for O1 to run to like discover drugs for them, I think.
Yeah.
And I think we're still very early to that, unless you talk about the like specialized drug discovery model companies. I do think like if there are sort of measurable returns, assume there's no hoarding by the labs themselves for like, hey, our model's so good now at drug discovery or recursive self-improvement that we actually start rationing inference availability, right? And it could get there. It could get that bad enough if they really have like sort of takeoff internally and all these things. I think unless that happens, it really takes a lot more like sort of coordination among like, I don't know, Eli Lilly in bio, or I don't know what other sort of companies to compare to in other spaces, them seeing like huge returns or like someone else seeing huge returns from like spending this amount of money. Because I think right now it's much more focused on like, okay, Eli Lilly wants to speed up their sort of clinical trial administration process, right? Which is very much the same shape and probably not as token consumptive, and maybe can't even be put on an open model because it's the same shape of work. And so I think unless we see that hyper verticalization at the model or lab level, it might be hard for me to see that happen, but it could. I don't know.
No, I think that's a very good answer, Braden. It's just, you kind of just like, everything in practice is much more complicated than it seems in theory. Braden, thank you so much for coming on the show. Where can people find you? You're on X. You write these longer form pieces. You're an investor. Give us a final, where can people find you and what should they be thinking about?
Yeah, I'm on X at Braden_Norris. I am trying to write more on the Substack, so please keep an eye out for that. And then excited to talk to sort of any founder, any person who's thinking about these same ideas around sort of what the shape of compute inference demand looks like in the future, who's going to be used by, all these things. They're really fun to talk about. So appreciate you having me on.
Fantastic. Great chat, Braden. We'll have to get you back next time you write an essay. There's the motivation to write the next Substack. I know how hard it is myself. All right, we'll say goodbye to Braden for now. We'll be right back with another guest. Thank you all again for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. It is, what time is it? It is, I guess, 3:30 Pacific time. It's 8:30 in the morning here. It is basically still dark outside because we're on the other side of the world. It's the middle of winter. I have another fantastic guest coming right up. We've got Nico McCarty here joining us. Nico, you are the founding editor of Asimov Press, which is a publication that's focused on kind of synthetic biology, biotechnology, very kind of, I was saying just before the call, has a kind of sci-fi flavor to it, but so does much of technology at the moment. So perhaps not unique. You also have a podcast. You're one of the brethren. Welcome to the show, Nico. Very good to have you.
Thank you so much for having me.
So I want to start this conversation with something you've been talking about recently, hyperspectral biology. Can you explain for the audience, for me, what is hyperspectral biology? Why does it matter, and kind of where has it come from?
Well, it's the thing I'm currently obsessed with, although that changes every few months, with my writing and editing. Hyperspectral cameras were invented in the 1970s. And if you just picture a normal camera, it takes in RGB and renders an image using RGB, red, green, blue light. A hyperspectral camera, it's similar in many ways, except for every single pixel in the image, you're collecting a full spectrum. So in other words, every pixel is collecting hundreds, potentially wavelengths of light. And that means that you can see things that are normally invisible with a typical camera. So there are now 50 or 60 satellites orbiting Earth that have hyperspectral cameras. NASA uses them. There's also private companies, and they're using them to do things like find mineral deposits. The military uses them because plastic and rock, for example, have different spectral signatures. So if enemy militaries hide things in plastic shells that are painted to look like rocks, you can actually see that. And then you can also monitor things like methane emissions, certain chemical bonds absorb in the infrared range, so you can actually see chemicals in the air and stuff like that. So what is new here is that people are now engineering biology to emit hyperspectral signals that can be seen from space. And so, late last year or early this year, one of my friends at MIT, his name is Jonathan Shemla, he engineered microbes that were visible from drones 100 meters away. Other groups are engineering microbes, for example, that can detect explosives. And when they detect the explosive, they release this hyperspectral signature that is visible from very far away. So you could imagine spraying these engineered microbes potentially, and then flying drones overhead and actually being able to pinpoint exactly where landmines are buried. But you can also sense pollutants and toxins, whatever you want to sense. You just engineer the microbes to sense that, and then the output is this hyperspectral signal. I recently raised a small microgrants program. I'm giving out $75,000 in microgrants to people to build new data sets of hyperspectral signatures, to build lower cost hyperspectral cameras, open source cameras, new algorithms for detection, and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Man, that's very cool. So talk to us, was there like a kind of single critical, sometimes it seems from my very amateur way of following the field of biology that sometimes someone will come up with a relatively simple technique, or not simple, but complicated, but they'll come up with this technique which is kind of replicable across a bunch of different spaces, and that will kind of on its own create a whole field of endeavors trying to apply and commercialize, or just to, apply that technique to new research areas. CRISPR is maybe one of the examples that comes to mind. Was there a specific, or what was the specific technique or approach here that unlocked this field? Was it a particular kind of pathway that allows the engineering of microbes that do have a hyperspectral signature?
You know what the weird thing is that I think this is one of those situations where all the technologies were available. And it's just nobody had ever thought to do it, because it really is like these weird cameras, this weird physics with biology. There is a company actually called Interplant. I think they were founded in 2018, and they've actually already commercialized plants that detect, for example, pathogenic infections, and then turn on this hyperspectral signature, so farmers can plant corn that senses pathogens
Oh,
before you see
interesting.
symptoms, and then they fly drones overhead, and they can say, "Oh, you have an outbreak. You should remove these plants to spare the rest of your field, or whatever, or you should start treating this pathogen." So, it's a few years old, but it could have probably been done in the 1980s, and so I'm not sure what the multi-decade delay was. Same with CRISPR, right? People had seen these repeating DNA snippets in bacterial cells a very long time ago, and then it just kind of takes like a leap of genius to figure out that you can adapt that into something, useful. So there's just these weird time delays where it kind of takes a multidisciplinary person usually who kind of reads outside of their domain.
And has this kind of like, I mean, entrepreneurial is maybe not the right word, but has this kind of like the vision to see how it might be applied in a bunch of different fields. So, you mentioned in the course of just explaining why you're interested in this technology or why it's exciting to you, that there's a bunch of different fields that this seems applicable in. So it seems like the kind of like core, the atomic tool here, the core tool here is the ability to take a microbe or a biological pathway in a plant or something like that and engineer it to release a particular signature in response to a particular stimulus. And then the thing that makes it practical and applicable is that is then very easy to see using a camera, which is relatively cheap. You can put it on a drone, you can put it on a satellite, you can probably carry it around if you need to. So, like, what are the applications you're most interested in? Where are the fields where you think this has the most potential? Are there specific kind of examples you're very excited about? Like, I know it's a very general question, but
well, without overhyping this too much, my goal is planetary scale biosensing. The thing is, we can use regular cameras to monitor the Earth, right? People point regular cameras at Earth to track things. We can see all kinds of useful things like how fast farmland is spreading, and we don't need hyperspectral cameras for everything. It's just
right.
the problem is the further away you go from Earth, the harder and harder it is to see signals in the visible wavelengths. So the benefit of hyperspectral biology is that because you're collecting more data, if you have good algorithms, you can separate signal from the noise, right? So if you can find molecules that absorb in the infrared or something, or have very unique spectral fingerprints, it's just easier to see them from far away. But I should say, like, there's a dichotomy here between, the examples I gave you of like detecting landmines, that requires engineered cells. I gave you the example of the plants that are engineered to detect pathogens. But actually, the applications I'm most excited about are not engineered at all. There are a ton of regulations around releasing engineered microbes in the wild or outside containment. You basically can't do that in the US or there's like in Israel, actually, you can get approval by going to this board of academics, and they make decisions very quickly. And people have sprayed engineered microbes in the Israeli deserts. But like in the US, it's basically impossible. And my friend has studied hundreds and hundreds of applications to release engineered microbes outside of containment, and only one has ever been approved that we know of, and that was 1997. So it's very difficult. So what I actually want to do is let's collect spectral signatures of everything we can in biology. Let's collect it of every species, of thousands of plant extracts. Let's collect data sets of millions and millions of molecules and metabolites that organisms already produce. And then let's see what we can predict using hyperspectral cameras on satellites. So, for example, could we predict algal blooms before they happen by picking up some kind of signature that is not visible in the visible spectrum? Could we detect, where we're likely to see wildfires before the wildfires begin by tracking like the signatures of, moisture content in forests or something? That's really what I want to do. So I want to build huge multi-million molecule data sets, collect spectral signatures for everything and then start training algorithms to like see what we can actually predict using hyperspectral cameras.
Oh, that's really interesting. There's something here that, like, again, it's a pattern you see repeating in scientific fields where, you know, a friend of mine, he is a paleobotanist, and so his work is about identifying, using plant pollen fossils to make assumptions about climate patterns in the past. So you can go, oh, if you find this plant, this pollen fossil in this lake bed, that's, you know, that plant could only live in these kind of conditions. We know how far the pollen travels, and therefore we can say certain things about what the climate was like at the point where that layer of silt was deposited at the bottom of the lake. And once you have these kind of techniques, which are generally applicable, they require all of this work to build out the data set, right? They require all this work to, you know, work out what kind of conditions the plant lived in, to do the pollen fossil identification, all those kind of things. And then once you have those models, they can just be applied across vast fields of information, different disciplines within the sciences. And so it sounds like kind of what you're saying is there is actually this enormous potential here to do the same thing with these hyperspectral signatures and just start putting together data sets. So, I mean, I suppose the call out is something like, who should be listening to this and being like, oh, I should go and do that? Is this like for grad students? You know, is that, if you're considering doing a PhD, should you consider doing a PhD where you collect, you know, a data set which is useful for this kind of application?
Well, you know, those are the people I'm funding. Absolutely. This will surprise you. I mean, it really surprised me. But, you know, biology has these huge data sets that have enabled AI breakthroughs, right? The reason we got AlphaFold famously was because we happen to have this data set. We didn't know in the future when we were solving protein structures that AI would come out and AlphaFold would emerge. It was fortunate that we had the protein data bank. And people were like, wow, I can train a model on this. And, now, of course, everybody's thinking, like, what are the next data sets we have to collect? But when my friend set out to do this work, he said, I want to find a molecule that will have a unique spectral fingerprint that I can see from far away. He went to the databases. He said, surely people have studied this. People have surely studied, like, how molecules absorb light across wavelengths. And there are 50 molecules that have been measured in this way. 50.
Right.
And so actually the way he found this molecule was they had to run simulations on a supercomputer at MIT, basically. It was like 3 months of compute. And that's how they found this molecule that ended up working. But so there's like a huge potential here. You know, I'm talking to people who make very cheap hyperspectral cameras. There's a company that's making these for like $250 now. It's like trivial to buy these now. They're the same price as a regular camera. And yeah, I just want to go to, like, you know, there are huge physical data banks where people keep metabolites, purified metabolites, purified molecules, extracts from plants and animals. These things are sitting in freezers. And basically, I'm now funding people to just, you know, I will send you a hyperspectral camera, set this up, like, let's get the data, and then release it all publicly so we can start training algorithms.
That's super interesting.
Yeah.
And so, and just to clarify, so you mentioned this person that you know who was trying to find this candidate molecule. Was that for the purpose of, was that trying to find a candidate with a very unique spectral signature so that they could then use that to engineer microbes that produce that particular molecule and therefore that particular signature?
Exactly. There are two trade-offs when you engineer an organism to emit hyperspectral signals. The first trade-off is that you want the molecule to absorb light in ways that the rest of the organism does not. Right? So if the molecule is very similar to other molecules in the cell, it's going to be hard to differentiate the signal. So that's one. You need to find a unique absorption fingerprint. But then the other thing that I think most people don't think about is you want to find a molecule that is easy for the organism to make. If it will cost...
It can't have a massive metabolic cost or...
Bingo, right? Like, if you have to engineer the cell with 10 new enzymes to make this one molecule, it's, you know, that organism is not going to persist in the environment. It's going to be... That's called a metabolic burden in the field. So you want these trade-offs. So he happened to find a molecule that the cell could synthesize with a single enzyme, and that had a very unique hyperspectral fingerprint. But there are probably thousands of other very useful molecules. And now actually the hot thing, just as a teaser, is to find molecules that leave the cell and actually diffuse into the air. So now we want to find volatile molecules, because then we could bury these, we could bury these microbes underground to detect things beneath the dirt and get readouts, because these volatile hyperspectral molecules would diffuse out of the dirt and then be visible, potentially, from space.
Yeah. And because then the diffusion, I mean, that, the diffusion creates a much larger target for the camera. So you need lower resolution, it's easier to calculate. That's very interesting. That's fascinating.
I hope I'm not boring the listeners here.
Well, you're not boring me. Who cares about the listeners? I suppose then there is one more question there. It's kind of it's a small one, Nico, but you might find it interesting. Is there a kind of similar issue to the problems that broadcast television or radio faced around spectrum allocation here, where it's like, all of these techniques depend on the emission signature being very distinctive, or distinctive at a scale that's easy enough to pick up from space or from a drone or what have you. If you have a bunch of these efforts, I mean, you can imagine there's the engineering effort, but there also could be material science efforts, right? Like you can imagine lots of different applications for this kind of approach, this strategy. And if you're relying on being detectable from space, you might have a situation where you're competing for spectrum effectively. Otherwise, how is the satellite going to know whether that is a kind of agricultural emission or whether it's a landmine emission? Am I looking at a field full of corn, or am I looking at a field full of landmines? So how do you think about this kind of like competition here for spectrum?
That's a beautiful question. I would say two responses. One is that these molecules are not absorbing a single wavelength. It's not like all or nothing at this wavelength. They're absorbing, exactly. They're absorbing a little bit here, more here. So it's not like radio where, the emissions are at a single frequency. You're collecting the full spectrum. The second thing is that theoretically, well, actually, we know this to be true, although we haven't, I guess, collected it empirically. Every molecule on Earth has a unique spectral signature. Every molecule absorbs light in a different way. So if you take this molecule and then you just change one bond, so you change a carbon-carbon single bond to a double bond, that molecule will now absorb light in a slightly different way. And so theoretically, our belief is that if you collect big enough data sets, you can differentiate any molecule. Obviously, the further you get away, the more blending there is, it becomes much harder to separate signal from noise. Like my friend who did this work, they were spraying a huge amount of microbes. This is not like 100 microbes on the dirt. This is like billions of microbes making this molecule to be visible from far away. So there's a lot of work to be done. It's like, it's not going to be an immediate thing, but close up, every molecule has a unique spectrum.
Right, there's isotopic differences even, right? Like, that makes a lot of sense. And so I suppose, like, it's very, when we're talking about this concept in the very general sense, you can kind of see, well, that's going to be a challenge from a satellite. But it's like, well, actually, there's going to be, you can imagine a range of applications here, from applications that require a hyperspectral camera attached to a microscope versus applications that require a hyperspectral camera on a satellite in space. And those two ends of the spectrum are going to have kind of different limitations and challenges and what have you. That makes a lot of sense to me.
One point on the microscope,
I want to finish. What's that?
The beauty of the microscope idea is that hyperspectral microscopy is very new, but the beauty is that this is non-destructive. And so potentially we can see things that we can't normally see using optical microscopes that we haven't seen for 400 years through the history of optical microscopy. I'm really excited about hyperspectral microscopy because it's non-invasive. We can record cells over a very long period of time. We don't need to kill them and extract their stuff to do imaging. So I'm actually really excited about that. I think there's high potential for that as well.
And I suppose that, again, I'm just kind of riffing here. It's not very insightful. It's just me kind of like coming up to speed with what you're saying. But there's an element here which is you don't, in any one application, you don't just have the hyperspectral data. You also have, the regular spectral data. So you have an image, you have the hyperspectral data, and we now have, a variety of models which are very good at interpreting multimodal data. And so you just start thinking, oh, great, we can just kind of like plug all these things together, and each additional layer of data gives your models places to find new features that can then be used to predict or analyze or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. You still get the regular RGB. It's just, now you're storing much more data. Each image just requires a much larger amount of data storage. And so we also need better compression algorithms and stuff like that.
It's very, very interesting. I've kind of gotten lost in the in the potential here. Now we've got a few minutes left, Nico. I want to finish with a more general question. So you said at the beginning, you find something new, you find something interesting every few months. Hyperspectral, hyperspectral biology. This is something you're very excited about at the moment. What else are you interested in the field of biology? Do you feel like the rapid progress in AI models has implications for biology? Do you think people in the field of AI are underappreciating the complexity of biology, or are they underappreciating the potential? where are you thinking in this space, Nico?
Well, my training was in synthetic biology, and then I went to Caltech to study biophysics of the cell. So my beliefs have always, I've always been very motivated by mechanistic science, really understanding the components that make a behavior emerge, and wanting to quantify life and understand sort of how life works from the bottom up. And this will upset some people, but my current belief is, it's not that biology is irreducibly complex. Biology is governed by the laws of molecules and the laws of physics, and it's not like there is some force, like I don't believe in the vital force. Like cells are not sacred. They're bags of molecules. It's just the interactions between those molecules is probably beyond human comprehension, and even beyond the best supercomputers today. And so my belief is that for synthetic biology to scale, for us to build very complex functions programmably inside of living cells, we probably have to get out of this reductionist historical approach where we want to understand all the genes that we are building with. And, we're just going to see much, much more use of AI to design circuits and cell functions that we don't really mechanistically understand. And there will probably be there's already been a schism, I guess, where people will be using AI to design biology, and then others will try to understand why that works. So you kind of do, you try to solve the mechanism after you've already made the thing. I think that's probably the likeliest option. Of course, there will always be a contingent of people who are like, I want to build everything from the bottom up. And I have an article coming out about this on Wednesday, but, there will always be people who are like, I want to build things from the bottom up. I want to understand everything I'm building with. It's just, I think that progress will be slow because it has been slow for the last 25 years.
That's very, very interesting. You already see in the field of AI more generally, right? There's a whole subfield of interpretability, which is basically trying to understand, like, okay, what we've made the model, it does a thing. How is it actually happening internally? What are the neurons that are being activated for a given? What are the weights that are being activated for a given output? And you can imagine a world in which, like, if that applies to biology, then there'll be kind of multiple levels of interpretability research. There's interpretability research to understand, okay, what is it that the model itself is doing here on a weight level, on an inputs and outputs level. And then there's going to be interpretability research at the level of like, okay, we have this output, this biological system that works in a particular way. What are the internal forces and mechanisms by which that's happening? And how does that relate to the weights of the model that were activated in the calculation? That seems to be like a very, very interesting concept in general. If people are interested in that, if someone is listening to this and this is a field they're interested in going into, where should they start trying to understand this space, Nico?
Well, so there's a guy named Adam Green who he's doing that. His company Markov is building virtual cell models and then building sparse autoencoders on top of them to interpret their predictions, essentially. And they're actually releasing their predictions publicly and then hiring contract research organizations to go test those predictions and see if they're real. Of course, there's also ARC Institute and many other, Chan Zuckerberg BioHub. Lots of groups are now trying to build virtual cells, and sparse autoencoders is, I think, something they'll probably all do at some point. There will always be a desire to understand the outputs of those models. And I recently released an interview with Adam Green about his virtual cell models. So if people are interested in that, they can search. The podcast is called The New Biology, and the guest is Adam Green.
Fantastic, Nico. I can tell, I have the feeling already that this is going to waste or direct hours of my time. So thank you so much for coming on the show, Nico. Nico McCarty, founder of Asimov Press. People should check out that. People should check you out. You're on x.com, of course. People should find you on Twitter. And The New Biology is your podcast. I'm certainly going to listen to a great deal of it. Very interesting. Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Amazing. We'll drop for a second. We'll be right back with our next guest. But a huge shout out to Nico. I think this was a fascinating conversation. We'll have to have you back on again.
That would be awesome.
Great. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to MTS. It is fantastic to have you. We've had just an incredible day today. We've stretched my IQ as far as it can go, and it's going to come kind of flinging back like a rubber band. And the next guest is no different. I'm joined by Sam Hogan. Sam, you're the CEO of Inference. I imagine that was a tricky domain to get your hands on. Welcome to the show, Sam.
Thank you. Good to be here. Excited to chat.
You are calling in from paradise, it appears.
Yes, Sacramento, California. Lake Folsom here in the background. So
outrageous. It turns out when you start an AI company and you join the permanent overclass, they just send you straight to the Garden of Eden. Thank you so much for calling in from the most beautiful place in the world. If I was you, I would have cancelled. Why don't we start, Sam? Very high level. What do you do at Inference?
Yeah.
And if you say matrix multiplications, I'm going to cut your camera right away.
Yeah. So we train and host large language models. It's a lot of post training, a lot of serving open source models. Kind of fundamentally, we want to power the world's inference. The shape of inference has changed a lot over the last 12 months from teams primarily running, closed source frontier models to, now there being kind of growing demand for custom models, cheaper models, task-specific models. And so we help teams go through the process of understanding what they need to do, kind of implementing, that plan, and then ultimately, moving to models that they have a little bit more control over that tend to be, cheaper to run, similar accuracy, better latency, and generally just a bit more flexible than what you get out of the box from frontier providers.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So we had Braden on this morning. Braden's an investor, but he wrote this essay about the GLM 5.2 moment.
Yeah.
It's been a conversation across Twitter. A lot of people are talking about it. It feels like there's a bit of a cycle where in 1 month we're token maxing, the next month we're token minting. The conversation is moving very quickly. Sam, could you summarize for me, if we go back, say, 3 months or 6 months, maybe just to the start of the year, how has the conversation on open models, on their capabilities, evolved since January?
Yeah. So I think maybe we go back even a little bit further than that. I think, around the fall of last year, there was some speculation that like, hey, these agents are kind of working, right? Claude Code being an example of an agent that was useful. And it took a little bit of time for everybody to catch up. And then over Christmas, there was just this absolute explosion in demand for tokens. This was people token maxing, rebuilding Minecraft from scratch in the browser in 2 days, and like all these kind of crazy, really cool projects. I think I worked through my backlog of side projects. I was like 5 years old. I worked through the whole thing in like a week, right? And that was super cool to see. I think, the kind of tech folks on Twitter drove that wave, and then maybe in Q1 and Q2 of this year, we saw more adoption at work and enterprise spending a lot of money, companies spending a lot of money to be productive with tokens. And then at least what we've seen is, measuring the ROI on those tokens is quite difficult a lot of the time. And so you have massive spend. It's not totally sure where the value is accruing there. There's maybe some sense that, a lot of the value is going to accrue to the frontier labs, and that all businesses ever will end up kind of paying this Anthropic tax indefinitely. And I think that has sort of scared a lot of business leaders, and the demand for, cheaper models, open access models has been there for, the last few months. The problem is that you didn't really have anything on the supply side that could fill that gap. There just wasn't models with the correct set of capabilities, the, high accuracy that you need that could be run cheaply, on your own hardware. And so GLM kind of has filled that gap. I think it's kind of Claude Code moment for open source. We see a ton of demand. We've talked with dozens of teams over the last few days that are looking to move from, Claude and ChatGPT over to GLM, either just, uncustomized GLM or maybe a little bit of post-training on top. And I think that this kind of marks the turning point in AI more broadly, where this is going to become kind of a tool in the toolkit of a lot of businesses. And there's a lot of smart folks that have been working on these problems for a long time of how do we give better access to the companies that want access to these models.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. One thing I heard, I spoke about with Braden earlier just today, was this question. You can imagine there's kind of like two. You could bring two different frameworks to the question of like AI capabilities. One of them is just like, well, demand is always going to be for the frontier model because the smarter the models get, the better that's going to translate for a lot of applications directly to better performance on the task. There's another view which says, actually, that's not quite true. A lot of tasks within a business or within a process, they kind of cap out on returns to intelligence fairly quickly. And once you have an open source model that meets that threshold, it's now a question of what is the cheapest way to provide that level of capability to complete that task to a level that everyone is satisfied with. I imagine that you see quite a lot of nuance in this in your work at Inference because you are working with companies to implement these models, to fine tune them, to get them to a point where they are reaching that level. How do you see this conversation generally?
Yeah, I mean, I think the second view resonates with what I've seen, right? Like a lot of the models that we train are task-specific one-shot models. So this is a complex data extraction task model. For example, you have some unstructured data, you want to send it in, and you want to pull out this nicely structured JSON schema with the fields that you care about. And some of the objects you're pulling out, some of the schemas are like very complex, maybe 100 fields, right? And so you do need, you can't do it with an 8 billion parameter model. You might be able to do it with a 100 billion parameter model. And if you post-train that, a 30 billion parameter model, you kind of get the right trade-offs where it's very economically efficient to run. You can run tens of millions of queries a day. But you kind of have that like frontier level intelligence to the degree that you need it. And so that, I think total token consumption, it's hard to say exactly, how many tokens are being spent on those type of tasks. But I would estimate kind of industry-wide, it's quite high. And that a lot of those workloads already are being powered by open source models, fine-tuned open source models. As the frontier of intelligence that open source models can serve expands, so do the use cases that those models that that you can serve with a custom model or with an open source model. And I think the last kind of frontier in this is coding. You could train, you could post-train agents that are small, that are maybe kind of narrow in scope as to what they do. A customer support agent that might have access to a dozen tool calls. It's not really doing anything with a ton of reasoning. You kind of have a playbook for like how it should behave. Those tasks have been possible to serve with open source models for, probably 6 months, maybe a little longer than that. But if you want to give them access to coding tools and the ability to use a computer, for example, you kind of needed that frontier of intelligence. So you needed to do a lot of clever engineering in order to make that work. And I think what GLM is basically, it kind of has those capabilities where it can write code is about as well as the current frontier. Maybe it's like 1 or 2% worse, but to your point, a lot of the tasks that it needs to solve, you don't need Einstein for like, navigating a website or something like that. And so, yeah, I think it's a really interesting moment. There will always be a class of models that I think, or a class of tasks that you want the best model for. And I think those increasingly become like research projects where, you're doing cancer research, you want the Fable 5 or the Fable 6, right? And you have the resources to spend on that. For most businesses, which are driving most token consumption right now, I'm skeptical that they are going to roll out Fable 5 to like their entire 1,000-person engineering team because they don't really know how to measure the ROI. And what they see is their token cost, doubles or triples, and they don't totally know what they're getting for it on the other side. So yeah, that's roughly how I kind of map the market right now. And I think as the open source models continue to get better, maybe even some research tasks can be done with those models as well.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I did see a tweet today, which I thought was quite interesting, which was like, in any situation where you have a model router, model routers seem to, on average, significantly underestimate the level of intelligence required for like researchy kind of work more generally, even just in like a white collar, even in a kind of white collar workplace, because the your tolerance for getting an incorrect result back when you asked a model to summarize a 100-page document is actually really low. If it can't accurately summarize a 100-page document, then there's no point in asking it to do any summary at all, because actually what you're trying to do is pull out the relevant facts, and that seems to require higher intelligence than people anticipate, maybe. Well, first of all, any reaction to that? And then I kind of want to change directions a little bit and talk more about fine-tuning and post-training.
Yeah, I do think model routing is hard. I think it works well for some, kind of well-defined tasks. And I think there's interesting research going on to make it work for more frontier tasks. OpenRouter had, their project that they released. There's been some interesting work coming out of Asia and that specifically in the last few weeks. So interesting area to watch, but we haven't seen, at least in our experience, like super compelling results from the kind of open source routers that exist today.
Yeah, that's super interesting. So one thing I'm trying to understand in a very general sense at the moment is what exactly are the returns to fine-tuning to post-training open weight models?
Yeah.
I think now there's a really broad spectrum of application here. On one level, you might just be a big company, a Fortune 500 company or something like that, that wants to, as you were talking about earlier, they want to do a particular data extraction task. They have particular KPIs around that. They have particular kind of willingness to pay. And there is simply a question of, can I get an open source model to do this particular task for me in a replicable way? That's one application. On the very other end of the spectrum, you have a lot of conversations since the Mythos moment where kind of nation states are saying, do we need to have a sovereign AI capability? What does it look like to have a sovereign AI capability? Does the UK, does Australia need to have a model completely under their control, which has near frontier level intelligence for cybersecurity reasons, for national security, for just kind of like general economic well-being, right? If these are going to be an input into a lot of different parts of the economy. One thing I have struggled to understand is exactly how large are the returns you can get from fine-tuning and post-training these open weight models?
Yeah. So the returns vary a lot depending on the task. If you have, like I said, a complicated data extraction task, that might require GPT-5 level intelligence, GPT-5.5 with like high reasoning, and you're going to pay a lot for that. If it's a high volume task, you might be paying $100,000 a day, for example, and you can probably post-train a much smaller model to be as good at that task for not really that much effort and save 95 or 99% on the economics. So that's kind of like the really clear-cut case for post-training. This is typically not even that complicated to do. It's SFT. You don't need to go build a complicated environment. You're basically using the outputs of a frontier model to post-train a smaller model to mimic the behaviors of the bigger model. There's a ton of people doing this. We do it. A lot of our customers do it on our platform. And that one is, you get better costs, better latency. You can deploy it wherever you want. You can even a lot of the times use older generation hardware. So you get kind of additional cost savings by doing that. I think the less clear-cut tasks are when you're trying to go beyond the frontier of capabilities as they stand today, right? So if you want to train a model that is better at customer support, your version of customer support, and it's better than, Opus 4.8 or Fable, that's very difficult to do, very labor intensive. You need to hire expensive ML research folks and go through that whole process. I think worth it in some cases if you have the capital to invest, and then you've kind of figured out the ROI is going to be there because your product is going to be that much better than what somebody could replicate out of the box with a frontier model like GPT-5. So that's kind of roughly how I break it down. I think the number of cases where doing RL post training and trying to go beyond the frontier, that becomes more limited as the frontier model capabilities continue to improve. Because maybe today your model is better than GPT-5.5, but then GPT-6 comes out, and you either need to be able to like replay your process to baseline against the new frontier and have some kind of replicable set of processes that brings you beyond that, or you have to start over, right, and kind of remake that investment. Hopefully it's easier the second time, but it's not guaranteed that it will be. So I think that the smaller single shot, simple tasks, those will remain, good kind of post-training opportunities. And if scaling laws continue how they have been, trying to do RL on your own is probably not worth it a lot of the time. On the nation state question, I mean, I think if you want sovereign AI, for, national security reasons, that's great. But what you don't want, like, you want the best model, right? You don't want like the UK model that's 2 generations old
100%.
compared to, what exists in the US just because it's the UK model. You want the UK model that's actually going to like protect you in the ways that you care about. And I think that's very tricky. I don't know exactly what that looks like. So, kind of the Wild West out there.
I think that's it's a kind of perfect answer to the question I asked, right? Because it's like, okay, what are the tasks where it makes sense? If you've got a single shot, you got a single shot data classification problem, you know that a frontier model is capable of doing it 100% accurately, which is what you need in order for the process to work or close to. And, you can use the outputs of a frontier model to fine tune a much small model to get that kind of accuracy. On the other end of the spectrum, anything that is open-ended seems to be extremely challenging. One version of kind of open-ended capabilities you might talk about is like where you're looking to push the capability of your fine-tuned model beyond the frontier of the kind of largest models that are out there right now. So that's obviously that's open-ended in some senses because it's like, well, we're not even sure what the capability looks like. We just know it needs to be better on these metrics, right? Then we're not sure how to get there, and that requires some kind of de novo research. And on the very end of generality is like, oh, we just want Fable level model, but we just want it to be a UK model, right? And in that case, as you said, it's like, well, good luck. You have to be Anthropic to do that. You have to repeat it because the models are going to keep improving. I think that's like a really neat summation of the challenge here. Do you have a sense of like, what is a very simple metric that anyone listening to the show right now could use to answer the question, should I be fine-tuning a model right now?
That's a good question. I think if you're using frontier models, if you're using, Opus 4.8, and it's powering an application, you're not using it to drive cursor or something, but you're using it in production. You have a lot of users, and you care at all about cost. You should probably be looking into at least at the very least, the latest generation of open source models, and potentially, some fine tuning on top of that. If you think that, your tasks are going to be narrow enough that they could benefit from fine tuning. And we help a lot of teams figure this out. This is kind of what we do. So we have a whole process by which you kind of plug in your existing traffic today. We have what we call an application harness, which kind of monitors all of your traffic, monitors performance, and kind of shows you the things that we think you should care about and gives you metrics to kind of baseline against so that you can begin, evaluating open source models on the things that you care about, right? I think everybody has sort of come around to the idea that the public benchmarks aren't necessarily reflective of the model's capabilities when you use them in a real production setting. And so I think the most sophisticated teams right now are coming up with, their own scorecards for what's important to them. And that trend will continue over the next, indefinitely. And that's how teams should really be evaluating new models is how does this perform on the things that we care about rather than just looking at, terminal bench or, whatever, pick your favorite benchmark. But yeah, most teams should. And I think, I'm happy to see that more and more teams are starting to think about this.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think, and it's like actually, I think it sounds like the very actionable advice there is if you use AI models in production, you should have your own relatively sophisticated set of internal benchmarks. And you can probably invest, the diminishing returns to investing in internal benchmarks probably come very late in the piece, right? Because the potential benefit from developing a really good set of internal benchmarks is you can reduce the cost of your AI usage by like 90%.
Yep. And it matters more at scale, right? Like if you're using tokens like crazy, you're spending $250,000 a month and you can, spend 30 days and bring that down to $50,000 a month. Well, you only need to, so you're going to save $200,000. So just invest that in evals. And you'll be 30 days later, you're in the green.
You're in the green, and they're evergreen kind of products internally, right? Because if you run the latest open source models on your internal benchmarks, and it doesn't come, and it comes back and says, sorry, you still have to use Fable because you're right at the cutting edge. It's very possible that in 6 months or 3 months or 2 months, there's going to be another open source model that does start to turn parts of your benchmark green compared to the frontier models, right? And so
For sure. Yeah.
it really seems like that's the no regrets.
Yeah, and even if an out of the box open source model doesn't, fit your criteria, you might be able to do a little bit of post training, right? Maybe you take a little bit of Fable data, you run Fable in production for a few days, you fine tune on that, and you kind of get the cost savings and you get the frontier level intelligence that you need.
Super interesting. More generally, in the open source space, GLM 5.2 seems like a real landmark. What are you seeing in terms of progress? It kind of bounces back and forth in conversation on Twitter, whether they're 12 months behind or 3 months behind, whether they're closing the gap or whether the gap is growing. How does it look from your vantage point?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think, if Fable 5 had been released and not withdrawn, and, we had 3 weeks to play with it before today, GLM 5.2 might not look as impressive as it has, right? Because we would be benchmarking against kind of a new frontier. I would say, today, like 2 weeks behind, 3 weeks behind, like not if you kind of ignore the Fable class of models, which is coming, if you include those, it's maybe like 3 or 4 months. There's kind of this game of like they catch up and then new frontier models come out and then the open source models kind of catch up again. That I think we'll continue to see. I think what we haven't seen yet and what is sort of an open question is will open source models ever eclipse the frontier, right? Where you have a model that comes out that is demonstrably better than a Fable at the time when Fable is state of the art. That's kind of the next that's like the next point to hit. For a long time, it was like the open source models can't code, and then now they can code. And then, it's like they can't do really long horizon, multi-turn reasoning tasks where you have 600 turns or something. And now they can kind of do that. So it sort of remains to be seen. I do think that economically, it sort of doesn't matter. Like it starts to matter less and less as the models can do 99% of knowledge work.
Right.
Taking one more step forward might get you a few more basis points of like use cases, but there's a long road to the diffusion of this technology through the economy, even if the models stopped improving today.
I think that's a really apt point. I do wonder, like, that in my mind, one of the differences between Anthropic and OpenAI is that Anthropic really seems extremely focused on pushing the frontier of intelligence forward. And some comments from Sam Altman and others within OpenAI suggest that they have been a little bit more focused on like returns per dollar, returns per token. They're kind of thinking less about absolute frontier intelligence and more about trying to make these models affordable and kind of generally available. I wonder if in the back of their mind, they are more aware of the competition coming from open source Chinese models on just like the pure economic question of how much does it cost to solve this given task at a given level of acceptability. And it's possible that Anthropic are maybe more focused on like, okay, but what is going to be left? What are the sectors in which there are going to be real returns to intelligence? Do you have any kind of thoughts on this as a strategy question for the big labs?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, my tinfoil hat theory is like it depends on what state of the world you're preparing for. Either of these is like a kind of reasonable strategy. OpenAI, it feels like they want to be a large multi-trillion-dollar public company, and they want to kind of exist for a long time, like create this kind of durable value. And it's probably smart to start thinking about how do we defend from these open source models. And so they've sort of postured in that direction, and they recognize what I just said, which is if the model capabilities stop today, there's still this very long tail of like economic progress and value that will be created. It does seem like Anthropic is taking a different approach, and that their end goal might just be, hey, we get nationalized. And the best way to do that is just like build the scariest models ever. And it doesn't really matter if you have slightly worse models that are competing away the economic value of what you're doing, because you're expecting the government to come in and just kind of bear hug you, and that's sort of the world that you're preparing for. It seems like they might actually get that world. We'll see. We're definitely trending in that direction. But yeah, I think it's smart for OpenAI to pay attention to this sort of thing, and I do expect the GLM 5 class of model particularly to have an impact on their revenue. going forward, just from what we've seen in the last week of, millions of dollars of OpenAI spend trying to be offloaded to cheaper models. And we're, a small player compared to the base tens and the togethers of the world, who I'm sure are just seeing insane demand right now. So yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to look back in 6 months at this moment and kind of see, how the cards fell.
Dude, it's moving so quickly. It just sometimes it feels like I have like vertigo from like the week before, and it's like,
Yeah.
that's gonna happen again for the next forever.
Yeah.
Final question for you. Well, first of all, I think that analysis makes a lot of sense to me, and I think it'll be very interesting to see how the dynamics of it play out exactly. A final question. There's been a lot of concern, that the Anthropic framing of it is we're going to have a country of geniuses in a data center. White collar work is going to disappear off the face of the planet. We need to start preparing for giga unemployment forever. I am less inclined towards that view. I kind of have training as like a kind of regular conventional economist. I've seen these conversations happen about every single piece of technology in history, and they've yet to materialize. Unemployment sitting at a cozy 4%. You talked a lot about the challenges of diffusion, about the difficulties of just diffusing this technology through the economy, even as it stands right now. Can you give us a little bit of color around that in your work, working with companies to implement these models to fine-tune their own models for specific use cases? How do you see this flowing through to employment? How do you see the value of employees changing, either going up or going down, as these model capabilities start to be really applicable in different parts of the company?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think anyone who's been, writing code with AI coding tools for the last couple of years will tell you that their work has changed dramatically, right? Like what it used to mean to be a software engineer, even 2 years ago, compared to today. Today, it looks more like product management, design. You're kind of managing these like fleets of agents, and so that phenomenon, I think, will play out in different forms across different types of knowledge work, right? Maybe you just have like ultra productive lawyers, and so like what do you get? Well, you get way more lawsuits because like one lawyer can sue 10 people at the same time. We get way more code, right?
Nightmare.
People have talked about the Silicon Valley zombies, like people just working 20 hours a day doing polyphasic sleep to like keep up with all of the projects that they have going on. And so I'm very skeptical of the idea that knowledge work will go away. I think what knowledge work looks like will change, obviously. There used to be a job, this is like a Mark Andreessen thing, that was a calculator, and your job was basically to like do math, right? And those jobs are gone. But that would have been considered knowledge work 70 years ago. So yeah, I mean, tough to say precisely what that means. But to your point, every major technological revolution has asked this question, and 100% of the time it has been incorrect to think that all knowledge work will go away.
Yeah, I think that's kind of my personal view, and I'm open to seeing a change. I think maybe some people make a strong case that it is really different this time, but I still think at this stage I haven't seen a lot of evidence that it really is different this time. I remember I've worked at some pretty dinosaur organizations, Sam, and like let me tell you, the feeling in the room when SharePoint was introduced to a real boomer organization, I have to say, like, I can't imagine the LLMs facing a different reception. I think it's going to be maybe more similar, unfortunately, to SharePoint than to the machine superintelligence. But we'll have to wait and see.
Well, I think it's great that you have, a whole bunch of really smart, really creative young people that might have learned to code in college and programmed for a few years, and now their time is freed up from pushing buttons on their computer. They can do higher level work, right? You get to be more creative, explore more avenues. I think that broadly is like a really awesome, incredible thing that we should encourage, right? If you know exactly what you need to do, like if you're sitting down to write a few thousand lines of code and you know kind of how it needs to work, it's much better to just define that and hand it off to a computer to go and do its thing.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And all my friends who are software engineers say things like, wow, I never realized how much I hated writing code until I didn't have to do it anymore. And now you couldn't force me to go back at the point of a gun. So, look, a lot to consider there, Sam. Thank you so much for coming on the show. Fantastic conversation.
Yeah.
People can find you on Twitter. You're the CEO of Inference. Who, if anyone's listening to this in the audience and they're a potential customer, who should come and speak to you about working with Inference?
Yeah, if you're spending, a few $1,000s to hundreds of thousands of dollars a month on closed source model APIs, shoot me a DM on Twitter. Love to learn more about what you're building.
Hell yeah. Great pitch. Sam, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
A real pleasure. We'll have to talk again. We'll say goodbye for now, and I'll be back in a few moments by myself.
Awesome.
Welcome back, everybody. Fantastic day today. Really, really good. It just doesn't get any better. There's nothing. It's so good to have, three such insightful guests across such different fields. I'm going to kind of come to this conversation. I think there's something that's worth pulling out and expanding upon from the conversation that we had with Braden and Sam just now around what the capabilities of these open source models means particularly for sovereign AI. I wrote a newsletter for MTS. I wrote a piece for the MTS newsletter last week about kind of where I see this sovereign AI conversation going, and I think it's something we're going to hear more and more about. It's relevant to the US for a range of different reasons, and I think the more I understand about, the more we hear from people who are using these open source models in production for companies thinking about what the implications are, I think that has like a kind of bunch of downstream flow-on effects for how we should think about the sovereign AI piece more generally. Of course, they're focused on, inference is focused on working with enterprise. Braden's an investor. He's thinking more generally about what this means for the space of software and AI companies more generally. But I think there's huge implications for how we should think about open source AI and what that means for these kind of sovereign efforts that are getting talked about. And I think they're probably underexplored. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. But first, I do have to say a big thank you to our sponsors, 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. Big shout out, 11labs.io/MTS. Now, you may know this already, but this show is brought to you by Granola, the AI notepad. Try it once and never go back. Granola.ai/MTS. We use it here at the show. It's very useful for us. I can only imagine it'll be very useful for you. Now, a big shout out to Kong. Not only are they the AI connectivity platform, not only do they connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance, but they also make a very good mug. I'm very grateful to them. They keep my tea hot and my water cold. KongHQ.com, the AI connectivity platform. Very grateful to them. Finally, Blitzy, the autonomous software development platform for AI code bases. Ship 5 times faster with Blitzy.com. We've heard a lot today about the speed of development that's happening across enterprise, across the software space. Use Blitzy to ship 5 times faster. Go to Blitzy.com. Big shout out to our sponsors. Very grateful. Couldn't do the show without them. They really make it all possible. So thanks again to our fantastic sponsors. Now, I want to come to this question of sovereign AI and what the progress in open source models means for them. I want to return to something that Sam said just towards the end of our conversation just now, where he talked about in the context of the enterprise. He was talking about in the enterprise. I asked him a question: under what circumstances should you consider fine-tuning or post-training one of these open weight models versus using the API from a frontier lab? And he said the absolute easy goal scenario is one in which you have a repeatable task that you're paying a lot for a frontier model to do, which is well below frontier capability. In that case, you can get an open, you can fine-tune an open model to do that task for you, no problems at all. That's an open and shut case. The more complicated case is the situation in which you want a set of capabilities which are effectively beyond the frontier. And if you want a set of capabilities that are beyond the frontier, it may well be possible to produce those capabilities by through fine-tuning, through post-training of the state-of-the-art open source model. But to do so, you'll need to hire a bunch of machine learning engineers. You'll have to access a bunch of data that can be used for this training process. It's going to be a much greater challenge, and there's no guarantee that you will succeed in doing that. But something he said I think was really important, which was if you do this once, this is in the enterprise, if you do this once, you successfully, say you've got, your comparator is GPT 5.5, and you successfully post-train GLM 5.2 to be better than 5.5 at some internal task. It's on some internal benchmark. And then a few weeks later or a few months later, OpenAI releases GPT 5.6, and suddenly GPT 5.6 is better and cheaper than your post-trained GLM, your custom model. What do you do in that case? Do you just switch back, in which case all of your sunk costs are wasted on the fine-tuning process? How do you think about the business model? How do you think about the business case for fine-tuning a model when the frontier keeps pushing forward, when the labs are pushing the frontier forward all the time? And one thing that Sam from Inference said was, you better make sure if you are fine-tuning a model for advanced capabilities, you better make sure that your process is repeatable. That the capital that you invested in doing the fine-tuning is not a one-shot investment. It is, you have to think about it as a recurring investment where you are chasing the frontier. You're chasing to be past the frontier of the closed source models on some combination of quality and cost metrics. You're trying to be beyond the frontier consistently, year to year, model release to model release, month to month in some cases. And you have to think about that not as a one-off investment, but as a process, as a capability that you are standing up internally to do that repeatedly. That means engineering talent, machine learning research talent. It means capital on data. It means capital on compute for training and inference. You are setting up a recurring effort to chase the frontier. And Sam was talking about the enterprise, but this seems even more relevant in the context of sovereign AI. If you're the UK or you're Australia or you're Europe, and you're asking the question, what would it take for us to stand up a sovereign frontier model? The answer is not a question of what would it take to do it once. What would it take to make a model as good as ChatGPT 5.5, or sorry, as GPT 5.5 once? The question has to be, what is the investment required to set up a lab that's capable of chasing the frontier consistently over time? I think that makes the scale of the task seem even larger than it does to just do it once. And I think that's true even if you're thinking about a sovereign AI capability, not in terms of training from scratch a frontier model, but in terms of maybe post-training or doing fine-tuning on open weight models moving forward. And I think the challenge there is twofold. The first challenge is if you choose to pursue a kind of fine-training customization on top of an existing platform, if you choose that as your model for sovereign AI, you are tying yourself very closely to the progress being made by open source labs and by their continued commitment to open sourcing and open weighting their models. And that seems to somewhat offset the independence case for sovereign AI. If you are just shifting your dependence from the US, an ally, to, in many cases, for the West, for the developed world, the US is a close ally. If you are shifting your dependence from from the US and the US frontier labs to the open source competitors from China and elsewhere, there may well be open source, open weight models developed outside of China, but for right now, the leaders, the frontier, the state of the art in open source is coming from Chinese labs. You are tying yourself to their continued ability to themselves chase the frontier. And your capabilities, your sovereign capabilities, are going to be determined by the baseline capabilities of the open source models released by Chinese labs. Now, there's a geopolitical facet to that, which is that China has certainly showed a great deal of willingness in the past to use its economic power as leverage for geopolitical goals. They were happy to do that in trade, as of course the US is happy to do that in trade. But they were also happy to do it in a way which is somewhat less process-driven than the US. The US, pursues its geopolitical interests, happy to use trade as leverage, but they'll do it by applying tariffs on your country. They'll, on imports from your country. That's how they will act. There's been cases in the past where China has been more willing to use deniable leverage, shall we say. Less through standard process and more through things like letting your shipping containers full of lobsters sit on the dock for longer than it is advisable to let a lobster sit on the dock. So I think there's a geopolitical element to the question of whether it's wise to pin your sovereign AI capability to advances in Chinese open source models. But there is also a kind of technical question there, which is will open source continue to keep pace with closed source, with the frontier labs and their closed models? In the conversation I just had with Sam, he was not only bullish about the possibility of them keeping pace, he was kind of open to the possibility that at some point the open source models might meet or exceed the frontier for the closed source models. That is certainly at odds with the view of folks like Dario. I think if you can see the actions taken by Anthropic, I think their decision to, for example, to include in their safeguards hidden preventions initially, and now more explicit preventions, safeguards around the machine learning research with Fable 5, that suggests that they see a path towards something that looks a little bit like recursive self-improvement, where internal advances in model capabilities give them a durable edge with model capabilities going forward, because you can distill, you can train your models on outputs from Fable, but you can't use Fable to run your internal ML experiments, which is what they're going to be doing at Anthropic. I'm sure there is a similar version of this at OpenAI, by the way. I just think they are slightly cleverer with their communications around it and tend to downplay it, perhaps to their strategic benefit. So I think if you step back there for a second, what are we saying? I think what we're saying is, I think what I'm taking from these conversations is that there is truly, from a sovereign AI perspective, there is truly no free lunch. You can train from scratch your own attempted frontier model, and you will be competing with the most desirable employers in the world for staff. You will be competing with the most well-capitalized companies on Earth for compute and for infrastructure and for energy. And you'll be doing so with all of the challenges of a government or state enterprise, with all of the bureaucracy, with all of the democratic accountability, with all of the demands for value for money. That seems to be an untenable disadvantage from where I'm sitting. Other people might disagree. Your other option is to take as a baseline the open source models and to do some post-training, some fine-tuning to get a custom sovereign AI capability out of those models. Now, put aside the question of whether there is any national interest in doing so. It's not clear to me that there is. It's not clear to me that Australia would benefit from having a fine-tuned or post-trained GLM 5.2 sovereign Australian model, because it's not clear to me that the national interest of Australia is significantly different, or it's not clear to me that the requirements for an AI model are significantly different for Australia than they are in the rest of the world. Certainly from the applications that model like GLM 5.2 is being put to. So it's not clear to me that there is any benefit. If you're a company and you have a very specific task that you're trying to get a model to do, fine-tune a model to do that specific task, you can see improvements against that benchmark. If you're Australia, the bundle of capabilities you want from a model is very similar to the bundle of capabilities that the US, the UK, Europe, China, every single country around the world has a similar set of requirements that they would like from a frontier model. And I mean that both in terms of the public sector, the government, but also more generally the economy, the economy more widely. It doesn't seem to me that here in Australia we have applications for AI models that are substantially different from the applications being contemplated in the rest of the world. And so the relative benefit to fine-tuning, to post-training an open source model seems very small to me. But then on top of that, you are also tied to progress in the open source space. So it really doesn't seem to me like there is a clear, easy, no regrets direction to take in the sovereign AI space that involves producing a model, whether that's training one from scratch or fine-tuning, customizing an existing open source model. That does not seem to me to be a particularly fruitful direction for sovereign AI. Now, what does seem fruitful is developing the capability, developing limited capabilities to do those kind of things, developing a limited post-training capability, developing a set of internal benchmarks you can use, like what the UK AISI has done. That seems very useful to me just as a way of keeping your finger on the pulse of the technology development. But that is quite a different thing than setting up an entire effort to produce a sovereign AI model. Anyway, I'm just kind of like riffing here, but I think the implications seem to me quite stark. That conversation was not about sovereign AI. We've talked a little bit about the direction that the open source models are going in. We spoke to Braden about that this morning. We spoke to Sam Hogan, who's the CEO of Inference, who helps companies helps companies shift off frontier labs and towards open source models. And they also do post-training and fine-tuning for cases where that's warranted. And what I took from that conversation is there is no free lunch there. There is no free lunch. And I think the implications for the sovereign AI conversation are quite stark. I think if you are in this space and you're thinking about sovereign AI, one of the things you should do is you should spend some time talking to people who are doing fine-tuning, post-training of open source models for the enterprise, and try to get a sense of what are the costs and benefits, what are the situations in which make sense, and when does it not. And I think if you have those conversations, if you listen to the conversation I just had with Sam, maybe your takeaways will be different from mine, but certainly mine was something like, I'm not sure this makes a great deal of sense from a sovereign perspective. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the end of the conversation, but it's one to watch. I'm keen. If you disagree, if you have a very strong opinion in favor of a sovereign AI effort, come on the show and talk to me about it. I think it's a very interesting subject. Hopefully something we'll talk more about in the coming months. Well, that's it from me. I'm going to finish with a final thanks to our sponsors. Now, we've been talking about building AI models, fine-tuning open source models. If you want to get AI to production, you might be interested in Merge. Build once. Connect to every API, tool, and LLM. OpenAI, Dropbox, and Ramp use Merge to get AI to production faster. Go to merge.dev/MTS. What about AdQuick? Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. Go to adquick.com. In the future, brand may be one of the largest moats. Go to AdQuick and make your brand a billboard. And finally, Macroscope. AI codebase understanding for engineering leaders. Go to macroscope.com/MTS. It's always important. It couldn't be more important. There couldn't be a more important time to understand your codebase than right now. That's what Macroscope does. Go to macroscope.com/MTS. Very grateful to all our sponsors. They make it all possible. It's very good to be here. With that, we'll say farewell for now, and we'll see you tomorrow, and we'll do it all over again. Bye-bye.